ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over! It's time for some Dota, my friends!
We have a lower bracket final for you guys. Who's going to face Aster? You're about to find out. Raise those signs in support of your favorite teams.
That is right, my friends. As I said earlier, we have the best teams in Dota here. The final three coming out to show you the greatest strats to steal in your pubs. You will not be successful. However, these teams certainly will be.
Yes, but Slacks, the greatest team in Dota is such a subjective idea. I mean, I know they've made it this far, but Slacks, who are these teams? Tell me.
Okay, well, you should have really read the brief. I mean, it's not hard to remember.
I never read the briefs. I just watch them on stage.
The first team to play in your semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, you might have heard of this team before. Yes, that is right. You have been following them. You have adopted them to become your crowd favorite. And I will not deny you from seeing them once more. I spoke to them in the back. They promised
sampai berhenti di sponsor.
They swore to God.
Sampai teman-teman judiku tidak mensponsoriku lagi. Halo Randy. Oh ya cok, biar bagus cok. Biasanya ada anjing ibadah jam segini. Ada nggak sih ibadah jam segini? Udah habis semua anjing ibadah cok.
Yang terjadi, anak-anak di Teluk Waisani ini yang menjadi guruku di sekolah ini. Mereka tak pernah mengeluh akan hidup yang mereka lalui. Yang ada malah canda tawa keluar dari mulut-mulut kecil itu.
Ada goblok. Ada botak TikTok, Cok.
Ujian ini di hadapan Tuhan. Ku percaya padamu dengan segenap hatiku. Ku percaya padamu.
Klasik Kristen banget anjing.
Dengan segenap hatiku. Tak ku ragukan janji.
GSKI Kelapa Gading, anjir cok.
Selalu kasihmu Bapa, kasihmu Bapa, ada di
klasik banget anjing, sumpah lu kalau datang gereja Kristen mesti gini, pasti gini. Habis ini khotbah biasanya. Udah yang lagu-lagu pelan tuh khotbah habis ini. Ini apa namanya? Ceramah. Mama Dede. Halo Florian Gading.
Cintamu Bapa akan selalu ada di hatiku. Dengan tulus katakan bukan setia.
So I think heroes that like
Yang Australia mau ada yang pakai DJ. Gak usah Australia, Yon. Indonesia juga ada yang pakai DJ. Ini apa? Puji-pujian sebelum judi. Keren nggak? Kan hari ini hari Minggu, Cok.
Zion's definitely a real player.
10 kill cok di tim 50-50 cok.
I mean, for both teams, right? So on Secret, it's been Puppy playing Willow. Yesterday we saw Taiga play it, but Hoodwink, I don't remember the last time I saw OG really run Hood. I could see Zion's play it, but the thing is...
Dengar ibadah bahasa judi, lar. Begini cok. Emang harus begini cok.
Whether it's Tiny, Shaker, or Tusk, they've been moving around on those and then having a solution play a ranged offlaner. I think they're probably going to stick to their guns with that as long as it makes sense at least. So we'll see if OG can force them in a different direction here in the draft. But for now, it looks like with these first two bans coming out, Secret should be able to get...
OG first pick Mars anjing. Serius Indo udah sampai situ. Ya, gak banyak sih, tapi ada beberapa yang pernah ada lah DJ. Tapi biasanya jarang sih DJ, cuma ada gitu.
really, really strong in the like Undying.
Coba pasti bukan gereja Batak kan?
Look at the context.
Buat.
Like if I only have like,
Gue belum pernah datang gereja Batak.
I would rather ban the support that are strong in
Lu tau gak sih?
I can win the
Dulu sebelum gue tidak beragama, dulu tuh gue Katolik. Tapi gue sering datang gereja Kristen, pengen tahu ya, kepo gue. Ngapain sih di gereja Kristen tuh? Gue datangnya satu-satu aja. GPDI, GKI, GKJW, G apalah semua lah gereja-gereja Kristen apapun dah. Gue kolektor aja. Tuskar Razor, Enkil kah? Mars sih lebih aktif, tapi mainnya Razornya Secretnya aktif
the
juga,
Mars
Cok.
pick goes back to Enigma because number one, you don't want to pick Undying into Enigma. It's like a bad matchup. Number two, Mars against Enigma, it's pretty free. So
Real, cuy.
She might look to run. If I pick
Masjid udah, masjid gue belum, soalnya gue gak punya teman yang muslim. Gue pengen nyoba sebenarnya. Soal beda tata cara ibadah aja dari lain sama. Iya, emang. GOP anjing, first time kill, OG first time kill, GOP cok. Baru gue pengen lihat ini gesernya kemana.
I feel like it looks like a pretty decent adjustment towards the mark since the Enigma as good. Or maybe we can still see the Enigma somewhere down.
Kalau ortodok gimana? Ortodok? Wah, gak pernah gue ke ortodok, gak ada di daerah gue gak ada. Di Jawa Timur dikit ortodok. Susah nyarinya, terpendam. Bus belum bangun jam segini ya? Belum, anjing masih mati, Cok. Geser ke OG, sumpah feeling gue OG sih emang. Gue demen sama dua hero ini anjing, kayak apalagi Amar yang main. Keluar dari laning phase langsung ngego terus dia.
Zayat has popped off on roaming, so obviously he's going to have a hard time ganking a mid quap. That's part of the appeal here for OG picking this hero. It's hard for Tusk to get there.
Cok, geser ke OG terus, Cok.
Of the safe lane heroes that Tusk would struggle against. So they're actually going to ban the carry first. They'll ban the Void, which would be one of the best safe lane carries in escaping the Tusk. Aside from that, Secret played against PA yesterday that they also couldn't really shut down in their lane with their Tusk, so maybe that's another one they can go for. Which makes my whole point about banning supports kind of moot.
Lihat, dari tadi udah berapa kali dia ngomong kasihmu bapak, apa bosen gue dengerin. Klasik banget anjing, Kristen, how to Kristen anjing. Bosen gue dengerin, Cok. Full band lagi bangsat, emang gereja Kristen GG, Cok, full band. Tatanis cabang Situbondo ada nggak? Nggak ada, Cok. Susah nyarinya. Please bagus dong draftnya OG game 1. OG setahu gue jarang kalah game 1 dah. Game 2 dia sering kalah. Gak tau kemarin tapi kalah game 1. Ya kan? OG banyak legit Cok. Di situ Bondo daerah lu pernah ada cerita-cerita horor nggak dari tetangga atau warga juga banyak, tapi bullshit. Kalau gue denger cerita gitu kan gue gitu ya, bullshit. Gue gak percaya gituan, jadi gimana ya?
Minus 100 range toss.
You think that? I mean, I saw teams belligerently. I saw Bryle trying to pick it mid, and I don't know if you read the patch notes because he was struggling to get that toss in the mid lane. But as a support, maybe not as much of a nerf. You'll have creeps, you'll have another hero helping you in the side.
Secret, ini real. Belum pernah ngalamin, pernah. Gue pernah diketawain gitu. Tapi abis gue pikir-pikir kayaknya bukan dah. Soalnya pas gue diketawain itu bareng temen-temen kan. Pas gue kayak beberapa menit setelah itu balik lagi melakukan hal yang sama, nggak kejadian lagi. Berarti emang bukan. Gak tau lah gitulah. Gue gitu Cok, gue gak percaya gituan Cok.
So Secret could have had bans then as well, and that means Secret will ban probably 5 carries in these last 2 phases. New hero though.
That's a greedy support, you know, just classic copy things.
Yep.
I feel like the bans from Secret are pressuring OG to pick their carry now because there won't be many carries left that can lane against the Razor.
Tapi percaya hari ini Rungkad percaya kalau itu sebuah sesuatu yang bisa gue lakukan sendiri. Kemarin tuh harusnya nggak Rungkad. Kemarin tuh harusnya gue ngebet kecil memang. Kemarin tuh gue emang pengen ngebet kecil, cuman tugas aja. Tapi emang nih Katolik hal goib gak dipercaya? Dipercayalah. Gue kan bukan Katolik. Katolik KTP doang. Sini doang Katolik.
Well, it's like you said as well. Mars is going to have a stable laning phase.
Aslinya.
And if you're
Fuck,
picking
bro.
Razor this early on, you want to completely shut someone down entirely. And Faceless Void and Phantom Assassin may have been able to tolerate a Razor lane, but the list of carriers who can do that is going to
Aliran Gaben. Yoi, gue aliran Gaben sekarang, Jo. Pemuja Gaben. Real coy.
I feel like I'm not too sure if the Shaman pick, the reason for a Shaman pick is they expected the Phoenix to come out, and this Razor Shaman lane, there's like no stunts for Shackle. I think that's gonna be quite an issue for the lane.
I mean, could it be passed with the Razor?
It could be, but
Ada fitur yang namanya pinjol.
I think on top of
Pinjol
that,
for noob.
it's just easy rush.
Ya. Ngata-ngatain hide on boost paling bener. Udah gak ke gereja berapa lama? 5 tahun ada 6 tahun. Kalau buat ibadah beneran ya, kalau ke gereja doang datang apa acara nikahan tuh Januari kemarin terakhir acara nikahan tapi nggak ibadah.
They're very dependent on the arena. They can arguably maybe set up a little bit with their Willow, but I think maybe OG's last pick will
Invoker
try
cok.
to cover that base from the carry position to maybe have some sort of other way of entering the fight. But I do like this a lot from Secret. I think they're identifying, okay, this is what OG have. It's a lot of like ball going together, casting all your spells in combination,
Misain
and picking a
Invoker.
combo breaker
Shit.
with Invoker. Tornado EMP makes space.
It's not just that, you know, it's like the split push, you know. You have this Invoker with the force switch from the lane, and Shaman's going to be doing his thing. Because the opponent has so much team fight, you want to try to
Sabar ya bang,
catch them and
gue gak peduli sama hidup gue dulu bang, gue peduli sama duit judi gue bang, bangsat.
Probably Exort.
Willow lagi bagus, abis di buff, abis-abisan.
Cause Wax is probably hard to lane against Squab. I'm not too sure how the matchups going. I've seen most.
yeah, it's harder to last hit.
Lu pas Upinika akadnya di dalam.
You have crazy
Iya.
sunstrike set up.
Tapi Upinika akadnya kagak di masjid, di gedung gitu sebelahnya tempat dia resepsi.
Especially you have 2 chain stuns with snowball into punch, so you are.
Cuman itu pertama kali gue datang nikahan orang muslim. Pertama kali tuh. Cuman sayang kata Upi nggak boleh, apa zaman sekarang nggak boleh katanya yang itu yang apa.
For Secret, the name of the game is going to be getting
saya nikah kan, sah itu nggak boleh dah. Tai. Kan seumur hidup gue nonton di sinetron gitu ya. Giliran datang di real life kagak ada begitu, Cok. Sedih, Cok, hidup gue, Cok.
You know, tons of magic damage. So that is the item for Secret. And I think they can get there because their laning station we saw yesterday against Aster was good, and I think this time around they have some pretty damn strong laning heroes. So
udah nggak bisa. Nggak tahu kata Upi kemarin pas yang Upi itu kemarin nggak boleh. Katanya gara-gara takut rame atau apa gitu, pokoknya nggak boleh. Iya sekarang cuma saksi sama perwakilan, bener kata Upin juga gitu, cuma saksi sama perwakilan doang sekarang. Jadi cuma saksi sama perwakilan doang yang ngomong sah, jadi sah, itu doang, gak ada suaranya jadi. Tai ya, babi. Tim chill main game simulator boleh sih. Bacot anjing. Lu jangan anjay-anjay, gue judi nih Sa.
I don't know if you can pull off a jugger specifically because of the Razor.
Toss is also quite annoying for the jungler.
Yeah. You might have to get a ranged carry.
I feel like OG needs.
Yeah, Dusa is also actually.
Dusa. Yeah, they kind of need like a frontline hero, right? For them to execute their draft. Someone to hit the
real nih coy nih, mana judi gue tadi. Ini nih. Wede, Kaisang 3 biji sama. Real coy. Mencegah orang-orang bangsat yang iseng ngomong enggak juga sih. Orang yang pas datang pas
spinning around.
pas akad itu keluarga doang, nggak ada, belum ada tamunya.
Laning phase against, I'm not sure though. If it's a jug, I might consider putting the Razor to lane against the jug.
Pernah ke kelenteng nggak?
Slow his game down.
Yuragi hasn't played it that much, but CK also still available in the
Belum.
Yeah, that's the thing is
Belum kayak kelenteng belum. Gue belum pernah tuh ke
heavy team fight lineup. If you don't do well in the lanes, you're gonna have a hard time, you know.
Buddha tuh ibadahnya di mana sih Buddha? Buddha gue belum pernah. Buddha sama Konghucu. Indo gue udah pernah. Masuk masjid gue belum pernah masuk masjid anjing.
Arguably single worst core matchup almost is actually Invoker.
I like Sven for OG.
EMP deafening blast. She's a very immobile carrier that has to like waddle in and start attacking Invoker and just.
Pura tuh Hindu cok. Viara kayaknya Viara.
Mage actually looks good this game. I do
think so. Without last pick, don't Secret just pick Lara and the game's like super hard.
Yeah, maybe the lanes are too concerning, but against what they see right now, I think AM is actually good, but yeah, maybe it's too worrisome when you don't have the overall last pick of the
I like Sven for OG. I think having another hero that just goes in, and the Sven can like, we saw, I think Pakas yesterday, he just recovered, the lane was like not the best.
Pagi risotto.
Top never for like 15 minutes. And speaking of OG,
Begitu
it's
lo.
rough, like it's so hard to
Agak malu apa bang? Gue nyembah stop
I
kontak.
don't think Razor without BKB or
Jus ibadah di mana nggak tahu cok. Dukung siapa?
Sven, Alchemist, Bristleback kind of hero.
Gue dukung OG karena gue judi ke OG.
I guess another option here was TA, but you probably don't want to do that against Razor.
Yeah.
I think that matchup might be too
Lainnya jelek anjing sumpah.
quite a bit for Yuragi. Do you? So what do you do as Secret here? Do you think you
Dia
play
mau
the
nyembah fast
Razor
top,
into this,
betul.
or do you
Gue
pick,
nyembah
like,
nyembah
you
website
mentioned
judi,
Starter as
real
the
coy.
Yeah, I think Star's still
issue
good.
Win
getting
game bet
the
siapa?
lane.
Gue nggak ngebet win game.
Also with their lineup.
50-50 soalnya ini.
Against the Phoenix Elk lane is like free farm for Elk.
ATS ibadah gimana?
So they can't invade their jungle with their heroes.
Sekarang nih
There's
lu
no
liatin
hero
nih.
they-
Yeah, but okay.
Oh,
So DB is gonna allow them to play even like faster in the lane.
Bro, I like that,
think
bro.
it's gonna be very
DB carry.
same Beast Master, very easy.
Which one's which are you saying? Because Crystallis
Tapi,
and
Pak-
Resolution have a history of both playing Dawn and Razor.
ini tergantung eksekusi lane anjing. Eksekusi lane yang siapa yang menang itu yang 10 kill anjing.
Suddenly carry
Tai.
Razor up against that Mars. All right, Adam.
Just
Which
Sinagok.
team are you taking
Wih.
for this game 1 lower bracket?
Sinagok
final?
apaan anjing?
I think the Dawn pick means Secret wants to invade with their heroes, so Dawn's like supposed
Kenapa
to
Alt
push lanes, connect
sering
to them.
di-pick? Lagi
But I think
bagus.
OG's team fight is superior,
Apalagi
and
sekarang kan
Secret
semua
goes in, they
dirapetin
lose one team fight,
jungle-nya.
it's become really hard for
Ya
them.
nggak?
Winter?
Semua
For me,
dirapet-rapetin
the thing to
jungle-nya.
watch out is the laning phase. Like Adam mentioned, the jungle invasion. If Secret is able to run them down at least have some sort of advantage on the lane, it's gonna be easy for them to invade the jungle. But if that doesn't happen, it's gonna be very easy for OG to defend the jungle, and Elk is just gonna get fed and win the game.
All right, well, let's see if Sigrid can bully their way into that OG jungle, or if OG
Tai.
is just gonna run away with it.
OG
with an
pick-picknya
Alchemist.
1-2-nya bagus,
It's
Cok,
game
kayak
number 1 of lower
mau
bracket
main
finals
agresif.
with Cap and SVG.
Lama-lama tambah digeser anjing, goblok. Secret kebalik malah.
Match up against each other for a chance to go to the grand finals against Aster. On one side,
Woi,
we have the
bentar,
new
kalau
kings of
casternya
Europe,
ini,
OG,
berarti nanti
versus
final
the
OD
old
Pixel, Cok.
Tom Tyler
Real.
himself, Puppy leading Team Secret. Who's your money
Gua
on?
nih audionya kecil
One
anjing.
side has the ball with the Phoenix Light, the other has the breaker of the Dawn.
Aneh.
I think Secret's going to put up a pretty decent fight this time. Could we end up in a scenario where
Saya
OG
lebof
just
sekarang
scales
juga.
to the late game with
Bukan,
Axe
bukan,
Mars with the
bukan.
Queen of
Bukan
Pain
saya
going
lebof
ham?
anjing.
It's definitely possible. At the same time, like the panel was talking about, the early jungle invasion from Secret might be the key to victory here. Abusing Dawnbreaker.
Coba kita lihat aja gimana lane-nya Amar. Kalau Amar menang lane-nya, gampang ini. OG 10 kill.
Is OG ready for the pace?
Yeah, it is a good question. I mean, we've already seen how these Alchemist lineups have put so much pressure.
Match hari ini siapa yang main?
So much pressure on the
Tiga
teams
tim doang,
in
Aster,
these lower
OG,
bracket
Secret.
elimination matches. And, well, Secret, they're going to have to pick up the pace. They're going to need to shut down this Alchemist.
Bet
And
first
see
10 kill,
whether or not,
yoi.
As you said, the Shadow Shaman pressure is going to be able to limit the map and keep that OG Alchemist from getting out of control.
I mean, I'm surprised to see the Shadow Shaman in a game like this so deep in the tournament. Usually this hero is a very difficult hero to execute, especially if you haven't just been jamming it every series. To me, this game is kind of on Zayat. Does he get out of control? Can he scale into those late game fights? Can he get the snakes going for the Roshan? This hero, if he falls behind off the lane or he gets a couple deaths in these fights, becomes a big liability. You're talking about the Shaman pressure. Well, sometimes he exerts it on his own team. Just through the sheer number of deaths you end up with. So I'm really looking to him to have a good game, and that's kind of this Dawnbreaker pick. They want to make sure that this Shaman has a good lane, a good early game. That's Resolution's job.
Fight for the bounties, but Secret a bit skittish there. They already had 2 secured, so no reason to dive in too deep. OG does secure the 2-2. Our mid matchup, first we're going to be seeing BZM versus Nisha. I mean, 2 of the best mid laners you can watch right now. Invoker versus Queen of Pain. We're already starting off with a Wex build. Do you think he's actually going to go like a Wexort, so we're actually going to go back for that damage build, or do you think he's going to go for that faster paced Quas Wex?
No, I think you go Quas Wex here. You have a lot of scale between Razor
Goblok BZM, goblok masih kena anjing.
and help the jungle invasion versus Alk.
Secret bisa kalah cepat tuh kalau mainnya agresif. Iya, hero-nya bener, hero-nya kalah cepat sebenarnya. Cuman keluar laning phase gue nggak tahu siapa yang bakal menang.
You're looking at Shaman Tusk supports. You need cores that can go in and set stuff up for them, at least in the mid game.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of great combinations. I mean, Quaswex Invoker is really good at protecting the Phoenix Egg. It's a great setup for Dark Willow. This is one of those older school combinations that just is a 1-2 punch that knocks out anybody.
I'm gonna see how fast of a start Secret get on the lanes here. To me, Razor Dawnbreaker, Secret really wants to crush especially in the first few minutes here. Set up the regen trades favorably, get some momentum going. They also probably tried to get support matchups here as well. Push Puppy to this
hero Senta. Dulu kan sebelumnya ini kan sering dipick. Kalah mulu yang ngepick Senta. Kalah mulu yang ngepick Senta. Jarang menang.
This Phoenix versus that hero, getting the attack speed debuff that they want.
Yeah, I feel like they got kind of the answers, right? Like Mars is probably one of the better melee heroes to deal with Razor. He links you, you spear him back. The Phoenix gets the attack speed slow on both Razor and Tusk. It feels like OG got a pretty decent answer to what should be like usually a very dangerous lane.
Yeah, I think OG's silings are pretty strong here, and that's a good sign for them. It's going to limit some of the early pressure that I feel like Secret wanted to get off the bat.
Sama kayak Zeus ya pertandingan. Iya, sama kayak Zeus.
So deep for Amar. He's pretty much free farming. Gonna have to find something with this level 3 Razor timing, and Puppy is giving almost full XP to him, making sure they can hit that as fast as possible.
Puppy does manage to get off the easy camp pull, so that'll help pull that creep wave back and maybe put the Razor in a better position to pressure Amar's Mars. Top lane seems to be going very well for Resolution. 13-1. Yuragi's right there next to him, but it seems like both cars are kind of free farming. Giants does manage to get a hard camp pull here. OG's going to try and interrupt it. Yuragi loses sight. Unstable concoction. Oh, barely gets it off in time. Just a small glimmer of resolution. They're still going to turn around and do some serious damage to this Alchemist.
There's no mana for Hammer.
Gak ada mana, alhamdulillah.
Oh, pops the mango now, but I think they could have had the kill if he went for it earlier.
100%. Just miscommunication there for Secret on this dual lane top. Missing out on a huge kill. That's exactly what they want to do. Draw the Alk deep into the jungle there to have to contest the pull. That's when the kill.
Oh, ini. Lane ini cowok, lane dajal anjing. Double slow.
The attack speed slow does go to work. Without that, looks like Amar was probably going to fall.
So Secret striking back here in the laning phase, and Nisha's been doing pretty good mid. Even CS versus Queen of Pain, where traditionally she can dominate the early levels. And I say that, BZM, he's just going 0-2-2. Just playing the lane to farm. This is a matchup where Invoker can burn the Quap's mana, make it very annoying for her, and abuse the Quas regen to keep in the lane versus Dagger. So
kembalilah ke jalan yang benar, sembah kerang ajaib, tai.
Yeah, I feel like
masih ada kerang ajaib, coba tanya kerang ajaib tuh. Apakah aku akan menang bet hari ini?
Shadow Strike against Invoker and the Quas Wex. I mean, the regen was just too much. Can they get the
chain
stun off
here?
Yuragi? He's not going to be able to get up.
Nice! First blood! Nice! Let's go! Gila kelas Yuragi anjing, hoki banget kontal anjing. Gila. Gue udah ngeliat itu ya pop-popan apa skill 2-nya anjing. Pas banget cok, sekarat gak ada yang bisa mukul. Meledak abis itu bangsat.
Huge amount of gold injection for this Dark Willow, not to mention some extra levels.
Cakep cok.
Not what Secret wanted out of this duel lane. Again, last pick Dawnbreaker. This was designed to destroy this lane, give Shaman a good start.
Ini ada kerang anjing. Nighbotnya udah ada belum Nighbot?
Not exactly what they wanted.
And he played it so well, but they get punished for it, you know?
Sometimes the universe does not reward you.
Yeah, it conspires against you sometimes.
That's just good karma for later.
Aduh.
Could be.
Nice
unstable concoction timing there. Reading resolution.
Ya, tidak katanya. Ya udah kalah. Shit.
So now throwing out the
Itu amat kerang anjing.
Mana expended for very little damage done.
And part of that kill attempt was, like you said, they went the early Hex on Shaman too, so he doesn't have Ether Shock. One of the higher damage early use, especially if you played this lane as a kill lane, which is I think what they were had in mind going into it. So it's going to set him back a little bit here. Now all of a sudden, OG just pouring on the harass, being the aggressors in this lane.
Tak ada Rungkad, iya cok. Lah, tapi katanya OG bakal 10 kill duluan. Mana sih?
Cold snap into the EMP, nice burnout. Nisha putting himself in a really nice position to win this lane now.
Yeah, he is the highest net worth on the map. For Quaswalk Invoker this early is incredibly nice. Now he's just looking for the earn charges. Potential to TP into these other lanes and turn kills around. The upside of this matchup is you keep Quap's mana low. BZM's going to have to blink to base here. His reactionary ability is going to be out of the question for a while, which also helps Secret potentially play more aggressive on these side lanes. They're not worried about this Quap coming in and turning something around.
Got the hex.
Exactly like
Chain
this.
stun into the Starbreaker. He does get out the Shadow Realm, so they're going to miss a little bit damage here, but he's very low when he comes back out. Not low enough, though. Science unable to go for the kill. BZM
butuh level 6 anjing kalau mau rotate ke atas.
Back to the mid lane, I guess, without level 6. Be a little silly to try and go for a side lane gank.
There's just no pressure either. These Secret cores are super tanky and super high HP. Not a lot of chip coming out. In fact, it's the other way. Already we see Zayat's scouting the jungle, looking for the bounty. No aggressive vision out yet, but you have to believe that Secret's thinking about where this Alka's going to go after the lane, because he cannot stay up here for too much longer.
Yeah.
Lagi sakit. Lu lagi sakit, Jeko. GWS.
Incredibly strong with the 5 to 7 time.
Kalau lu ngomong, enggak sih, lu lagi sakit sih harusnya sih. Lu ngomong sekarang selamat malam. Jam 11 sih, lu emang lagi sakit sih emang.
So they're definitely going to need to have some sort of jungle areas available for him. Chrysalis, Spear.
Gituin doang anjing, nyicil doang Amar bangsat.
But he doesn't have any regen coming in. He just now buys it, so this is going to be a little bit of time where Amar is going to free farm.
All right, here's the first.
Gak bosan Bang Pendota, enggak Maya. Karena aku kalau ini bukan nonton doang, sambil judi makanya nggak bosan. Kalau nonton doang, bosan biasanya.
Reads the move, doesn't want to risk it. Nisha pushing in mid, trying to bring this Quap back. It looks like Yuragi is he's gonna think about some jungling now.
Runs his way back, picks up that healing salve, and heads back to the lane. They have that really nice defensive ward that spotted some of those rotations, so feel content now that BZM showing himself mid.
Yeah, Secret was well aware of what this Quap potentially wanted to do.
Nice hit, full snap into the tornado, off the EMP burn. Again, as you said, snowball, they're going to be able to stay on top of Amar. Now there is still the fire spirits and they lose sight of Amar.
Gila, lu lihat item build Amar nggak?
Is Phoenix making
Bracernya 3, cok. Goblok Amar anjing.
The buffs may be playing a factor. It seems like the fire spirits are just always up, always ready to go.
Apakah Jepol berangkat ke konser BP bisa jadi? Oh, aman.
In the background.
Oh, Yuragi. One-on-one against Resolution, but the Dawnbreaker being the level 6, he just now got the Chemical Rage, and that may actually bail him out here. Resolution's going to keep chasing, but it looks like Yuragi is long gone. Zayats, meanwhile, trying to juke it out. BZM's going to catch him eventually here. He did what he could. He blocked some camps. He drew some attention, but ultimately he will die.
Dikasih kill. Nice.
Second kill.
I can't help but feel like Secret's missing a little of these open.
Kamu tidak lost dan bisa jadi pergi konser BP. Amin.
Early death, which was again a deny. Amazing for him. He is super farmed without even having to go to the jungle.
And look at Chrysalis's farm. I mean, he is bottom, way bottom of all the cores.
I mean, he had to walk to base.
Segala sama sekarang ada regennya. Iya, damage cycle jadi masuk ke nyawa lu. Makanya tadi kan nge-heal dikit.
For OG. And once again, Nisha hasn't been able to find momentum. Ideally, with this Quasflex Invoker, you want to fight around him, draw OG
into
the tornado early where those spells destroy supports. Instead, it's kind of been all focused on the side lanes. And now, Secret smoking Invoker, trying to get these earn charges online.
This is a must-win scenario for Team Secret. They need to be able to get one of these earn charges. They didn't really want Taiga, but they may have to just accept this kill.
Defensive ob.
See if he can hit the right kind of tornado. No, they're going to give up on the kill.
Nice.
And they might even get this D-ward later that Zayat's just placed. The vision for OG. Immaculate in this early game.
Froggy stuns himself. He actually drops the Seeds of Serenity to heal him up a little bit more. They do manage to catch Taiga in the back. Tornado EMP burns him out.
Nice.
They are able to go for a tower dive here. We can see OG. They actually don't have too many TPs available, but it doesn't seem to matter.
Kalau tuh di diving Marsa TP itu, Cok.
Eat Tusk in these moves instead of the Shaman. Like traditionally the Shaman can play greedier and take mid. Instead Puppey is.
They're gonna go for now. Dawnbreaker, the shackle combination. This is gonna be a lot of damage, but Hiragi
tolol.
goes down. Finally, they get the earn charges. It took a while, but Secret managed to get the game.
Nisha coming online here. He went Treads looking to Witchblade, so he will build into the right-click damage. Help him scale a lot in this game.
Do you like that over rushing the Spirit Vessel? Because, I mean, it is so effective against an Alchemist like Phoenix lineup.
I think the damage is still comparable. Maybe he feels like they have enough
Wah, Amar gak ngambil arena anjing, Marsa gak berani rotate tadi anjing ya.
If you don't hit it at the right timing, you don't have the charges on top, and then you don't get the fights. It's a lot of stuff that has to go your way, so on paper it sounds great. In actuality, with this start that Hiragi has, you're probably not going to get it at some crazy good timing. Like, let's say this Alk got destroyed in lane, he's forced to jungle early, he's in the lowest net worth position, then suddenly I think this Vessel becomes more interesting. But I can't blame Nisha for just playing for the bigger scale, the bigger right click, because, again, you're playing versus OG. It's going to be a long game likely, they have massive team fight, they have 3 cores that can all scale with physical damage. Amar with his triple bracer build likely will pick up Ag Satanic at some point.
Yeah, you gotta keep in mind that this is not your normal Mars. This is an Amar Mars. This is a guy who's gonna play to carry. Where everybody else goes
nice!
Refreshers, Amar turns back. Nice snowball pick up, a beauty.
Fear, nice!
Enough to save Chrysalis. They still have the terrorize into the brambles though. A nasty, sticky situation.
Nice! Dua, nice! Cakep, Cok! Kenapa Amar ngepin Satanic ya buat TP? Terserah Amar bebas. Kadang ngepinnya rapier anjing itu di situ. Bayangin nggak ngerti juga gua.
Pushing them through the brambles. The exact type of connection OG wants with this early arena.
Itu dong, main sama Mars anjing. Bagus buat baitnya anjing kayak wah ngetot.
Alk is happy to pretty much farm anywhere as long as he's not getting thought ulted.
Look at the range of that. It's actually because he hit the wall and bounced forward that Puppey was able to pick him up in the snowball. It's a nice move, but ultimately doesn't.
Ultinya BZM nih seharusnya dia double kill di situ. Awak ngekill kena 2 maksudnya.
That a good save doesn't make the difference.
And this OG firepower is going to be a problem until Secret has BKBs. Like, these supports are insanely high damage, especially with Arena to lock heroes in place. You have Co-op ult coming in on top. Secret's best timing in this game is going to be the BKBs on their cores, at least tanking up a little bit. That's what
They have the Dawnbreaker ults coming out as well. They're going to drop the egg here on the side. Now, it is going to live. We'll see if he's able to scooch on out of here, though, Chu. See if he dives in the right direction. The rest of Secret are trying to corral him in. Puppey is farther up. If he goes up the river, he may still be caught. He's going to go for it up the river, but there's resolution with the hammer ready to go. They do catch Chu. So a second kill off of that rotation from Team Secret.
And just nowhere to dive. Decent kills for Secret. I think anytime they can get this Tusk in these types of skirmishes or ganks early, it's going to be good for them because the lockdown is pretty nice for Zoji's heroes outside of this Quap Link. Can set a lot up for this Invoker. It's just pummeling mid here.
Yeah. Apparently, you know, they're in the position. Bottom lane, might as well sweep into mid, put some pressure there. They know the Alchemist is farming, so they got to get something in return for it. Another Tornado EMP that is really on point. BZM burned down a fair amount of his mana.
You know, the other benefit of this Invoker build is he goes Treads, he goes his Blitz Knuckles into the Witchblade. Gives him a lot of extra attack speed that might just randomly kill this egg at some point when you don't expect it.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Because they don't have the best egg hitter, right? Who's it going to be this game?
Yeah, it's not great.
Razor late game when he gets some attack speed through Hyperstone builds, sure, but in these early skirmishes, it kind of comes down to Nisha pummeling in the extra right click, so that's the other benefit of this build here.
Kescan, nice, balik.
Now, Witchblade up, earn charges online. He is the strongest hero on the map.
Look at this, OG. They've already scanned this move out. So they try and go into the jungle. Once again, maybe they collect some of these camps that Yoragi was trying to farm, but the Alchemist himself will continue to live, and he's going to have a very fast Radiance. Taiga spotted, Shard. Get the vision. Taiga has the Shadow Realm. He'll just try and delay his own death as long as possible. Thinking about the Terrorize, but honestly, is it worth it?
Nah.
He's surrounded. There's no way out, so keep that cooldown for now.
Oh, BZM jangan mati please, Allahu Akbar.
Chrysalis can't quite get the kill though. Arena Spear does land, but Dawnbreaker Ultimate's going to be able to counter that, stunning the aggression. He's going to be able to get out a really good egg onto Chu. He'll die, but at least maybe he can save Amar. No, he's caught inside the shackle. Sias came in from behind. They're going to collect both of those kills. A 3-man pickup.
Sepertinya kerang ajaib betul guys.
Beautiful use of Solar Guardian. I was about to say Secret can abuse the map pressure with this global core that can come in, give him the extra damage and sway these skirmishes. This is a downside for OG. They really want to get the 5-on-5s, especially with Alex Radiance, BKB type timings. You get caught out in the numbers, suddenly Secret can bring in this Dawnbreaker and destroy you in these 3-on-4, 3-on-5 scenarios. Abusing the tank ability of this Razor too. I mean, man, he almost solo killed Quap and then still just tanked them all these spells. Not even close to dying with the extra heal.
Yeah, Strength Treads, Ogre
Iya,
Club.
iya ada game 2
It was a
dah.
nice egg, but again, it's kind of like that situation earlier for
Oh enggak
Secret.
dong.
Too
Tuh.
many heroes.
Yeah, and speaking of heroes, Zayats.
Oh, good
dropping
kill.
the
They can
snakes.
get it. Looks like the Phoenix is going to be changed on down. The Tornado, a little awkward there, and unable to land the Starbreaker, but the EMP burns out Taiga before the Terrorize can go through.
Another numbers engagement for Secret here. Accelerating the map pressure, still defending their towers.
Ah, tai.
This is where you have to be careful not to lose too many fights, because the next Shaman wards could mean Roshan here off the back of 1 or 2 kills.
Nice read there from Puppy. Catching the ward on the high ground. Rezo needs a way back down.
At this point, Secret wants to convert on this top tier 1. It'll open up the entire OG jungle permanently with the vision they can control. If they can defend bottom, I think they would have been very happy to do so, but with Donald on cooldown, Amar will probably just gobble this extra net worth up.
Yeah. No surprise, he is going to be rushing the early beat.
Kalah cok, udah 8-4 anjing.
Alright, this is a huge smoke from OG. This is Alp trying to get involved here.
Yeah, they're going to run straight into Zayats. A quick, fast kill for him. So he just picks up that kill, goes right back to farming. Team Secret, I think they still want to be involved. They still want to get some fights going.
Ideally, if you can fight on this Alk right now, Secret's very happy to do so. He will die incredibly fast. He went this blink.
Udah 2 kali cok, Kerang udah berbicara 2 kali dan sama jawabannya anjing, nggak bakal menang bet tai emang.
Burst oriented build helps the, I mean, even benefits from the Nisha attack speed build that he's gone.
Dive
nice
over through the side. Tornado and Shards are both going to miss. Bit off the mark. The blink forward does hit the unstable concoction onto Chrysalis. Yuragi and BZM just poking at Team Secret. Not sure if they could fully commit or not. They do have a big team fight spell. The Terrorize and Egg are both ready to go. So it all just comes down to kind of like the initiation, whether or not these big spells succeed.
I think Secret wants to close in on these BKBs, and that's when they can force the Roshan. I'm curious if they feel like they can force it before that for so much magic AoE from OG. It's a risky play.
Yeah,
Zayats is like sitting in the pit thinking that he wants to do it. I mean, they have Tusk and Rasta. Yeah, he's going to start it up.
Doing it all by himself.
The upside to all of these Secret moves is, again, they can have Resolution just farming the lane here, keeping up the pace. They're not losing too much on the map, and he can always join the fight. That said, the snakes are dead.
Yeah. That move used to be more effective. Doesn't work the same way anymore.
Yeah.
Now Roshan wants
Wow.
the wards.
What a Roshan attempt.
Roche there. I don't think OG was even close to contesting.
No, it seemed like they were going to give it up even if they knew.
All right, weird play from Secret. Snakes on cooldown. Think about it again in 90 seconds, I guess.
I guess so. Give him some time to maybe farm up that Blink Dagger, though not if he gets conned by BZM. They are right next to each other in this jungle area.
He has the Hex
He's
and a
going
Shackle
to
with
actually
Donald.
get the initiation first. He doesn't have the Serpent Warrants. The Dawnbreaker
Nice.
is going to come in, but
Balik.
from Yuragi.
Inisiasi lagi cok, dapat 1.
They do throw out the arena. That's going to catch Puppy inside. They're going to pull Puppy into an awkward place here. May still be saved though. Yuragi, he can blink forward. BZM can do the same. And OG, they've got enough heroes to ensure a kill on the captain of Team Secret. Meanwhile, Team Secret just kind of chill. They're farming 3 different lanes right now, so.
Race to the BKBs here.
Yeah.
And OG kind of know it. They know they're incredibly strong in the 5-on-5 before Secret has these items. Even without their out BKB, it just doesn't matter. Amar has his 2,000 HP, triple bracer. Forcing the issue here.
Low-level hammer will not stall out OG at all. You're just going to focus down this mid-tower. Secret now here, going to show up, start putting some damage onto Yuragi.
Lord, nice.
There's the egg out. Chrysalis doesn't want to be able to commit to this. He stole a lot of damage from that Alchemist, but fighting into the egg is just far too dangerous.
Lu nanya yang bener-bener aja anjing.
Another kind of awkward engagement.
Apaan cok, mencium ketek rose, how?
And just go back to farming. Greevil's greed's your friend.
Yeah, maybe it could have been a lot different. Maybe the Serpent Wards was up, or maybe they get there before the tower goes down. But it seems like Team Secret just slightly off in this timing and execution.
I mean, I also think their best spell to connect on these engagements is the Ice Shards. Like, this is the one spell that can lock someone in.
Yeah.
Force them into an awkward position where Razor and Invoker just pummel out the damage. That said, it's not that easy as a 5 Tusk to just run in and get the perfect shard. And that's why Puppey is just rushing Blink. So the double Blinks for these Secret supports, it's going to be a very important.
Udah gereja,
have to hit a big fight into the Roshan off.
Ini lagi gereja nih. Semoga aja bagus gereja hari ini.
It's a scary game to be blinking into Phoenix and Willow.
Yeah.
Co-op bars, like there's so much counter initiation from OG.
Iya anjing, bak puji-pujian nggak efek anjing, kurang bener anjing, sesat cok, sesat.
Just want to run in. When we saw Crystallis do it, what does it do? Almost nothing, right? So
it's just immediately an egg in the back line. If there needed to be, they could have thrown out the arena, which would have blocked some shots from the Razor. I mean, it's always tough playing these ranged cores against
Buff Marawis apaan? Han.
I think OG has a window here, and they're going to smoke up. Still knowing that Secret is away from the 2 BKBs on Invoker and Dawnbreaker. They have a very nice opportunity to just take the fight with the Dark Willow Phoenix spells that will destroy any 5-on-5 engagement.
Well, looks like they could be getting a kill on Puppey. It's not really what they want out of this situation, the 5 position.
Oh, he's trying to break it here. In fact, Secret smoking
back
themselves. Blink on Shaman. And he maxed X, so his jump is very powerful.
They were really hoping some big core would show in the mid lane that they could kill, but no luck there.
They ping this Quap top. Smoke is running out. I don't know if they're going to get here in time.
Yeah, it seems a bit of a stretch, especially since OG is actually kind of connecting to this Queen of Pain. They're going to pop out Blink Dagger into the Dawnbreaker ultimate. They do have Taiga somewhere nearby, but he can't get there in time. In fact, he was stalled out by Puppey.
A nice find. Can they convert anything off the back of it? That's going to be the big question. Does Secret feel strong enough to go into this Roche pit? I think you do. You have BKB on Invoker. You have this Dawnbreaker shard, which acts as his own BKB. Shaman
Atau yang backstep kalau dipakai Ricky plus Orb Corrosion nge-stack gak? Nge-stack kayaknya. Gak tau, gak pernah coba.
Surely it's enough. 20 seconds until the Queen of Pain is back up. They're going to go for it.
OG might contest this. Their heroes are incredibly strong around the pit.
They've got the Terrorize, they've got the Egg, they've got big team fight combo here. The Bramble's going to go out, catching 2 already. The Shards looking to block in some heroes. Crystal's going to back away. Rocky jumps forward though, goes for Resolution. Does have the BKB, he puts it out on the Egg. High ground Egg as well. Secret not able to deal with it at all. They're stuck inside the arena as well.
Fir! Cakep Firnya, cok!
Terrorize combo up, but a snowball save. He picks up
Please! Please! Secret! OG, please!
Out of this one. Resolution's gonna be chased down. Nisha's caught by Uragi as well. Inside of the Brambles, one by one, they will get chased down.
9-11, cok! Gila lu, coy!
That was a sonic wave of the
Cakep banget anjing, gila tim fight-nya, cok! 4-man Fear. 5-man Queen of Pain. Gila, Sonic Wave-nya ngeri, cok!
Between 2 objectives here, Roshan and the team fight. OG stall it out long enough for their Queen of Pain to come back for that dire outpost.
Uragi nge-save BKB lama banget anjing.
The tanky heroes to just stall out these Radiant BKBs. And
lu lihat di Fear ya, brar! Di-save kan sama ini ya, di-save sama Tuskar. Roll, Queen of Pain roll, gila Sonic Wave-nya cakep banget anjing.
But it just doesn't matter. OG set that up far too well.
I mean, he's just saving them for the highlight.
Wah, gila anjing.
Wave. You don't get a clump than that.
Cakep, cok.
Done by OG, as you said, using the tankiness of their heroes to stall out the fight long enough for BZM to get there in the first place.
Gila anjing. Sonic Wave-nya gila anjing, gila, cok. Real coy. Real coy. Gila.
Secret, like if they all go in the pit, they all start hitting it. Sure, it's super risky, but if
9-6 cok, comeback. 9-11.
One way or the other, and they'll pay a heavy price here. That's Aegis on Amar. And Ags up as well. Secret on the run for sure now.
Still, nice reactions from
Nice, good kill.
Strapped himself to the shard. Not that he would have lived anyway. It was a very fast snowball timing by him. He gets some more dust out of him. Actually got 2 dust out of him with that Glimmer Cape pickup. So no Blink Dagger for him. Why do you think he opted away from that initiation?
I think he just doesn't want to jump into what OG has.
Gue bingung ya, Amar nih kenapa suka beli Mars Aghanim anjing.
This Mars and then you're automatically dead almost.
This is really cool. They've got the Aghanim Scepter on Mars, and they gave him the Aegis as well. Up against two ranged cores.
Gave him. I think he took it, but
Mar basically saying that he's gonna have bulwark on.
Suka-suka lah ya juga sih, tapi ya aneh aja gitu. Amar mah bebas gitu, ya udah. Oke lah.
So better for him to have the extra life.
Hell, he's got the Brigand's Blade too.
Terrorize catching a Dawnbreaker,
Gila.
sleeping. Yuragi's gonna be able to chain the stun, and BKB.
Resu pakai BKB, Cok. Nice. Amar ada Aegis di Amar, Cok. Arena. Nice.
But with heroes, they still don't have enough. The A goes down, they have to retreat, they're going to try and re-engage now. They have to win this fight, but up against this tanky Amar, it's so hard to be able to do it. The bulwark is going to work on Nisha. Sentry drop, Taiga just going to do it.
Nice!
Physical damage, BZM flexing in the end. And look at Crystallis. You can't run away from Amar. He's going to get you with the bulwark. Yuragi shows up towards the tail end. Another 5-man wipe. OG completely
OG! Tai!
This is looking like a game one done and dusted, Avery.
There's just not enough damage in the tank. Amar is way too strong. Not to mention Yuragi is a full AC at this point.
Coba, Amar itu satu-satunya Mars player yang main Aghanim anjing.
But when he dies first, that fight becomes absolutely impossible. This has got to be almost the game here if Secret lose one more fight. I don't
dibantai Bun Kicep lawan tim lain gila. Bukan dibantai Boom, itu nge-throw itu, Bos. Itu nge-throw lawan Boom asli dah. Nyoba hero itu kemarin. Soalnya dia udah pasti juara satu grup, nggak bakal kemana-mana. Makanya di-throw, kayak dikasih aja.
Blink, he's just going straight satanic.
Itu nggak bad win, ngapain bad win anjing? Oddsnya lebih bagus. Game winnernya 0,91 OG, Cok.
Throw damage around. Dented Sunstrike. They
Penkillnya 1,1 anjing, mending penkill anjing.
Not gonna happen. He's gonna get a big
real coy.
Minute and a half left. They can still force some more fights. They could go straight down mid if they want.
I would take any fight Seeker gives you at this point. You still have Aegis, like you said, and
Arlington juga win, Boom.
Egg coming up in 20. No
Group stage
reason
kan?
not to take a fight, even potentially without ults. OG very strong. As long as their Alk doesn't somehow just get full Hex bursted. I mean, even if that happens, I don't know, this Mars just does so much damage.
Yeah. Look at him, just casually taking down a tier 2. What are you going to do about it, Secret? Bramble into Terrorize, forces out the BKB. He doesn't have the TP, you're right. Uh-oh. Crystallis, as long as they keep the vision on him, he is in big, big trouble. They're just going to kite him out, slow him down with Shadow Strikes, Brambles, bit by bit. Crystallis gets picked apart. Back over to mid lane. Oh, that spear so close to landing, but the unstable concoction is there. Nisha popping his BKB, resolution coming
Gila, dikejar ginian anjing.
But they don't have the damage. Nobody is doing a damn bit of damage to OG at all. Snowball going out, resolution slowed down by the bulwark. He jumps over the wall thanks to the hammer, but Puppy's gonna be left behind, and OG just keep pushing forward.
Moonwalk anjing.
Just regen if they want.
Bangsat ya. Amar cuma tinggal
Wait for anything. Spartan soldiers.
maju mundur anjing gak jelas banget bangsat.
Here we go, full health.
Tai. Iya, Cok. Kayak bercanda, Cok, bangsat.
3 or 4 man meteor combo.
Yeah, like they don't even have like these big AoE team fight spells that could potentially turn a game. It's just
tadi ngaruh itu dihitung serangan biasa, diserang kayak Deso juga ngaruh sebenarnya.
I mean, the problem is again their jump is on the supports. Just so hard to jump into this lineup.
Yeah.
Like dia kan pakai damage lo.
It's going to get a full shackle on a core without.
Iya, makanya dia kan pakai damage lo.
Pretty much means you have to find a numbers advantage. You have to find.
Jalannya kenapa harus gitu, Cok?
Out of position. Not a lot of map to do it with.
Dulu lebih OP pertama kali keluar Aghanim ini. Lu kalau nge-spam nge-spam skill 3-nya, dia kan kalau dulu setiap kali lu ngeluarin skill 3, dia langsung nyerang dulu. Jadi kalau lu spam langsung langsung gitu, Cok.
Does give some flying vision for these cliffs. Pretty nice use of the item. Cement the map control.
Team Secret, you kind of have to just go for a split pushing stuff at this point. And maybe try and contest Roshan. I don't know. We'll see. Next timing for them, probably Refresher on the Razor, which, I mean, Crystallis is getting close to. Still not convinced that's going to be able to make the Alchemist or the Mars squishy enough to kill. Good pick off here, Puppy.
Kurang damage-nya.
Not sure I'm convinced either. But is pretty much going to be their last
hurrah.
Yeah, their last ride. Trying to win it off the back of the double BKB, double Eye of the Storm.
FBC marah-marah kalau lihat Mars gak punya dagger. Ya elah.
Alone with the Razor pumping in the damage, they will die. It's just OG are aware of this, and there's no reason to split up.
Yeah, they're going to jump on Yuragi now. They have the Dawnbreaker coming in as well. They can do a lot of damage very quickly. OG did not stay grouped up enough. They lose.
Balikin dong, bisa dong, kuat dong, ada Amar. Carry sesungguhnya.
Okay, yeah, immediately TP's out, but the damage is too much. The Sonic Wave bursts through him. Nisha did not respect that.
Kelas, Cok. Yang bersinar kalau nggak Mars Amar pasti ES2 fast, udah perasaan.
Like all these fights, it's deceptive how many.
Kayaknya yang main di OG itu doang dah, yang lainnya nggak main sebenarnya. Dota makin lama pun tiap tower hancur dapat glyph. Iya. Nggak tiap tower, Bos. Tiap tier tower pertama. Jadi kayak tier 1 pertama dapat glyph, tier 2 pertama dapat glyph, tier 3 pertama dapat glyph gitu. Nggak juga sih, menurut gue malah lebih cepet sih.
Then you're still stuck in this team fight scenario, which is just still impossible at this point.
Yeah, it really is. Nisha realizing too late they could not.
Kalau menurut gue sih lebih cepet ya, soalnya kalau lu dulu kan dapat 3 glyph tuh di tier 1 semua. Jadi kalau misalnya lu late game cuman satu lane hancur nih. Terus nge-push tier 2 dia. Lu bisa glyph, abis itu dia nge-push tier 1 lagi dapat lagi glyph lu. Hancurin tier 2 lagi. Dapat apa? Hancurin tier 1 lagi dapat glyph lagi. Kalau kayak gitu tuh yang bikin lama itu sebenarnya kayaknya.
All these OG heroes just they live too long. Secret just runs out of damage, runs out of time. So they need something that's really going to amp up that single target. At the same time, OG.
Sebenarnya kenapa nih? Penjelasan logisnya kenapa Amar nggak bikin dagger ya? Temennya udah bisa inisiasi semua anjing. Si OP inisiasi. Taiga bisa inisiasi, Alce-nya bisa inisiasi. Jadi dia nggak perlu initiate, makanya dia nggak mau dagger.
Taiga poking them, trying to start the engagement.
He's going to be caught in the brambles immediately. Crystals are going to come in from behind. They've already taken down Taiga.
Kan baru gue ngomong Taiga bisa inisiasi. Taiga inisiasi.
Drain away the damage from Amar, but look at Amar. He's just challenging the Razor. He doesn't care. With the Supernova there as well, they can protect the egg. All of Secret are going to have to retreat from this one. The Invis room pickup, no, denied. The Arena's going to catch him. The Spear will ensure his death. Crystallis, the carry of Secret.
Jadi ada bau-bau main Mars.
Nothing's left in the tank now for Secret. OG. They could just go down the lanes, maybe force another lane of barracks.
How the hell do you kill this Mars?
I don't know.
Ya kan buat apa papinya aja jangan nyawa mulu. Astagfirullah. Kamu tidak percaya dengan papi, Caki ya. Kayak gitu loh, tuh 100 IQ ya papi tuh. Biar yang ngebet menang.
Let him get to this point. BCM actually blinking forward, so Puppy thinks it's an opportunity. A snowball punch, a decent chain's done. They hit the Starbreaker as well, but he's too tanky. Now they're going to get caught. Now Resolution, he's going to be the one to pay the price. Turn around, Science actually dropping the ward. The Dawnbreaker buyback, this is the last draw. It's all in from here. Starbreaker trying to go through Yuragi. Right on top of it, does not protect Yuragi, but it does do the damage. Resolution is
kasih tahu Mar, siapa carry sebenarnya Mar.
Is trying to get away. Amar turns around 180 to kill Puppy. The Phoenix almost going down, but a pin catches Science. Not able to finish off that Phoenix. A Sunstrike, it does land. A triple for Nisha. Team Secret getting a little scrappy with it, throwing all these buybacks to just ensure a 3-for-3 trade-off in the end.
Triple buyback, at least you get the team fight win. You get some morale, you get a tip out of Chu.
Tapi menurut gue iya dah, menurut gue kenapa Amar beli Aghanim, soalnya biar kayak nge-taunt gitu anjing. Dia bisa taunting sambil mukul orang.
There's absolutely no answer for the Spartan soldiers in this game. Nisha doing his best.
Oh, they're gonna walk right into him. Snowball
delayed a little bit.
They gotta stay away from the Mars. Again, even if you drain his damage, Crystallis, he's gotta keep his distance. They're gonna hit the arena. They're gonna be able to get the Bedlam on top with the BKB being gone. Crystallis is so susceptible to this magic damage. The Meteor on top.
Anjing dia ngapain, Cok?
Gonna be able to run him down. Amar's left alone here. But can they actually kill him?
It's a god. Are you that strong?
Look at him just
No.
walking away from 3
Jelek
heroes of
banget,
Team
Nighbot!
Secret. They cannot deal with the god.
The god of war, too powerful. Who is
Jelek
the god
banget,
in this
anjing.
game? Yeah, there isn't
Jelek
one.
banget, Cok. Dikasih botol. Oh, deh.
Not for this game anyway. Not a death zone with Daedalus is what he's decided on.
I mean, they gave him the double damage. I think even OG, they're afraid of Amar themselves.
Do not take anything from Amar at this point. Nice pick off here if they can get
Alright,
it. Nisha does
meteor
do the
damage.
damage. Sunstrike going out.
Oh!
Mitsu as well. Picking off these supports in their darkest hour.
What the
Nisha,
hell, man?
they are giving them just a little bit of light to work with. The Roshan's dying fast though, and Team Secret aren't going to be able to get there in time. The spoils of war go to the Mars.
The long-range maestro right there, man. Just
Yeah.
picking them off from afar. Putting both supports in the grave. At least Secret's getting something off this, and now they have a...
Yah, mati lagi Alce-nya.
They've done this before.
Cataclysm,
They
Cok.
burst them certainly, and they do get him. The Sonic Wave goes out, but it doesn't do enough. Puppy's pushed over to the side. They start threatening him. Walrus punch up in the air. They have any stuns? They don't. Nisha still on cooldown. Throws out the tornado, but it doesn't land.
Offline-offlinean anjing.
Secret,
Amar
I mean,
kagak
they know
offline
they've
sebenarnya,
got
Cok.
OG
Sebenarnya carry-nya Amar ini, Yuragi tuh offline.
OG get back to their 5-man. It could just be the end of the game. They kind of have to keep hitting them.
I mean, this is beautiful gameplay from an almost impossible position. They are finding the openings, finding the numbers advantage. Nisha just dancing around them. This meteor, you have to think about the damage that this spell puts out now. It'll actually absolutely dice you up.
Yeah.
The big hero for OG, again, the raid boss in Amar. Yeah, he's perma-slotted now. He's got Titan Sliver. He's got Daedalus. At the same time, Secret's been kiting him around the map. The downside of this Mars is he's pretty slow and he's pretty clunky. No blink, no mobility.
Yeah.
I mean, he has to walk in and hit people. Put on your best tap dance shoes.
Yeah, just
Run
try
around.
and dodge away from him as much as you can. It's the only way to win these fights, because that was just 1,000 damage crit, doubled up.
Lo mau tahu kalau offline nggak ada build
If you're near
build
the hero,
talent
you're
kayak gini
going
nggak
to
ada.
disappear.
Offline nggak ada build talent kayak
Stay
gini,
away.
Cok.
Push forward. Mar says he'll do it all by himself. Taking down heroes, taking down towers. He's got the Aegis. He can force Team Secret to him by just threatening the objectives.
Amar wants them to come to him.
GG dah ini, Cok.
Secret, I mean, they gotta scramble back here. Amar's gonna take the tower pretty quickly if they're not careful.
Nisha does have an ag, so the Cataclysm Burst could be enough. They also have this Bloodthorn on Resolution. The single target burst is getting there for Secret. Still, I don't know if it's enough.
Waktu
to bring
tornado
down
masih nyerang loh dia loh.
This absolute monster.
They're poking at him bit by bit, but the Satanic Heal, not even activated, just killing the creeps, gets him back up to near full.
Berserk Potion on top, why not?
All right, they come in from the side, Chrysalis. They find the opening.
Cataclysm mati tuh satu.
So much damage
Oh,
out of
shit.
Cataclysm, but Amar is dealing it right back in. Caught inside the brambles, Chrysalis, second BKB, keeping his
Terrorized
distance.
Nisha.
He's almost done, but Amar can't quite finish him off. Chrysalis has to retreat. Nisha's not going to be allowed to. The brambles
berdua,
hold him
guys.
in place. Nisha, with him gone, he does have a buyback. He's going to have to use it here. Otherwise, Amar will force the Megas. They're going to get the Bloodthorn out onto him. He's faced the wrong direction. Chrysalis coming in from behind. They can finally do the damage. Like number one. Can they
Ada BKB
get
nggak
it
sih?
out
Oh, udah
to
nggak ada.
Satanic back up in 5 seconds. Amar is going to have to play for that one here. They're
Amar
going to
versus the
commit for this
world.
kill. It's just a 1 versus 3 basically. 2 supports.
Kalah sih, Cok. Kalah sih, Cok. Kombonya Invoker sakit banget, anjing.
A TP away.
Goblok.
No, he moves it forward. Resolution trying to challenge him. They're keeping their distance. Amar will finally fall.
The god slain here outside Secret's base. Off the 5x, Nisha completing the wipe here, 25 for this Invoker. All of a sudden, what looked like it might have been the final push gets turned around with that Meteor Sunstrike damage, shredding double cores right off the bat. Alk and Quap got nothing off in that engagement pretty much. 300 or less damage from both of them. Look at the output from this Invoker, my god.
Everybody.
Ayo Ligar, panik Ligar, Ligar, panik Ligar.
Just gonna take this game one at some point, but Secret, they didn't go into that trap. The god is nothing to the non-believers. Team Secret will continue this push forward and see if they can keep OG stumbling.
Ular loh, Gar.
Radial
Ular loh, Gar. Ini bisa
definitely
tier 4 nih
now.
kalau dia mau.
Zayas has this BKB. Suddenly the initiation that Secret can just jump and commit to is becoming a lot more formidable. Yuragi pumping a stun.
Okay, but Zayas immediately pounces. They have all these buybacks, but they're going to be able to focus down Yuragi, and he does not have a buyback.
Cataclysm, Gar, bukan masalah Amar kill harus 5 orang. Cataclysm
can potentially keep this going during the 70 seconds. The Alchemist is dead. Unfortunately, they're going to have to do it without Zayas.
I mean, they get everything they want there. Tier 3, almost a rack, but more importantly, double buyback from OG, Phoenix, and this Mars buyback, the most important. You can be a god, but if you're in the grave, there's nothing to do about it. Suddenly, win condition opened up for Secret.
Orang no ion, man.
One more time. You're looking at a very different OG squad. This Alk just feels absolutely squishy. When he gets hexed and shackled, Nisha destroys him.
Secret
kameranya gelap. Udah bos, gue tadi udah ngeliat dan gue tidak mau berbicara apa-apa. Ada ini cok, Daus Mini featuring Stephen Hawking.
Use his influence in the fights. He doesn't have the ability to just stick on cores, make them fight him. Now all of a sudden, Secret tank ability going up. Blink Glimmer on Puppy, the BKB on Zayats, AC on this Razor.
Lu lihat nih itemnya.
Along with this Trickster Cloak, he's a lot tankier than before, and of course Nisha building into his final.
Tahu kan lu kenapa gue gak suka item ini?
Gets another 15% spell damage on a meteor. That is one-shotting heroes.
We were talking about Secret needs a God Slayer. It might just be this Invoker.
Dikira manusia sirkus yang megang kamera ternyata Muslim.
And they do it. Secret trying to find an opening here. OG smoked up. Playing as 5 on a high ground. They're going to run into Puppy here. Puppy, Glimmer Cape. No way out, though. Jam does spot him. Science goes forward, but look at the damage he's taking. Overwhelmed by the Mars. They do have the Cataclysm going out, but they didn't burst any heroes down. OG, they survived through the initiation this time. And Secret, now they're the ones stumbling backwards. Crystallis, he uses his second BKB. He's trying to do the damage. The Tornado might just be able to buy him a little bit. He's getting behind the Mars, but it doesn't matter.
Mati udah, bubar.
But it's only going to be him, the only core alive. As the Dawnbreaker and Razor are dead. No buybacks. OG
yang inisiasi dulu menang betul.
Zayats found the Hex on the Alk and decided to shackle another hero, and all of a sudden the counter initiation from OG around the egg. Too much for Secret to handle. Perhaps a botched initiation indeed, and all of a sudden they're forced into a situation where no buyback on Razor, no buyback on Dawnbreaker, 60 seconds for Amar to put the soldiers to work here.
Team Secret, if they want to do this, it's going to have to be a perfect combination, but it's not doing enough damage to Amar. They threw everything they had at him and just shrugged it off.
The God, too much for the God Killer. And OG will end up taking this game 1, but damn, what a comeback from Secret to make
hampir loh tadi, hampir.
Maybe striking a little fear into what felt like an impenetrable defense from OG. I think Amar, he felt it a little bit, you know? A god can bleed, apparently.
He felt it a little bit, but in the end, OG still claimed the victory off the back of a Mars. I have to say, that has got to be a fan-worthy territory for Team Secret. That kind of performance with
dekat pas wipeout 5, iya cok.
You cannot give that one to him again.
It's Puppy though. There's one guy who stubbornly gives something and knows how to beat it. That's, yeah, if you give this guy Mars again after first pick Mars destroys you that hard, I don't think I've seen a crazier draft decision if that happens.
Lihat Amar Q Aganim udah tahu siapa yang menang, anjir. So iya kapan teh, panik kan lu tadi anjing. Yuk, game 2.
Dari saudara mendapatkan jodoh yang terbaik. Lebih dari mendapat anak yang sempurna, lebih dari sukses karir, sukses studi, sukses bisnis, lebih. Ini harta kekal saudara. Pahami itu. Papa ajarku, pahami rencanamu.
Gua contoh yang kiri bawah ler.
Tidak ada yang lebih
cocok gak sih?
Amin. Papa ingin
cocok gak sih? Gue di sini.
Aku menjadi rancangan semula, tentu mustahil bagi kita. Dengan kekuatanku Tapi tiada yang mustahil.
Bacot banget anjing. Bacot. Seminar apa? Seminar keyesusan. Ini yang asli, Cok. Anjay, Dilan.
Buat aku tersipu, buatku malu-malu.
Anjay.
Saat bersamamu, saat ku
Dilan.
sapa dirimu.
Lu suka baca kritis. Lucu bos anjing ya.
Kau jadi kuku aku saat bersamamu.
Oh my god.
Saat kau
Cakep juga.
padaku.
Sejak pertama. Apa nih T1 win? Oh lol ya. Iya anjing lol bangsat. Apa ini, Cok?
Nanti aku follow Twittermu, kan ku tunggu retweetmu agar aku tahu sukakah kamu kepadaku.
Pertama, no komen lah. Apa ini? Seruan kemarin first skillnya. Tadi Nov, kemarin itu 97 Nov. Tadi itu 96 Nov. 6 Nov, 6. Minimal 4 kill. Kemarin tuh minimal 3 kill. Sama-sama impossible, tapi tadi itu lebih goblok, Cok. Sangat lucu. Apa ini, Cok?
Mungkin inilah rasanya, rasa suka pada dirinya. Sejak pertama aku bertanya, Facebookmu apa, nomormu berapa, nomormu berapa. Wow. Kau mau link istri bocil nggak? Wah skip dah. Skip. Ya sedih banget hidup. Astagfirullah.
Saya umur 19 tahun. Saya ingin mengucap syukur kepada Tuhan dan pastinya berterima kasih kepada Ponogayat karena telah menjaga saya dan membesarkan saya hingga saat ini, dan juga telah memberikan fasilitas dan dukungan saya untuk saya bisa bersekolah dari SD hingga SMA dan lulus dengan baik. Dan sebentar lagi saya ingin melanjutkan kuliah di Taiwan. Mohon dukungan dan doa.
Ya, gak pulang dong nih orang, dibom sama Cina. Susah kuliah di Taiwan, Cok, dibom sama Cina, Cok.
Hanya agar saya bisa menyelesaikan kuliah saya nanti di Taiwan dengan baik dan pastinya dapat membanggakan.
Bangsat. VCS Twitter real gak sih? Gak tau, gak pernah nyoba. Gak mau nyoba juga. Ini kalung salib nggak kurang gede, Cok. Sekalian aja yang 2 meter, yang seginian nih. Yang sebadan. Kalung salibnya kurang gede anjing. Gila. Jepon sukanya yang mukanya boros tapi umur 15 Gak mukanya boros anjing, maksudnya umur 15 yang sudah kelihatan dewasa gitu nggak apa-apa, Cok. Tapi kalau masih bocil 2 tahun balita gitu nggak ada. Anjing. Ikut sebaju-baju aslinya. Bangsat. Bang tai. Aduh. Misha after game 1. Real coy. Aduh bangsat. Pertigaan kuburan kembar ke utara, balik lagi ke selatan, terus cari jalan dan jangan manja. Tai. Fatwa. Weh. Kenapa ini lucu anjing? Wow, ketemu 2-3 sepek. Wow, real cuy. 2-3 sepek. Udah mulai belum? 7 menit. Anjing. Masa gitu lo tai ya. Untuk nikmat giveaway nggak peduli gua, nggak peduli. Udah. Lu nggak mau ikutan biar dapat jersey Nikma plus tanda tangan Nikma? Hah? Nggak peduli gua jersey merek nggak. Mana sih? Di signing sessionnya anjing. Kagak bisa lewat Twitter terus dikirim, Cok. Harus datang ke sana, Cok. Gila loh. Males gue enggak.
80% damage on Chaos Meteor. Used to be a level 10 taunt.
Dari semalam diputar mulu ya, kenapa anjing? Lu nggak mau bro, kalau nggak suka DJ Lutfi Alimawan live set nggak usah nonton, bro. Sorry ini, bro. Lu lihat kumisnya dan rambutnya, kapan lagi lu ngeliat lele blonde? Nggak pernah kan? Ini pertama kali lu lihat lele blonde. Nge-DJ lagi lele blondenya. Tuh bisa gini-gini tuh. Gigi gak? Belum lihat lu kembang api yang begini-begini. Gila lu, kelas nih orang, Cok.
I hope that I can turn back the time to make it all alright for us. I promise to build a new
Tunggu drop ya.
For us two, with you in the middle.
Tuh, sekarang gini-gini. Gila loh. Bisa minus satu gitu, Pan. Bisa dong. Kamu kayak nggak tahu aja kemarin kejadian apa ini? Kayak nggak tahu aja kejadian apa ini? Iya dong, pasti minus dong.
Come back in that game, I believe, but the timing was kind of off and.
Bacot aja. Zaman itu DJ kayak gitu setelnya. Coba lihat Arab awal-awal. Arab kan kagak nge-DJ awal-awal, Cok. Oh, awal-awal ini, awal-awal Awal-awal WG. Nggak tahu. Iya kali. Orang ini dulu kayak gak pernah makan anjing. No lele iya anjing, belum lele blonde anjing. Kalau ke DJ harus gini. Iya bang.
Doesn't pick it up.
I think this guy's griefing totally. Like, look at how he's playing. He's talking like in like first time playing Dota.
He is level 9.
Susah cocok apa susah cocok anjing.
His team's not doing bad.
Kurus gitu cok.
Oh, his team is trying hard to carry him. Yeah.
Betul Ion, real coy.
He's definitely griefing. What is he doing?
What's he doing here? As the defendant. What's he trying? Is he holding creep?
He forced PLTP. It's enough.
Did he get the PLTTV?
Yeah,
Okay,
PLTP. Too much. Look, they die actually. See? This chrono because PLTP.
I'm sure he's not feeding. He has 5 wards.
He has a tomb.
And 5 wards in his inventory. He hasn't placed a single one as support.
As an ancient, okay.
Ya bakal ada yang versus Buat lagi nggak? Udah nggak ada kayak bos, udah mati, udah bosen orang-orang ngeliatnya.
Okay, Amar, why would you hold on to 5 wards? What's the reasoning?
Follow terus request sama Upi lah DJ TikTok, cepak jeder nggak?
So he stacks whips for course to farm. He support, he useless.
But why would a go here and farm? It's dangerous.
No, he's stacking 2 camps. So 2 camps come to him and he farm.
18 death.
Itu udah ada yang ngalahin, udah.
Alright,
udah lama udah ada yang ngalahin banyak.
Still running down now. Okay, he's.
Oh, he dropped items. Oh, he
dropped. Salah.
Why would you do this? Okay, so is there a good reason to offer your wards?
Kenapa udah gini?
Submit what is this?
Resolution.
Yes. Okay. Griefer. Why he put words on the ground?
So that's the breaking point. Everything else is justifiable.
It doesn't matter.
Belum.
If he does it doesn't matter.
All right. I guess we've got a verdict. It's even the defense attorney here just gave up. He's guilty. It's a griefer.
It's obvious a griefer.
Don't drop your words, guys. You can do anything else, but don't drop your words. That's the line Amar draws. And he's
Halo Reyes.
That's it.
GG dari mana ya lu Reyes? Jalan bumi lu ya? Belum mulai anjing. Mana nih kawan judi gue nih? Tai, gak bangun anjing, cacat. Lu kalau habis ibadah gacor nih. Gue kan tadi habis ibadah tadi pagi. Habis puji-pujian. Ternyata work bro, puji-pujiannya bro.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ibadah turu. Oh, jelas kalau itu. Terakhir muncul pas ngalahin babi di MHW. Iya anjing. Lama amat cok. Babi. Gang siapa? Gue megang ini lele blonde. Wow. Real coy. Sebelum COVID dia udah melaksanakan yang namanya DJ online. Real.
Let's move
Bro, ASSC bro. Gila rambutnya ini anjing, rambut jamet. Iya, rambut itu anjing. Oke. Sampai lu keren Pon, emang makasih bos. Gue demen banget anjing liat orang ini ya cok. Kenapa ya cok? Lamak banget anjing hidupnya bangsat. Live Alive-nya apa sih? Nggak main Valo lagi Valo shit game bro. Enggak.
Game kali.
Habis ini main Valo nih.
Oh iya.
Ada Silver Fang. Hashtag ganti Capster. Berapa ya PPR Dota lu? 4500. Turun kayaknya, nggak tahu ke berapa sekarang. Ntar ada hashtag ganti caster tai anjing, hashtag ganti caster mati anjing. Apa yang mau di-bet cok Valo cok? Nge-bet gimana caranya nge-bet Valo?
Gitu kayak
transformasinya berasa loh dari TI 8 baru main. TI 9 kayak gimana dan sekarang mukanya kayak gimana tuh transformasinya berasa banget anjing Thompson.
Iya. Dan
ya gue kira Varsity Fate, Varsity Isyana, ternyata bukan. Gue mau dengerin ini dulu dah, ASMR terbaik dunia.
Bunga, thank you for cleaning the hearing all the ears. You're very welcome. Tapi teriak, kenapa? Yaudah nanti ya, Pak Bambu, terima kasih lo telah memberikan gambaran. Langsung sama, tapi kok sisa kubur sih, jangan gitu anjir. Masa relax begini kata sisa kubur? 6K orang enggak lah.
Gua nggak ngerti suara apa anjing yang itu suara apa? Draft. Razor Ogre Magi, Chen Pak.
And both teams are ignoring the hero this time.
Maybe Puppy thinks this hero is better against Chen than Undying, as both heroes are pretty bad against Chen in lane, right? So perhaps this fares better, or he wants to be able to scale into late game with triple Bloodlust core.
Yeah, with the Razor, I guess that works better.
Yeah.
With the Razor.
It's also the Midas against the Chen army.
Oh my god. Damn. Yeah, that multicast though. If anyone would do that, it would be Puppy though, right? He would
Razor Ogre Magi nih.
Until he finds the Chen creeps. Yeah. And OG, we saw it in the group stage, they have both a handle on how to play Chen and how to deal with Chen. Their go-to strategy against was the Elder Titan, which Secret doesn't seem too interested in quite yet.
I think it's because of the Razor, like he was talking about Undying. I think ET has similar problems. They're both not the best against mobile heroes.
Gimana cok, lu percaya Secret 2-0 apa?
Secret kinda expected
yang pick pack kalah emang iya.
The Razor, that's what OG did last game too. So Ogre kinda makes the draft a bit more balanced out in terms of lockdown.
And later on, they also continued banning out Amar with the
Jadi gimana apa nih cok?
ban, and now they're starting to target Yuragi, take out the Faceless Void, take out the Terror Blade. Meanwhile, Zayat's catches
lagi kah?
his Techies gets banned out.
That's probably Zayat's best hero against Chen, and also I think when you're playing with this, when Secret had Ogre earlier in the tournament, they like to put Zayats onto the Techies because these two heroes are pretty good in tandem, right? You have a 5 that actually has a stun and a slow, Techies can connect on it, and Ogre's downside as well as the support is that he has atrocious teamfight.
Ogre Razor terlalu bagus di lane anjing.
Forever to tick up, and if you're against Chen army, who knows what it's even gonna hit, right? With the multicast, but Techies could cover that base. Now Secret need to take a different approach.
Ini upper, ini lower.
Great against Puck, obviously.
Ini lower. Di stream membership mah nggak ada ngomongnya pun full ASMR tapi sama kayak gitu. Lebih parah dong anjing.
Bloodlusting, the Razor running in, they're gonna need a lot more, you know, in terms of team fighting. Whereas the Chen and the
Apa
Buat,
dia?
they have the creeps, they have the setup with the coil.
Jipon biar Liga seneng nggak gitu, Cok?
A lot to offer for their teammates.
Can we talk about this lone druid ban?
Tell me about it.
What do you think the
I thought you were gonna tell me about it.
Oke, gue ngikutin teorinya Arif ya. Arif bilang kalau dia nonton match yang ada Puck, yang ngepick Puck kalah, kata Arif. Awas lo banyak kalah ya. Gue gini dulu.
Aku ini aja dah SMR yang lebih ini biasanya apa ya? SMR makan. Betul Ade, terima kasih dukungannya Dogu Kakobo. Matroja versi air cleaning ya udah nanti deh, nanti. Abis ini ya, abis
kontol.
Full screen, pertama full screen.
Gua nggak demen anjing game ini, game dajal anjing. Lo ada masalah sama Ligar? Enggak sih. Lu lihat komen ada timestamp. Emang ya?
Linda, ada yang nanya Linda tanda tanya. Kamu nggak tahu nama asli aku tuh Feby Linda sebenarnya. Boy di pojok. Oh ini telepon. Mosimos.
Mr. Delver.
Udah takut.
I'm fucking quitting tomorrow. I mean, who does something like this?
Ya, who does something like this? Oke Adit, semangat ya. Aduh men. Buat tren. Apaan tuh?
Tai.
Yang buat tren orang itu udah ngetren.
Mana anjing nggak ada yang
ada sih. Erlek.
Udah jatuh dari in-game atau gimana dari in-game?
Terus itu apain? Ngeng.
Goblok.
Bah aku galau pengen di roasting.
Terima SMR, terima SMR, gue kira itu.
Kan dulu. Yeah, Mendes.
Mic dia dipukul gini suaranya, mic gue dipukul tong gitu, Cok.
Ya gitu, sama-sama. Oke, kita Kaya suara Sebinal, thank you for the support. Ya udah aku gelapin. Relax. Betul juga, aku punya perit-peritan anjir. Ide kamu bagus banget Yuki. Your sound, our sound, okay, our voice, okay.
This game with the Chen, I've mentioned this before, when OG picks Chen, their whole drafting style changes. They try to play faster, and you can kind of see it with the heroes like picking the puck over Quap and like showing this Bloodseeker below early. It's not that normal for them unless they have the Chen.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very good point with Chen, because when you pick Chen, after you secure,
2-0 kah?
you want to be able
Jangan
to
2-0
in
dong.
a group and play at a high tempo game so that you pressure the opponent. Even though we mentioned time and time again, the patch right now is kind of slow, so you want to take things slower, and you want to try to be more greedy with your heroes. You try to scale more, but when you're playing against this kind of mentality and you have Chen, you're able to upset the balance by playing faster yourself.
We'll see what carry they choose to up that tempo, because it looks like Secret are expecting it to be an off-lane Bloodseeker, the way that they're banning out this Ursa that would have made life hard for the Tidehunter.
Kemarin challenge kalau ada yang give 20 red super chat bakal spill CD. Anjing ya.
I just want to mention that.
Goblok anjing.
Nisha has been playing this hero incredibly well, and you give Bloodlust to that hero in addition.
Yeah.
It's a hero that can lane pretty well against Puck. OG don't have the best backline catch. Yeah, you can jump in the Puck, but you can probably protect him because you have a front line of Ogre and Tide. So I actually think this was a really intelligent ban from OG that I think a lot of teams would not have found right here.
Aturan cepatnya 1 juta. Ya 20 juta ya. Gue juga mau sih spill
these days.
Gak tahu sih spill apa kalau gua ngintip.
I don't know actually. I think it's probably, if both players play equally well, it's probably relatively close. In the past, both Puck and Lina would have used the side camp. They both benefit massively from the water runes. I think it's another alternative for Secret that kind of fits the sniper role. Maybe that's why your mind went there, because I think that could make sense. Again, I think you want some heavy artillery in the mid lane as Secret, so I could see Lina being an option for sure. At the same time, though, she is kind of susceptible, perhaps, to the pace that OG are setting here. Like maybe it's going to go too fast.
Mungkin kanker dong, masih ada
Lina does need
rambutnya.
a couple of items before she really comes online. And what Sniper would have offered that Lina doesn't is just better tower defense. Defend from really, really far away. Shrapnel is an incredible spell against Chen for holding towers. But Lina is definitely not a bad idea here.
There's still a Timber Saw in the pool. Surprise OG didn't insta-pick
Also
it.
true.
I feel like it's Slark if they want to carry for the Thai lanes.
Kamu makannya
It's nice to buy X now,
apa?
you get stats from bounce. It's hard to link. Pretty free game, I think.
Yeah.
They are looking for a carry.
Is there a world here that Amar wants to play Huskar? Like, how bad is the Razor lane with Inner Fire?
Mantepan ASMR ngorok pawet. Oh betul kalau itu betul.
Like he's Huskar with
20 base damage ogre.
Yeah, Willow against the ogre.
Oh, nice call. Wow. I was not expecting them to go for this actually.
I think Slug Chen, I think I talked about this in group stage, some team picked it. I think it was OG too actually.
It was OG and it was against Team Secret also.
Oh shit.
It's a
Yes.
it's a
I think so.
mid-tide, yeah.
So Resolution with his Enigma last night. Cancel is limited. They've got silences, but nothing that's spelling them piercing. Yep. The Tide was a red herring. Like they didn't. I think OG didn't consider this option at all. They were not expecting
How
it.
does Slug X interact with Black Hole? Do you feel like too much damage? Because you kind of heal, right?
Yeah. So you mean the shard?
Yeah.
The Death Shroud?
If you get 2 man Black Hole, you pop Death Shroud. Like how much do you do? Will you still die?
You can probably. How much AoE?
Tapi super chat dipotong 30%. Now.
Sky Alt, Ravage.
Makanya gue males pakai super chat.
Between Mystic Flare and Black Hole, this fight from Secret is very intimidating.
Sekarang udah kayak ngajak ribut, oh ya? Belum pernah denger lagi gue.
I think if this game goes late, I guess Secret all the way. Even with a mid tide, I think they can just outscale. So OG gotta. Alright, well I'm encouraged by that. I want to go to 3 games. I want to do this last game right. So I'll give it to 2 casters who are gonna do it very right. It's Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Tsunami. We're going to do our best because this should be a very interesting game.
Udah di-patch. Iya, ini udah di-patch, Cok.
But Team Secret, they learned from that last game. They drafted themselves some team fight. And oh, by the way, it's a mid Enigma.
Oh, yeah.
Nisha's going to be playing it
Apa
here.
kena buff? Kena buff kayaknya kata Liu kena buff tuh. Kayak ngajak ribut berarti kena buff tuh.
Skywrath Ogre, not a lot of AoE. One of the issues they ran into last game, but as you said, Tide Hunter, Enigma, some old school wombo combo.
Avery was ready to throw in the towel already for Team Secret when he saw the first 3. He was like, where is the team fight? But they drafted 2 of the biggest team fight heroes you could possibly hope for. Not interested. Hold up. What was that? Amar said not interested to play versus Mars again. Oh, he's already trying to get a little bit of all chat, trying to get underneath Puppy's skin.
I mean, honestly, no.
Karena ambil galer di BP, mahal bos.
Against that Mars. I'm pretty sure Aster saw that game.
Enggak
It's
kayaknya.
like, all right, if we face up against OG, we're not playing against that Mars.
That thing just went pure raid boss mode, so I don't think he's going to get it the rest of the tournament.
What?
No matter
Mid
what.
Enigma?
This is a much more interesting game just because of the last picks here. This Slark pick, we've seen this hero rise back to popularity a little bit. It has good matchups in this game. Not a lot of huge lockdown for him, of course.
I think we lost, boys. We fucking lost.
This was not something they were debating. This was not something they cared about this Slark coming out at all. They just jammed it. They already knew what they wanted. Now you have a black hole answer for this Slark. You have some conversion for Chen creeps, maybe some extra tower defense. More interesting though, I feel like they know something about this Enigma Puck matchup. Because when you pick it that quickly, you don't even debate. Nisha's got something up his sleeve here.
Yeah, I wonder if like level 2 Eidolons are really tough for Puck to be able to deal with. Like he can't actually just do enough damage to kill them easily.
It makes sense. Enigma is one of these mid lane dominators. If you haven't played versus it before, and if you know what you're doing with it, there's all these mid Enigma spammers that just get out of control. They destroy lanes, and they can build into fast items you wouldn't necessarily expect. Nisha's already got Orchid on the menu here. this is going to help skew this matchup a lot, right? If you dominate the lane, get to a fast Orchid, just rush it, suddenly Puck's game is a nightmare to play, and you're just mowing down the map. And at the same time, you have the late game black hole scale. So very interesting strat coming out from Secret here. And even more so, they're aggro tri-laning here, dodging the Slark Tidehunter matchup. Very smart. They're going to put a lot of pressure on this Chen, who's going to get his small camp blocked. Yuragi wants none of this. He TP's bottom. Instantly matched, though.
Yeah, we'll see how much Team Secret is able to keep up in this game of musical chairs. See whether or not they can get the lanes that they want. I could already see, I mean, their first orb that went out, it did hardly anything to the Eidolon, so I could see how this is going to be a constant problem for BCM. And just purely
menang nggak Bang Bot? Tadi menang Maya, nggak tahu sekarang. Feeling gue kalah yang ini.
Even more so now, there's no small camp to farm. You just have to play this one-on-one. There's nowhere to go, nothing to do. You just have to take it for the team. Try and come back.
Cara bedain Eidolon Enigma kelaminnya cewek atau cowok tuh gimana? Dilihat di bawahnya, diangkat terus lu lihat bawahnya.
Anyway, microing the Eidolons around here. Looks like he's played this before, even if maybe he hasn't.
It certainly does. Puppy.
Menang doang tapi nggak profit. Harusnya udah profit bos, cuma kan gara-gara kemarin di scam sama Bus katanya hitnya gede gitu yang kemarin tuh yang LOL. Bus emang scammer parah.
Chen masters, so he knows exactly what a Chen wants to do in the early game.
I mean, anytime Chen gets zoned off the early waves, it's a huge deal for you. You set him back a long way. He's missing a lot of his early timing. Again, he goes headdress for a reason. He wants to get the double hero value out of it. He's just playing with tornadoes in the jungle. Puppy's like, sure, have fun.
Kemarin 5 win itu Misfits, 5 win.
You have fun with that one.
Apa iya bet 100 real? Ya itu kemarin cok.
Because they do manage to keep the matchup that they wanted. They did not want to have this
Slark
versus Tide matchup. Slark really takes advantage of those big tanky heroes like that.
And even more so, this Razor versus Slark.
Yeah.
Just getting ranged heroes versus Slark where you can just right-click him the whole time feels pretty good. Also, forcing Slark into this off lane, very unnatural for the hero. He really wants to play under his tower, abuse the extra regen, try and get to his level 6 where people can TP and come help him. This lane never pushes deep for OG. It becomes very hard for Yuragi to walk up and just start CSing. So he's having a decent early start here, but I suspect this lane might get harder over time.
Ya gimana ya? Bus katanya trusted cok, jadi ya udah.
He's going to take a lot of damage from Yuragi. In fact, he's probably going to be dying here as he's not going to be able to outrun the fish. It's going to be the Chen. Chu takes the
damage berapa?
But still, being able to get first blood is
lihat skor yang warna kuning.
Feeling a lot of pressure with the Chen, not in lane here. Puppy and Rezo really gunning for it, and Amar drops the blood right. It doesn't actually get any last hits, so he is going to limp away at no HP. Puppy taking a lot of damage here. They're going to turn around.
Does that Fairy Fire, trying to bait it out.
Shadow Realm, Fairy Fire, he baits it out successfully. Good work.
Another pause here. The anti-Puppy pause.
Habis berapa lu Pon? Gak tau, udah lupa.
I mean, first blood definitely worth it for Crystallis. At the same time, giving extra XP to this Slark and free waves, it's going to feel bad.
G2
it's going to be boots for Yuragi, which is going to help him a lot in this offense.
Gue gak ngerti siapa itu
Top
sebenarnya.
of the CS board, top of the net.
Ikut aja gue.
I was thinking this lane might get difficult. I'm not sure that exchange was really worth it for Secret. Ideally, you want to pressure the Slark or be killing him, not these random supports.
Sure. Meanwhile, Amar, he managed to full heal up, and they're going to go for the kill on Resolution underneath the tower. Now he runs into another Bramble. Taiga will take the last hit as a result. Check in on that mid lane, though. You could see Nisha doing very well for himself. 16 to 9.
Minus berapa? Lihat yang di thumbnail. Minus berapa tuh di thumbnail?
Either way, it doesn't change it. It is Nisha owning the mid lane.
Yeah, that is an absurd amount of denies for 4 minutes into the game.
Yeah, look at that. He's only given up 3 Eidolon kills so far. So he's done a very good job of making sure BZM doesn't collect in that extra bounty.
The level 5 here is the big time for anyone. These level 3 Eidolons pushing you into that black hole is where this hero really starts to become a menace. Again, he's probably going to rush the Orchid this game, which will be the big mid-game timing versus Puck.
Cara lihat thumbnail gimana? Gak tau, coba cari di YouTube.
BZM is not doing too bad. Even with all those denies, he's pretty much even in net worth, and he's doing his best to keep up in levels here, considering he has no spawn camp or anything to farm.
Mouth is stunned. Puppy was making the rotation. Not going to be here in time, though.
The real interesting thing to me is, does OG have the outspam for these Eidolons in this game? Well, let's say this catapult comes in 5 minutes. You have some random flag bearer creep that catches up.
Selalu dah Reyes, sumpah. Gak peduli gua ngentot.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know. You know, I guess Chen comes in and takes one.
Yeah, that's something. But speaking of Chen, He's going to be run down here. Chrysalis should be able to pick up that kill. Well, it's Zayas instead. At the same time, Yuragi is going to get some damage back into Chrysalis, and they have the Brambles potentially coming in. Chrysalis does not get hit by it, though.
Now, this is the better trade Seeker wants. Get the support kill, not give anything on to Slark on the turnaround. Bringing more of OG's resources to this bottom lane.
Oh, trying to catch the courier. BZM.
I mean, this is the part where this matchup becomes annoying. Level 3
ngantuk gak sih?
Catapult wave is mid. This is a big pressure point for
tergantung sih, kalau lu dukung tim lu nggak ngantuk.
OG, you're gonna have to be careful with how they respond here, and I don't know if they have the resources to do it because of those TP's bottom. Chu is only level 2. Taiga has no mana. I guess he has triple mango, but still, where's the outspam gonna come for this push? I think Secret might be able to do some serious damage here.
Yeah, especially if they can secure the 6-minute power rune with Puppey hanging around. They do have Taiga, who's also going to be doing the same.
Tuh, Amar low doang kagak mati aja nih tadi.
A millimeter.
Oh no. So close. Rune does spawn into Haste Rune. He's going to immediately challenge Taiga to a fight. He's got Shadow Realm, but no TP, so I think he might just be dead here.
Yeah, he is dead for sure.
Too far away from any saving objective.
Lu, Nov, lu sejak kapan jadi pengamat Dota anjing, Nov?
Again, the Radiant Catapult still alive mid, so this pressure point exists and flash barrier creep coming in.
Nonton MPL lu bisa ikut tawuran, bahkan kalau beruntung bisa lihat orang ciuman. Emang iya? Kok bisa? Kenapa tuh, kan slotnya bayar? Oh, lonte-lonte semua datang apa gimana, Cok?
Very well for himself in this 1v2. 29 and 15 CS, not bad. And Amar's lowest in CS in this game. Here comes the catapult push.
Oh, he's just gonna give it.
Really? I mean, who really thought with level 6 and these early Eidolons?
Nah, itu Novia masih main Dota kalau pagi-pagi apa? Iya. Oh iya.
Yeah, I think they had the window. Again, no coil on this puck, and I don't think OG supports can do anything here.
Jak semenit yang lalu, real coy.
Instead, not overextend. I mean, Nisha is getting very farmed. Now he's starting to pull ahead in this matchup. We see almost 1,000 gold ahead after that kill.
Puppey. Is he going to die to Taiga here? He's actually running into the hands of Yuragi potentially. I'm not sure what's going on here. Throws out the Fire Blast stun. Yuragi's like, okay.
It's an Agi.
Free Agi, I guess.
Yeah, put him on
Pas
the board.
kayak ada jipokan. Oh iya.
I do think Yuragi has gotten more out of this early.
Lihat dong.
They might have anticipated, and he's
Dor.
already up to level 6.5. Killing.
Jangan dor Nat. Kan nggak ada CCTV di rumah gua, nggak ada yang bisa menangkap bukti kalau gua ditembak. Jangan dong. Bisa ya berbuat mesum di MPL real coy.
Rezo trading top. Getting mana burn though, pretty annoying.
The way Amar keeps on getting so low, I'm surprised they haven't made a support rotation up here. But I guess they've been kind of focused on the mid lane.
Yeah, and really another smoke to mid. They got the silence.
Get the silence on him. The mouth is going to be in there as well. The orb is already worn out, so he's going to have to use the waning rift to try and get away. But he's still slowed down. Another fire blast coming in, and BZM is he going to get run down here? The black hole goes out. No chance to jump to the orb.
Jangan gitu, bos.
Lane had a rupture on him, but was able to turn and fight. Amar comes back in now to try and claim the last hit. Is anybody going to TP in to help out poor old Rezo? No. Bloodright finished them off.
Duh, tuker-tukeran mulu. Gua gak demen game-game gini anjing.
That lane is on a knife's edge. Secret choosing to commit the resource to mid instead of top. They probably could have done either one, but I agree this mid lane is more important. Getting this Enigma rolling, shutting down this puck, is going to cause the greatest differential in this game, even if Tide suffers a little bit.
At the same time, I mean, just the player, I feel like maybe you'd want to shut down Amar more. Nice dodge there. Ignite doesn't land. BZM still has to be careful though. The
OG bringing numbers.
The Chen coming in from the side, and Taiga with the Brambles. They might be able to pick up both supports here. Zap's coming in. Science is dead. Double kill for BZM as he gets a bit of revenge. He does lose his mid tower in the meantime though, so there is a trade-off for Secret.
I think that mid tower was going to die no matter what though. True. I don't think Secret wanted to give up both supports there, especially when they can go into these lanes and make something happen. You have the Ravage up top. You have the Secret supports really want to be out on the map during this time.
Usah ngomongin pernah gue, Cok, terlalu jago.
Taking the aggression off the map, freeing up space for their cores to continue to farm.
Yeah, considering how good like all three of their cores, especially their side lanes are, I feel like a two-man rotation to a Tidehunter with Gush or a Razor, I feel like it's a pretty easy fight to win. Now they're gonna try and go for this Bloodseeker. He's going to TP out.
Reflect!
Rezo opting.
Reflect so! Udah, Cok, Rezo goblok, Cok!
But I can't blame him. for thinking he might have gotten out.
Ya Allah.
Either way, sending him to base is going to free up this tower push top. These are the little rotations you were talking about. Secret can make them and make them worthwhile. They have the cores to set up the kills. The threat exists on almost all 3 lanes in this game. That's what this guy.
Gue sih lebih suka fitur MMR di Dota, pon di ML lu win 10, win dapat 10 kalau kali minus 19. Oh iya, itu tolol sih. Nggak fair aja. Karena emang gamenya nggak fair.
Double damage Puppy's gonna show up. Just gonna put some damage onto Yuragi, but I don't know if this is really that smart. It's not like the Slark is in any sort of danger. Oh, he knows the pounce is coming through. It's gonna stop the TP. Chrysalis dodges it, but it also means he's now dead. And Damar takes great pleasure in that fact, immediately tipping Chrysalis.
Send them to base, no teleport, he'll have to walk out.
Yep.
Efeknya disimpan buat next game anjing.
And because he didn't use the Ravage, maybe he can defend bottom lane.
It's definitely on the menu. I don't think Secret want to give
Tapi
this
kan lu
OG
dapat
lineup
core-nya, bos. Ya worth it dong anjing, goblok aja tuh, Cok.
In the early objectives and close his map. Especially when Secret have the cooldowns. Black Hole in 20, and more importantly, Orchid already completed on this Enigma. This is not a push you want to give to OG for free, and Secret agree. Teleporting Skyrat down here. Moving the heroes into place. Still, this tower is just getting chunked.
Taking a lot of damage. They get the silence. The Slark, a big kill. They can get it. He sidesteps the ultimate. Gets away into the trees. He's out of mana, though. He's out of sight at the same time. So he just does start healing up. The rotation coming through from Secret. Looks like they should be able to catch 2 here. The Terrorize doesn't save him.
So Secret will defend this tower.
Harus 3 hero pengennya kayak Archonnya anjing.
All right, well, might as well deny it.
Doing some economic damage, and again, maybe the most
Siapa yang
important
menang,
thing is
nggak
this
tahu,
is the
Cok.
Chen mech
Nggak
timing.
tahu.
He's going to get sent to base and have his creeps mopped up. So the biggest thing that always sets this hero back is if you go for these pushes, you go for the fights, you lose your army, suddenly you disappear off the map for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what Secret's mainly looking for. They would have really liked that Slark kill. Beautiful silence from the fog. Just not enough lockdown.
Fire Blast denied haste room by Taiga.
The other thing OG's going to have to think about in this game is the early Roshan, the early group up from Secret. You have this Tidehunter going Wraith Pact, or at least the Vlads. Combine this with Enigma, who went to Orchid. The Eidolon pressure, the amount that OG can't really deal with them, everybody's going to be bloodlusted. This group up from Secret is deceptively strong, despite the fact they have 2 single target supports.
Yeah, and that makes things really awkward when you want to be able to like rupture and coil and force people to like break that coil or force them to run away with the rupture on them.
Speaking of rupture, Nisha.
They're going to throw down the Ravage mid lane at the same time. They're going for the Nisha kill. They should be able to get it. Bottom lane, they did kill the Slark at the same time. It looks like actually Taiga's in trouble. The heal comes out. The mech is just enough to keep Taiga alive. So cores traded out.
Oh, 68 anjing, comeback lagi lah kayak tadi lah.
The most farmed hero in the game does get caught in the mid.
Dota banyak yang toxic nggak? Wah, nggak usah ditanya. Nggak usah ditanya.
Very effective, just silencing the Slark from fog and bursting him up with the damage. Of course, this Enigma kill, probably the bigger one right for now, just because of the amount of map pressure you can exert with Orchid. You don't want this hero being taken out. You want to keep abusing this puck matchup while you have the ability to do so.
Oh, the smoke's gonna break. Science runs headlong into it. Probably doesn't feel too good about it, but at the same time, Chris wasn't caught. He had the Orchid on him. Terrorize does catch the 2. Nice disengage there for OG.
Beautiful backup comes in, bails out BZM, and
Toxic di game gak ternyata kayak mau demo.
Amar will finally.
Ku kira keras ternyata kertas. Oh ede.
What happened?
Toxic bocah anjing, toxic bocah.
In these situations, now that you actually get some gold for it as well.
Sends a message, you know? You can have it. It won't help you.
It won't change the fate. 6-9, 14 minutes in. Pretty even game all around. And a game that, I mean, what would you give the late game scenario here? Because we heard the panel talk about it. They were kind of favoring
GG, Cok, kalah, Cok, anjing.
They've got such big team fight spells. Do you agree with that? Or do you think the Slark has something to say?
I mean, you can always win late game with Black Hole's Ravage. It's never outside the window. That said, this OG lineup becomes so annoying just because Secret doesn't have the best BKB core. So now you're looking at Dark Will, you're looking at multiple ruptures, puck spells, who's jumping around, Slark going in and out. There's a lot of poke, a lot of harass, a lot of spells that Secret aren't going to be able to deal with directly, more just deal with them through the amount of net worth they have. I think those types of lineups tend to be very annoying in the late game. Maybe a slight edge.
Kill on resolution here. They've got the Slark rotating over, so Rezo can't TP away. He's going to get pounce canceled.
GG.
I'll probably thank Amar for giving him another agility stack.
Yeah, up to 3. Echo Saber online. Having a pretty decent game here. Secret's still up ahead in the cores, but barely by anything. And their heroes are a little clunky. They need to be finding stuff on the map.
That's
this
awkward.
is what they want.
Now they do have the Chen healed. That could be enough to save him from the Orchid. At the same time, Nisha being slowed down.
Ngeyel apa, Gar? Lu aja gak ngetik apa-apa, Gar. Lu gak ngetik apa-apa, ngeyel apa, anjing?
He bottled. Good enough, though. Oh, no. BZM hits the coil. He turns around, Orchids him again, but BZM stays out of sight. The Eidolons can't kill him. Taiga's going to get out as well. Chu, well, he's stuck inside the army here. Puppy's still going for it. He does get Taiga. BZM jumps over the orb and he TP's out. How did BZM live through that?
Absolutely massive life there from BZM. I have no idea, man. He bottle ticked through the black hole initial damage.
Oh my
and it's
God.
enough to keep him alive. This Enigma can't get the Orchid and the Malefice on the backside of that. Just walks it off.
I mean, I almost wonder if it would have been better for the Enigma to just try and right-click the puck. The black hole just did not do enough damage by itself.
I think every pub player in the world felt that escape a little bit.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
BCM sees an opportunity. Pick onto Zayas, perhaps. He does get silenced. Ravage are going to go down.
Oh, mati itu.
Skyrim
Nice.
Age Ultimate BZM. He thought maybe he had a free kill, but
tapi
Secret
telat, Cok.
showing up in force.
Nggak ada
Resolution
fungsinya,
not shy
anjing.
about dropping the Ravages.
Yeah, you're not escaping that one. No flashy plays to be made there.
Yeah.
Ancient seal his fate. Send him off the map for 20 seconds. This puck is still the lowest net worth core in the game, a product of that early lane. So Secret's still trying to use this advantage.
If itu siapa, Maya? Bukan apa. If itu siapa?
Tide Hunter. He's gonna build to scale this game. Ags on the board. Blink at some point. There's not any hard save to this Ravage jump initiation outside of potentially Chen level
Rocky
25.
starts going to town, trying to bring down Resolution, sealing away his stack. The Bedlam's going to do a lot of damage as well. Rezo's done for. They do have the rest of Secret in the
Coba tanya bos,
neighborhood here. Amar's
coba tanya
gonna
bos
look for
Jaki
an
dah.
extra
If itu
kill.
siapa?
Can't quite
Tahu
get
dia.
range for the
Si
rupture.
paling tahu
Speaking
Eevee
about
dia.
Roche, they have the Chen, Penitence, all the creeps.
Roshing right in front of Team Secret. I mean, I guess they don't have Black Hole, they don't have Ravage. Terrorize with the coil, they don't want to use it just on an Ogre. They're committing heavily for this 5 position, but Team Secret don't really have any firepower they can throw right back. A buyback immediately from Puppy. He knows they want to be able to go for this. They're going to keep diving. OG, they're going to get a dive back onto Puppy. Is there a response from Secret? No, they're just getting run down underneath the tower. Amar's chasing through on Zayas. Chrysalis at the same time, sticking on top of the Chen. He pops his BKB. He'll kill the 5 position, but he's committed so heavily to go for it that his BKB is going to be wearing out soon. Half health as well.
Well, the Hurricane
Force back
back
into the hands, into the Centaur stomp. Yoraki committing for the kill, and he gets it too.
The
Resolution, the
Chen
Bedlam
plays.
damage overwhelming him bit by bit. OG, they wear down Secret, hero after hero. Team Secret, all this big team fight, but it's all on cooldown.
OG just punishing them with the TPs in, getting the number advantage, and Chu making the plays from the grave. Yeah, you killed the Chen, but his army's still alive. Beautiful Hurricane at the end of that fight. The sustain doing wonders for OG versus Secret's limited damage at this point in the game. Puppy just dies twice right off the bat. He's a significant amount of their long-term damage over the course of these early fights with max Ignite.
Yeah, and I have to wonder, I mean, they committed twice to kill a 5-position Ogre. Like, where's the rest of the team? What is the response? It's finally here from Chrysalis, but it's a kill on a Chen. Who cares? As you said, he's still got his army up, and he makes a big play here with the Hurricane into Centaur
Pull him
Stomp.
into the stun. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, Secret have no Ravage. They have no Black Hole. This is not a fight they wanted to get sucked into. OG dictating the pace of the game. Taking it to them first. Now it's going to push them to the next set of items here. Slark top of the leaderboard.
Ah,
He's going
goblok
for a
tuh.
Shadow
Gue
Blade,
kira
eventual
kemarin
Silver
Aster
Edge
yang
for the
jago,
break.
ternyata Secret yang tolol
BZM
anjing.
building into a Yule. Once he has that, he's not going to be as susceptible to the Skywrath burst. And he's going to be very annoying in the fight. At the same time, Amar, the second carry here behind Jiragi, building a BKB of his own.
Jangan mau main, Jaki sangean. Jangan main.
One where Secret falter on a single fight, it means Roshan, and suddenly your map control is disappearing to Slark.
Kontol. Secret udah 10 kill, nggak peduli gue anjing.
Right, is the large cooldowns that if you throw them around and you miss, you lose the team fight anyway. well, then you're just powerless to do anything for another 2 minutes, and OG will make big strides in net worth during that time period of time.
I mean, not to mention, Chu is quietly climbing this board, even as Philosopher Stone. It's got full locket mech. There's a lot of sustain that's coming out for this OG lineup, and again, the damage for Secret is kind of based around these 2 big ults right now. Unless Crystal's
jangan gay ya kontol, jangan gay.
It's just been difficult for him.
It really does make this Tidehunter Enigma look, I mean, they don't have the best damage, to be honest.
No, they don't. It's a lot around the spells right now, a lot around this Skywrath Ogre getting multiple rounds of spells off in the fight.
Yeah.
If Amar is chasing you down and he's BKB'd, if Slark is just shadow pouncing you from the shadows on the back end, it's not that easy to just commit these ults.
Yeah. Now we were talking about maybe OG having a hard time putting out the damage with the Wraith Pack coming out from the Tidehunter, but it seems to be the opposite problem. Uragi does pick up that shard, one of the most value shards, I would say, in the game, the Depth Shroud. So we're going to see him. It could be a good save mechanism against all this AoE team fight. Combine that with the Chen heals, and you may be throwing out some big spells and not do any damage whatsoever.
And he's happy to go in and bait with that sustain behind him.
Yeah.
That's the Shadow Blade idea. He'll go in and start the fight, throw it on his ult, throw down the Depth Shroud. Even if they black hole him, even if they ravage him, he's going to get sustained by the Chen.
Gimana caranya menang fight kalau lagi cooldown semua, Cok? Nggak bisa, Cok.
In the wings, right?
Yep.
So you come
Harus
these
late
ults
game
on
aja.
one of them, it's not like you're taking all the damage out of the fight, and that's why these lineups are so hard to team fight into. You have to think about the multiple threats. All 3 of their cores can win the fight over the long term. Pick and choose your spells carefully. It's going to mean a lot here. Again, Secret want this Roshan in this game.
All this big team fight, what are they going to do with it? Are they going to be able to find a big enough opening?
CEO yang punya channel jadi gede.
Take that Roshan. This smoke play is so important. OG.
Kan gue emang favoritnya semua orang.
Don't have blinks on their cores.
Yeah, how are they going to be able to catch him though?
You can't.
Kering sayang, kering.
They don't have a blink stunner, so that BKB should go off all the time.
Now, this is where Secret would ideally like to be forcing the Roshan and make OG come into them. Their lineup just doesn't exactly have the best damage to do it.
Coming in from the side, he's going to do exactly what you're talking about. Just trying to
masuk G, enggak anjing. Apa hashtag di caster apa, Cok? Siapa? Casternya siapa, Cok? Bukan gua.
Amar getting Malefist here.
Okay, he's going to take a bit of damage. They start committing for him. They drop the Sky on Mage ultimately, but he pops the BKB. Chrysalis looks to be able to run him down. He's ruptured, but he's going to continue. He gets the kill on Amar, but now he has to stand still. Uragi's going to go for that kill, and the supports are not close enough. Team Secret cannot save their carry, and now Puppy may be left behind, but they do have the big boys. Coil does double snap there. Nisha and Resolution, they want to be free to walk into this Slark if necessary. Look at this Chen army, though.
Holy
Turns
crap,
it around onto Nisha. All these skeletons. He pops the BKB for fear of going down to a Chen army. Chu's living through it all.
He's just
BKB
getting out.
teleports out. Chu is still alive. The supports got run down. Resolution may have a hard time getting away as well. Uragi's going to catch up to him. Are they going to dive for this tower? They see it with the orb. They're going to go for it. They've got the pounce up in a second. A Yule Scepter into the pounce. Resolution. Well, he's not going to drop the Ravage. Probably wouldn't even save him. Uragi picks up the triple kill.
2-0, Secret cacat, Secret sumpah.
Agility. Your Agi is now my Agi.
Thinking about the tier 1, maybe even the Roche. The one thing is Secret didn't use their big team fights ults. That's the saving grace, but goddamn this Chen army, man.
Look at it, so many skeletons.
I mean, he was just killing Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, the skeletons are hitting as much as the hero does. They're hitting for like 67 damage or something.
Chu, the Necromancer.
Nggak usah ganti caster.
The sustain prolonging the Razor Chase, the heals, the
Kalau ada intention menang betul.
going down, the damage out from these skeletons.
Yeah, he's got the magic aura as well from the small centaur.
He's got it all.
15% magic resistance. Just a free cloak to everybody.
Secret, they still have their ultimates here. They want to use them. They just don't have the blink daggers yet. It's so hard.
And every single time they stumble, they're falling farther and farther behind. It may get to a point that OG has such a big net worth lead that it doesn't matter that you've got those big team fights.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Secret try and force this Roshan. It is half HP, and it's the best way to make OG come into their spells.
OG, though, they do have a good amount of poke, so Secret has to be careful about that.
They also have Terrorize.
They do not want to get caught in a bad Terrorize Rupture combination with the coil on top. Resolution's a little bit low. Uragi trying to force some things.
This looks similar to last game.
It is. It's looking kind of awkward. A bit of deja vu. Team Secret. Time around, can they make the Roshan fight work for them? They're committing for it. Chrysalis is going for it right now, but he wants to jump out.
Very awkward standoff here. The Wraith Pack just times out.
Hiragi, he may just go for it himself. He's going to force Chrysalis into the pit. A little hit. Resolution, gonna get stunned up here. Terrorized, being threatened. They do have the rupture. BKB immediately goes out from Chrysalis. Puppy, he's gonna put himself right in the front line. The Ravage going down. They all get away. Nobody getting hit by that one. OG, they now just have to watch out for the black hole from Nisha. He's gonna turn around and go for it onto the Slark, but he's already in biz. He's not taking any damage. He can turn around and just rip through the Enigma. Chrysalis, he's gonna get stopped by the Curse Crown as well. The last man standing will be the last man to fall. Team Secret as they get wiped again. OG, Kings of the Pit will not be denied. This 2-0 against Secret. They have built up a 12,000 net worth lead. They are just out fighting.
Kasian cok, fans Seeker di tengah-tengah fans OG anjing nih orang nih. Yang lainnya OG, dia sendirian begini cok.
Ravage gets forced, they all kite it. Nisha in the middle
of
the
tim gua ngentot.
Black hole.
Kasian anjing.
And of course the Chen Ore is just going to work the whole time. Vlad's, Locket, Mech, Frost.
Kalah udah ini mah, final OG Aster cok.
Just great stuff. They force out the BKB. They turn on a dime. They see the Ravage coming. They're already out. They had the BKB. They had the Shatter Dance going too. And Nisha then forced a black hole. The Slark, you were saying, you know, that's what Yuragi's going to do.
Gak tahu Bapak Zeus, gak tahu juga.
Enigma and force him to use the black hole.
Yeah, he's happy to tank it up. I mean, if Chen's staying alive, if Willow's alive, two carries for OG.
It's getting more and more awkward. It looks like Nisha's going to be run down underneath the tier 2. Yuragi now, after that kill, has an Aghanim Scepter on the way, plus another 1,000 gold. The Aegis to be able to work with. This guy's going to be fearless. He's going to run down anybody and everybody. They're going to try and go for the kill on a BCM. The silence does go out, but he's got the self-fuel scepter. He's going to be able to take that off. Chrysalis has to just stand here with the rupture on him. Nothing he can do.
Too many carries for him to handle.
Here comes the Beyond Godlike. Yuragi running down hero after hero. GG's Paul, that's it. OG, leaving no question. They are the ones deserving to go to the grand finals against Aster. They are the best chance to take down the most dominant team here in ESL 1 Malaysia.
Karena finalnya masih jam 3, mari kita bermain Dota. Yuk. Kan gue masih ada ini ya. Utang Oracle Mid. Mari kita main Oracle Mid. Udah lah. Gak apa-apa, minus dikit-dikit gak apa-apa. Tadi siapa yang ngomong apa?
Players in OG made them look like chumps.
I mean, this second game wasn't even close, man. This Chen,
bisa berapa gua?
They just played around this
12.
Absolutely perfectly. They got all the auras, they stalled out the game, get to his timings. This Enigma pick had a lot of momentum, had a lot of lane advantage, fast working on the board. Secret just can't use these spells. They can't find an opening. They get pushed on the map. OG gets their first
Arif Rizky, Arif Rizky, apa? Ya, Arif Rizky.
That sealed their fate in both games, man. They could not get anything going around that Roshan.
Kalau ada yang pickpock, kalah yang nge-pickpock. Kontol. Kontol. Tahu gitu gue ngebet OG anjing. Tadi gue ada feeling anjing ini OG lagi nih, Cok. Oh ya. Babi. Nighbot ler. Isiin sok. Itu kan Chenpak tadi gue bilang. Iya, Cok, Chenpak memek anjing. Oracle Mid, let's go. All my life I've been fighting. Rungkad terus, gas terus gue, gas terus. I'm so used to share. Oracle Mid, Oracle di buff kalau nggak salah ya. Iya, Cok. Real, coy. Can show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your violence. Can show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for too long. Gak ada minat jadi streamer slot nggak? Nggak ada dong. Nggak demen gue kalau cuma ngeklik doang, nggak seru. Kayak cuma nggak, bosan. Nggak mabar Pon. Sabar, Oracle mid dulu bos. Oracle mid dulu baru kita mabar. Oke? Apa iya Caki, nggak usah begitu kamu Caki. Kamu yang memaksaku untuk berjudi selama-lamanya ya. Gue udah mau berhenti judi, lu masih lanjut. Sini gue modalin, tai anjing. Gue udah mau udahan anjing. Gue pas Rungkad part 2 tuh gue udah mau udahan, Cok. Gue inget banget, Rungkad part 2 tuh gue udahlah. Cukup lah. Sekarang udah Rungkad part 7 ya. Rungkad part 7. Lu bayangin anjing. Ada ya anjing tok apa di racunnya bangsat. Tai emang. Ya gimana gue bisa nolak, Bro? Nggak bisa, Bro. Kan batas $25. Iya bener juga sih, lu nggak salah sih, tapi nggak gitu juga dong, tai. Kan jadi lanjut terus gua. Gimana sih bos? Lu tuh harusnya ada orang judi gitu, lu bilang stop judi bro, judi tuh gak bagus, judi tuh haram gitu-gitu loh. Bukan malah sini gua modalin, kan jadi semangat lagi gua, susah cok. Gua gak bisa nolak ya, gua mau ngomong apa gitu. Gua gak mau munafik, gak boleh. Jadi orang tuh gak boleh munafik cok. Ya kan kalah gue isiin milestone kocak. Iya juga sih, nggak salah sih. Betul sih kalah di sini milestone. Tapi kan gue berjudi terus gitu loh. Nggak bagus gitu. Nggak bagus untuk mental health anjay. Kalau kata anak zaman sekarang mental health anjay. Abis ini gue butuh healing. Butuh healing tai anjing ya. Butuh gue mau ini apa sih? Detox. Gue mau detox dari sosial media dulu. Menang buat lu, kalah gue isi master, bener juga sih. Tapi lu baik banget sih bos, anjing parah. Baik banget sih lu, parah. Enggak. Liu kenapa? Kalau udah Steven Liu lagunya mesti gini. Lagu gue banget. Gak usah bacot lu ya. Gak usah bacot. Tai. Tai lu crosswood anjing ya. Nabi. Mid butuh botol nggak? Butuh dong. Oracle butuh. Nge-lag anjing. Durasi ditambah prediksi dan hasutan bus makin gak berhenti dilakukan. Iya cok, bener. Sumpah. Racunnya tuh apa ya? Kayak bos Ciaki ini ngeracun ya kan? Gue modalin Pon. Wah gila, temen gue. Bus juga. Pon, gue habis menang plus 200. Wah gila, memang dunia ini ya setan-setannya banyak cok. Meta TB Dagon masih bisa kagak? Pon bisa sih. Hasutan bus lebih GG sih sampai win 1000. Iya ya kan? Tai. Bangsat anjing. Ada gitu setannya anjing. Susah cok emang. Keluar dari dunia perjudian ini susah bro. Tapi aku tidak peduli karena aku suka berjudi. TB Dagon plus SB. Iya zaman dulu kan lo ngelowin diri ke Rosan terus lo lo Sunder Eteral Dagon kan. Iya. Combo tahun berapa anjing itu? Judi, solid, real cuy. Mute apa enggak? Enggak, jangan di mute bro. Ngapain anjing ID kecil main mute-mutean, nggak usah cok. Ini kalau ID gede. Manja banget lu Pon, nggak beli sentry sendiri, goblok. Gua kan mid lane. Bukan, kalau gua mid gak pernah beli sentry sendiri cok. Ngapain anjing? Reset lawan gue bangsat. Nggak dapat. Bisa deny nggak sih? Nggak bisa setahu gue. Wah anjing. Tai nggak bisa gue cicil anjing. Udah cowok, nggak usah judul-judul Maya lagi bos. Udah bos, Eevee apa Maya, pilih, nggak bisa semuanya. Pantesan gak gacor-gacor nak judi kau ternyata. Oh, gak cocok ya? Ya maaf Bapak Zeus. Ya pasti ini gabut banget main jadi Zeus anjing, ganti nama jadi Zeus bangsat. Apa anjing ngambil Greenkeeper Cloak main Visage cok? Dua lebih baik sama seperti presiden kita. Kenapa presiden kita cok? Coblos nomor 2, kagak dong. Dua periode, oh judulnya 2. Tai. Kan anjing. Masih dibunuh anjing nih, mitnya tai, nggak seru cok. Kan jurus gue jagonya itu anjing awal-awal. Mark siapa anjing? Oh Mark NCT. Masih gue solo kill gak seru cok. Midnya gak cocok anjing buat lawan gue. top judul-judul yang ada di depan muka. Kasih tahu Bos Jaki, kasih tahu. Apa gue harus jadi plastik juga pon, mumpung di sini juga? Boleh. Lu di sini jadi ini aja, jadi plastik. Kalau di stream apa 2D jadi wibu gitu nggak apa-apa. Goblok salah. Tai, recovery-nya cepet banget, Cok. Di rundown gua anjing. Udah tolol ini. Karena PC bisa di-disarm, bisa sih, tapi kan cuma satu doang bisa di-disarm. Kok nggak bisa di-disarm dua? Buka kapal mati. Buka kapal mati, Cok. Oh boy. Gua heal anjing. Baik juga gua. Uji dulu ah. Gue nggak tahu anjing mau beli apa, jujur aja nih. Kalau gue ngeliat Topson main ya, dia ini, Cok. Apa? Itemnya item support. Gak tahu dari tadi di atas, masih main di situ anjing. Iya anjing, udah ngeliat 3 hero masih main di situ, bingung gua. Opson emang main Oracle main. Ah, ada ibunya. Malas gua udah emaknya. Damanya jadi tebel dia, Cok. Gak ada emaknya, tipis dia. Mati itu dua-duanya. Ah, tai. Beli apa ya? Yang beli ur nggak? Ada. Dagonda bodo amat anjing. Ulti anjing. Gigi gak anjing? Hah? Ngentot giliran begitu gak ada yang muji, tai. Gila lo. Anjing ya. Selamat gue anjing. Bangsat. Goblok, ngeri cok main gue cok. Jago banget. Oh boy. Oka hoki. Kena heal. Emang jago anjing. Oh boy. Lu pada kagak respect anjing, kagak merespek gua, cok. Bro, that's some next level shit right there, man. Oh boy. BDSM dong, tai. Gue lagi cupu main, cok. BDSM, ya. Lu armor bagus banget ya. Ini outro-nya lama banget, ngentot. Siapa sih nge-request Saint Maximin dribbling skill, ngentot? Oh boy. Dressed in black, so damn material, it's kinda rad. You turn the volume up and go full blast, and tell your buddies how you almost crashed every party in your daddy's apartment, telling them stories like you're the biggest star here. Nobody saw the bluff. Wish I had what you got. Tell me what I gotta do. I wish I was cool like all of you. Jump in the pool, I throw all my stuff straight on the ground, spilling hot coffee on your couch. Act up like I'm the same. Cukup bikin kaya, cok. Tapi kena dispel sama skill 1 ya. Bangsat. Talking, you talk way too loud. So all the people in the back hear how there's a party in your daddy's apartment, telling them stories like you're the biggest star here. Nobody saw the bluff. Goblok, pengen gue deny, gak bisa deny anjing, lupa goblok. Ya, dapat 4 sih tapi gede banget ini andaing anjing, pet anjing. Gue harus dari jauh anjing, header cok. Ini spam skill doang. Gak main anjing nih Visage kok, kena counter ini, kena counter Bootwing. Goblok. Udah masuk GB anjing. Stop. Gak usah ngide. Kalau ini ulti gak bisa dibunuh anjing, kalau gak ulti bisa cok. Orchid, gue udah dispel sih tapi. Kecuali dia nge-silent gue atau baru gak bisa dispel gue. Nah kayak gini nih. Bro, holy shit bro, this Oracle so fucking good bro. Holy shit, this Oracle is a fucking god. Katanya Rungkad kok main ah? Lagi delay nungguin. Jago banget secure kill ya kan, triple kill gue barusan narik, gigi nggak? Masih lama anjing, delaynya 17 menit bangsat. Suruh nunggu 17 menit mati anjing. Tapi ya itu, susah hero ini apa nggak bisa solo kill gua, harus main sama temen anjing. Ini main sama Kunka gua cok. Semoga full senyum, amin bro. Wah, nice solo kill. Pok. Mati itu bocah. Top. Selamat. Bodoh gua anjing, gua lupa dia gituan, cok. Gua lupa dia ada orchid, goblok. Gua lupa dia ada orchid anjing. Ngurangin apa sih ini sekarang? Possible damage. Bodoh. Euro bagus loh Oracle nih, Cok. Kalau mainnya jago kayak gue. Bush mana anjing? Bush biasanya bangun kalau udah siang. Ah, kawan judi gue tolol. Ini anjing. Gue tadi pengen nyelamatin dia ya nggak punya PKB anjing. Sia-sia juga anjing.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Cacok, Liu, lagu lu nggak ada yang bener apa? Siapa anjing? Jangan nge-scan di sini dong, Cacok, siapa request ini? Randy anjing, niga anjing. Nega. Sini anjing. Oh asli anjing. Oh yang asli ngejar gua bangsat. Babi ya. Gua nggak punya ini ya, ngilangin ilusi ya. Bisa pakai hujan, emang langsung hilang. Udah. Enggak, Cok. Iya, pakai hujan yang ada. Tirai hujan basahi aku. Tai. Halo Bu Kori. Gue butuh force staff sih sebenarnya biar gak dikejar ya, tapi gue juga butuh either ya. Sarah ribut sama siapa, Cok? Cut aja cepetnya. Sarah kenapa, Cok? Gelut kenapa? Gelut sama siapa? Gue bingung anjing mau ngapain sekarang, Cok. Ngegeng gak bisa. TB-nya harus cari, Cok. DC itu DC. Oh, yang gak jelas itu namanya. Ribut. Cak juga ribut. Udah jadi support nih gua anjing. Apa sih, Cok? Selamat gua anjing diincar selama itu, Cok. GG nggak? Say what, bitch? Hai. Tembakin gua anjing. Shit. Kalau itu kurang tuh. Jago juga gua main anjing ya. Gua jadi support Oracle dah sekarang dah. Pro player support Oracle gua. Bentar, baca dulu apa ini? Ah elah. Lu kira drama apaan ya anjing Sarah? Emang Cece itu siapa anjing? Match Dota selama itu ya? Iya lama emang. Kan tadi nonton juga seginian durasinya. Tai, pengen gue bunuh anjing. Bro, ngego gua nggak mati-mati anjing, sia-sia bro. Ngelempar skill ke gua bangsat.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Orangnya jago anjing.
I'm a brawler in his prime.
Ya sempat ulti. Apa ada TB nge-carry cok? Gue kira lu tahu orang-orang yang di Discord apalagi yang aktif chat. Hah? Lu gini gini aja Han. Gue tuh paling gak demen Han Discord. Circle Discord gue gak demen, kenapa? Karena orang-orang Discord tuh alay. Gue gak demen orang alay. Kayak manjat-manjat nyari pansos, gue paling gak suka anjing. Ya. Gue kasih tahu ya, tipe-tipe orang yang paling gue gak suka. Orang yang ngelihat status dari orang lain dari status sosial, gue paling nggak suka anjing. Jadi kalau misalnya status sosial lu lebih rendah, lu dianggap bukan orang, tuh gue paling nggak suka. Gue paling nggak demen tuh. Nggak ada rasa kemanusiaannya, nggak ada. Gue paling nggak demen orang kayak gitu. Siapapun. Pokoknya kalau ada orang kayak gitu. Pokoknya ada orang kayak gitu ya, dan dia tidak menganggap gue orang, gue nggak mau nganggap dia orang. Itu dah, gue fair-fairan aja dah. Dia nggak nganggap gue orang, gue juga nggak nganggap dia orang gitu. Sama-sama no respect aja kita gitu. Mending upload kesegaran di sedikit NSFW, betul. Upload Raven kayak ya kan, bokep apa kayak seralah. Kalau gue orangnya fair-fairan, misalnya gini, gue dikatain orang nih ya, gue salah, gue ngatain orang, apakah gue mau dikatain? Gue mau. Pokoknya tipe gue tuh, kalau gue ngatain lu ngatain gue no problem, gue gitu sih. Tapi lu juga harus gitu dong, lu mau ngatain gue, tapi lu nggak mau dikatain balik, nggak fair dong. Gue sih orangnya gitu ya, gue sih orangnya fair-fair aja gitu. Kalau lu nggak mau dikatain ya jangan ngatain orang gitu. Kalau lu nggak mau dihina-hina jangan hina orang, gitu aja sih. Simpelnya gitu aja sih. Pokoknya apa yang gue lakuin ke gue lakuin ke lu, fair kita. Jadi makanya kalau misalnya gue di Dota nih ya, gue di Dota ngata-ngatain lu tolol apa gimana, terus gue lagi main tolol, lu katain gue no problem Ler, gue no problem. Cuman selama ini belum ada yang ngatain gue, meskipun gue main tolol. Yang asli mulu ngejar gua anjing. Yang asli mulu ngejar gua. Kalau lu emang tolol sih Han, asli ngentot ya, kesel gua ngeliatnya anjing. Bantai. Gara-gara di X anjing. Karena nggak suka kedengeran in-game voice jadi telat. Ya makanya masuk Discord. Masuk Discord anjing. Kesel gua anjing. Halo Supreme Leader. Nice. Wajib mati goblok. Agak nih. Shit, mulai feeding gua. Lembut amat, ya namanya Oracle anjing. Sudah mulai CM, udah mulai jadi krip pengantar hujan gua. Sudah mulai berubah menjadi krip pengantar hujan, bro. I'll take with me the boulevard and the memories behind the words of love. Salah. Kasih Agani biar kayak krip air, tai, nggak gitu cara mainnya anjing. It ain't me, no, no. Yang hujan tuh shot apa? XX. Hujan itu kan. Tirai hujan basahi aku. Ya itu Aghanim. Gue cuma butuh survive di fight anjing udah. Terus itu baru Dagon anjing. Kalau nggak survive di fight rugi juga gue Dagon. Jadi gue harus main kayak support dah sekarang dah. Main kayak support dah anjing. Biarin dah. Krip hujan ada hubungannya sama Kobo? Ada bro. Kobo Kanero sebenarnya ini cok, Freckle. Nice. Nah, cepat ulti anjing. Pake-nya nge-lag, Cok. Tebel-tebel semua anjing. 6.900 ini nyawa apa, Cok? Dicer mulu gua, Cok. Bisa apa gua? Mereka nggak mau nge-war kalau nggak ada, kalau Oracle nggak mati, Cok. Tai emang. TB nggak ada item, apa-apa, Cok. Blink nggak bisa. Dilompatin Spectre langsung ini, gua langsung hit. Masalahnya tuh ya, mereka tuh bukan Spectre lompat ke gua, visage-nya dulu yang lompat. Nggak bisa, visage-nya nggak kelihatan, Cok.
You're gonna wanna be my best friend, baby. You're gonna wanna be my best friend. I said that. You're gonna wanna be my best friend, baby. You're gonna wanna be my best friend. Best friend. You're gonna wanna be my best friend, baby. You're gonna wanna be my best friend. Best friend. You're gonna wanna be my best friend, baby. You're gonna wanna be my best.
Tapi gue liat gameplay Thompson emang gitu sih. Harusnya gue nggak bikin item ini anjing, nggak bikin Ethereal Dagon anjing. Harusnya gue bikin item support, Cok. Abis itu jadi support beneran. Salah gue, Cok. Gua ngentot juga ya, nyelamatin diri sendiri mulu deh tadi anjing. Padahal sebenarnya dia bisa gue selamatin tadi. Pun kaya gue nggak bakal mati. First off. Anjing, gue udah mencet semuanya anjing. Sumpah, gue doang yang diincer tai ya. Ada TB, ada Kunka yang dipukul gue anjing. Kagak ada yang mau. Cok, ada TB, ada Kunka yang di skill, semua skill lari ke gue ngentot. Gue udah nge-spam apapun, gue udah mencet semua anjing. Eteral ini itu, gue pencet. Namanya yang TB kagak ngapa-ngapain anjing. Shining TB tolol anjing. Tai. Kontol TB goblok banget anjing. Ini anjing pengen gua disarm anjing. TB gua useless anjing. Sixlet doang gak bisa mukul ngentot. Cok, segame lagi cok. Berapa game lagi sih ini kebuka? 4. Ada yang mau request hero nggak? Tai. Recall make kurang anjing. Early-nya doang kuat. Harusnya gue bikin item support habis itu late game-nya anjing. Bodoh. Gak take is off, males gue. Ens main mana cok? Ens mid. Ode diapain Ode? Gak diapa-apain anjing Ode. Ganti apa nih Ode? Kan tadi Ode. Talon, impression cast ring, kayak itu school tuh. Agak dimana dirubah enggak? Hah, menarik. Apa ya hero yang pengen gue coba ya kemarin ya anjingnya? Pernah diapain anjing? Kurang anjing pernah. Kop biasa aja lah. Dark Willow nggak seru cowok, cuma nggak berubah nih, cuman gitu doang. BH coba. Ya support bangsat. Gue pengen nyobain bad mid. Bad tulisannya bagus, nggak tahu. Terus sebenarnya gue pengen nyobain Undying anjing. Undying ini di buff banget, tapi gue nggak ngerti main di mana. File biasa aja, cok. Iya, Undying X. Undying mid apa? Asli gue bingung main apa coba. Gue lagi gak ada hero yang pengen gue mainin gitu. Biasa aja semua cok yang lu pada saranin anjing. Mipo, Ogre, apa sih? Aku tidak melihat hero yang bisa seru gitu dimainin. Ah, Andi ya. Andi. Bukan anjing, siapa cok? Udah lah. Main Krip Naga lah. Ini apa lagi cok?
SVG, you might have seen him at the International.
Oh yeah.
Two-time TI winner who
Two-time.
thought perhaps before the game they might come up. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we give a round of applause? Take off your mask. Our special panel is just some random guy.
It's
just
him.
Some random guy.
Random guy.
Who
Random
wanted to
guy
come
for
on.
the panel. All right.
Woo!
I know everybody's really excited to see the two-time TI winner.
Yes.
The random panelists.
Two-time toilet winner. I misspoke. Two-time toilet winner. Congratulations. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine.
Okay, good.
Orang
good.
random
How you
anjing.
doing, the crowd?
Hello, crowd. How are you guys?
UDCK bangsat.
I guess.
And what is your name, sir? I didn't get your name.
People call me T-Moon.
T-Moon.
Yeah.
All
Actually,
right.
it's in Malaysia we have cucumber. That we call it T-Moon. But I modernized the name to T-Moon.
Ah. Fantastic. What's your favorite hero?
Kalau mereka
in Dota.
Yes.
I love
No, wait.
Or of the talent. I mean, is Slack your hero?
I love Void Spirit. Void Spirit.
Void Spirit?
Yeah, it's a disgusting choice.
Absolutely disgusting. Give it up for this guy.
God.
He's giving out MMR. Fantastic. A lot of Void Spirits in here. Anyone that you've been watching? Anyone you've been stealing their Void Spirit strats?
I use my own strat.
Wow.
What strategy is that? Enlighten us. Give us a little hint. Maybe,
Yeah, what is
maybe
the
the
strat
finalists
in
might use
Archon
it.
2 right now? What's
Dimajuin
I
nggak?
just go in and play what I want to play. If I die, and I die. I don't care.
Okay.
Sounds like the Thompson strategy.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Hero favorit lu di Dota. Ah, kena
That's a
biru
true
lah
C
jelas.
attitude right there. Oh my god.
C proud.
What about items?
Items.
What are those?
Usually I buy Divine Rapier on Void Spirit.
Ah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Divine Rapier, first item.
First item.
Mana
yeah.
culture right there. Mana culture.
Fantastic. There's a few Void Spirit players about to be hitting up to the stage. Any advice for them from our expert?
Do what I want to do. There's a
Do what you're gonna do?
yeah. They play their own
Fantastic
style.
insight. Thank you,
Wise
everybody.
words.
Everybody give it
Thank
up.
you
Do what you're gonna do. Get the hell
Timon,
off the
Timon.
panel. Thank you so much. Fantastic job there. Well done. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for one of our own. Well,
Damn, they're chanting louder for him than for you.
they should. The guy can play Void Spirit. I can barely play anything.
Man, you're just a Techies Undying spammer.
I don't play Techies anymore. That would be Funny Bomb Man, the man that's left in the game now. Techies is dead. If you are a Techie enjoyer, you know what I'm talking about. Rise up, brothers. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop Slacks before
There
he
was
goes on
one
his
guy
techies
who
rant.
clapped right there.
Outlast sejam sabi. Sayang nggak ada gamenya. Downloadnya aja sejam. Nggak ada, Cok. Dead game. FIFA. Bosen juga gue main FIFA anjing. Nge-scroll ini sejam tuh nggak terasa, Cok. Hai, sejam nunggu apa coba, Cok?
Jadi orang yang nggak percaya dukun batal sahadatnya justru. Tuh. Iya benar. Sahadatnya bisa batal.
Percaya dukun.
Iya. Harus percaya dukun.
Janganlah musrik. Gimana?
Musik. Emang dukun apa? Apa dulu?
Kan kita nggak boleh percaya sama manusia. Gimana sih?
Kok nggak boleh percaya sama ini lagi salah.
Ini kan dukun manusia.
Kamu salah lagi. Pemahamannya salah.
Udah, jangan di.
Salah kamu.
Makannya aja. Kelihatan orang berkelas, Cok. Kalau udah makannya berkelas orang ini, Cok.
Ini yang harus diluruskan karena kalian tuh udah terlanjur bodoh. Dikebiri oleh orang-orang ateis dan komunis.
Masa harus percaya dukun sih?
Jadi orang yang nggak.
Wow. Dikebiri oleh orang-orang ateis dan komunis. Dikebiri orang-orang ateis dan komunis. Apa hubungannya komunis sama ini, Cok? Apa hubungannya komunis sama gaib gak? Komunis. Apa hubungannya komunis tuh apa hubungannya anjing sama goib-goib?
Ente kadang-kadang ente kadang-kadang enggak, ente terus.
Tai. Ente terus. Guys,
Ente kadang-kadang.
Istilah kata 27 kali, saya pribadi 10 kali, jikalau 6 kali. Wow. Ada orang yang menghitung.
Guys, gue mau memperkenalkan ini kata MC.
Pakai tisu sekali.
Weh anjing. Wow. Wow. What the fuck? Gila. Harusnya gubuknya Mursid begini anjing.
Guys, ini tuh bukan keramik tapi karpet.
Mana sih?
Terus lantainya ini tuh bukan keramik tapi karpet. Tuh.
Sebagai pengacaranya para dukun,
Iya.
jujur jawab pertanyaan saya.
Iya.
Pernah pakai jasa dukun nggak?
Nggak pernah.
Kenapa?
Ya kami dari Kesultan, kan saya cucunya Sultan, Mas.
Oh my god.
Saya cucu kandungnya Sultan. Kalau dari kami kan di Kesultanan nggak percaya gitu-gituan, Mas.
Saya terakhir, Mas percaya dukun nggak?
Saya percaya dukun. Sangat percaya. Iya, karena ada 12 klasifikasi dukun, semuanya saya percaya karena ada di KBBI. Negara aja percaya.
Mas tidak pernah memakai jasa dukun.
Nggak pernah.
Nggak pernah.
Ya, dukun santet saya nggak pernah, dukun pelet saya pernah, dukun pelet saya pernah, tapi saya dibohongin.
Ente kadang-kadang ente, tar dulu, ini beda nih.
Sebagai pengacaranya para dukun,
Iya.
jujur jawab pertanyaan saya.
Iya.
Pernah pakai jasa dukun nggak?
Nggak pernah.
Gimana?
Saya cucu kandungnya Sultan. Kalau dari kami kan di Kesultanan nggak percaya gitu-gituan, Mas.
Lihat tuh, nih gelembung-gelembung nih.
Boleh lah. Goblok, kenapa liatin mbak ini anjing, goblok. Gue kira nge-scroll TikTok.
Bismillah.
Apalagi nih, meme. Gue demen anjing meme-nya Tan Boy Kun lucu anjing. Cuma makan doang ngentot, gue kira meme anjing.
Kamu tuh kalau naik motor yang benar. Gak usah nggak peduli.
Rokokan lagi.
Aku biasa.
Langsung rokok.
Di motor kok ngerokok kamu. Ntar kalau belakangnya gimana? Matiin. Ayo bis pak.
Parah.
Bersih ininya.
Dari semalam
Di suatu kesempatan pria
Enggak, jujur yang nonton dari Ricis nih siapa sih? Siapa sih orang yang nonton dari Ricis nih siapa? Bocah kah atau emak-emak? Gak mungkin anak muda anjing.
Dulu waktu aku masih kecil, nenek suka banget masak anduk. Udah gitu,
Ini wajib ditonton,
nenek
Cok.
kasih tips gimana caranya masak anduk ini supaya empuk. Katanya dimasukin ke dalam air es batu untuk menetralisir bau pada anduk. Setelah dikucek-kucek biar anduknya empuk, nenek bilang harus masak ini pakai beras. Caranya masukkan beras ke dalam air secukupnya, kemudian didihkan. Setelah mendidih, kita masukkan anduk yang udah kita siapin ya. Tambahkan 2 buah jeruk nipis, kemudian rebus. Di sini rebusnya kita pakai metode 5-37 ya. Maksudnya rebus selama 5 menit, diamkan selama 30 menit dan rebus kembali selama 7 menit. Oke guys, kalau metode itu sudah kita lakukan ke dalam anduk, sekarang anduk ini tinggal kita angkat dan kita tiriskan. Di sini aku udah siapin sekitar 3 gelas beras, terus beras ini aku tusuk-tusuk dulu pakai obeng kayak gini dan aku masukin ke dalam magicom. Setelah itu semua beras-beras ini tinggal kita cuci dan kita bersihkan. Kalau sudah dicuci, sekarang aku mau tuang sekitar 600 ml air santan ke dalam beras. Setelah itu aku tambahkan daun salam dan juga 1 batang serai yang sudah digeprek. Lanjut yuk, aku tambahkan juga daun kemangi, kita aduk-aduk sampai merata. Masak beras di dalam magicom kayak gini, terus tinggal kita tunggu jadi ya. Sambil nunggu jadi, aku bakal haluskan bawang merah dan juga bawang putih, tambahkan cabai rawit. Untuk menghaluskannya, di sini aku pakai minyak sayur sedikit aja. Terus tinggal aku chopper sampai bahannya beneran halus. Dan sekarang aku mau potong-potong anduk yang udah aku diamkan sampai dingin, dan ini beneran empuk banget loh. Bunda-bunda di rumah boleh cobain metode metode tadi dengan 5, 30 sama 7 ya. Untuk potongannya kalian boleh sesuaikan dengan selera. Di sini aku pakai potong-potong jadi kotak-kotak kecil gini. Kalau udah, sekarang aku bakal tumis bahan yang sebelumnya udah kita chopper. Tumis sampai berubah warna menjadi golden brown. Kalau udah, tambahkan sedikit air. Setelah itu kita masukkan gula merah yang udah aku iris-iris. Tambahkan penyedap rasa secukupnya dan juga aku kasih sedikit kecap manis. Setelah itu kalian boleh icip rasa. Kalau dirasa kurang sesuatu kalian boleh tambahin ya. Oh iya, di sini juga aku tambahin sedikit gula pasir. Lanjut yuk, kalau dirasa udah pas, sekarang kita masukin babat yang sebelumnya udah kita potong-potong. Terus kita tutup dan tunggu sampai bumbunya menyerap. Kalau sudah menyerap seperti ini, lalu kita tambahkan sedikit cabai merah supaya lebih berwarna. Babat ini tinggal kita sajikan deh. Lanjut yuk, di sini untuk nasinya udah jadi, tinggal kita uleni aja. Setelah diuleni, kita tuang ke dalam daun pisang dan kita bentuk menjadi lontong kayak gitu. Di sini aku bikin 3 cukil nasi dan tinggal kita bentuk aja. Jangan lupa kita capit atau kita tusuk pakai tusukan gigi. Kemudian tinggal kita bakar deh. Kita bakar sampai si daun pisangnya itu berwarna agak kegosongan gitu. Kenapa aku bakar agak lama? Karena supaya ke dalamnya itu lebih kerasa guys. Setelah ini tinggal kita sajikan dengan babat yang udah kita bikin tadi. Rasanya beneran super duper enak banget dan endes banget guys. Kalian di rumah boleh langsung cobain ya. Selamat mencoba, semoga resepnya bermanfaat.
Corong merah mana? Corong merah mana? Corong merah mana? Nggak ada corong merah. Shit.
Guys, pas lagi jalan-jalan keluar, aku nemu tukang dagang yang satu ini. Dan ternyata tukang dagang ini bener-bener lagi viral banget loh guys. Dan berhubung mama mertua aku lagi ngidam sama menu kali ini, jadi aku langsung beli aja guys. Langkah pertama di sini si emangnya udah siapin cetakan yang berbentuk macam-macam ini, terus dikasih toge. Buat togenya dipisahin satu sama lain. Nah kalau misalnya udah terpisah, langkah selanjutnya ini tinggal langsung disatuin aja. Kalau udah, ini tinggal langsung dituang ke dalam corong merah cap buaya betina ya guys. Karena corong yang asli yang ada cap buaya betinanya kayak gini. Lanjut, di sini emangnya udah siapin telur buaya. Nah, udah kayak gitu, di sini telur buayanya bakalan langsung dituangin aja. Di sini aku pakai sekitar 5 butir telur. Nah, buat telurnya di sini aku pastiin gak ada yang pecah sama sekali. Lanjut, berhubung si emangnya susah buat ngaduk-ngaduknya, jadi buat cetakan gambar bintang ini bakalan langsung dilepas, kemudian tinggal diaduk-aduk sampai kecampur merata. Kalau telurnya udah mateng, ini telurnya tinggal langsung disisihkan aja ya guys. Di sini si emangnya udah siapin wajan satu lagi. Ini tuh cara yang mudah banget ketika masak. Nah, buat telurnya ini dipisahin kemudian dituang ke wajan yang lebih besar. Lanjut, buat toge yang tadi ini tinggal langsung dituang. Di sini aku tuangnya dibantuin pakai corong merah. Lanjut yuk guys, di sini emangnya bakalan tuangin sambal. Di sini aku pakai sekitar 5 sendok sambal. Nah, udah kayak gitu, ini tinggal langsung diaduk aja. Di sini tuh emangnya bener-bener sabar banget guys. Nah, udah kayak gitu, di sini ditambahin kol kubis kayak gitu. Lanjut, kalau udah mateng, di sini emangnya udah siapin kulit lumpia. Buat kulit lumpianya di atasnya ditambahin pakai gula merah yang udah dicairin. Nah, buat gula merah ini tuh, ini bisa disesuaikan dengan selera kalian. Tapi kalau saran aku biar makin enak, ini tuh gula merahnya minta dibanyakin aja ya guys. Lanjut, buat tumisan yang tadi yang udah dibikin, ini tuh tinggal dituang di atasnya. Kalau udah, ini tinggal langsung dilipat, digulung-gulung kayak gini dan dituangin ke dalam alas daun pisang. Kata mama mertua aku, kalau masakan dialasin pakai daun pisang ini tuh rasanya jauh lebih enak loh guys. Nah, kalau misalnya semuanya udah dibungkus dengan rapih kayak gini, langkah selanjutnya ini lumpia basahnya bakalan langsung aku bawa pulang deh. Dan ternyata guys, mama mertua aku seneng banget kalau dibawain menu yang satu ini. Karena di sini aku belinya super duper banyak, jadi buat lumpianya bakalan langsung aku tuangin ke piring satu persatu kayak gini. Kemudian ini lumpia bakalan aku kasih juga ke tetangga dekat rumah aku ya guys. Udah scroll banyak, yuk bangun kita lakuin sesuatu yang lain. Selamat mencoba ya. Guys, pas lagi jalan-jalan
Kalau ada yang bilang mama mertua tuh penyakitnya kumat, emang iya ya?
Dulu waktu aku masih kecil, nenek suka banget masak anduk.
Guys, kata besannya mama mertua.
Oh iya
Di rumah aku sama mama jualan menu yang satu ini dan ternyata ini laris banget. Saking larisnya ada yang order sama kita buat acara lamaran
Guys, kata besannya mama mertua, kalau punya anggur jangan cuma dimakan gitu aja, dibikin menu yang satu ini pasti beneran enak dan bikin ketagihan loh. Pertama-tama anggurnya digunting-gunting dulu kayak gini. Setelah itu masukin anggurnya ke satu tempat yang lebih besar, terus taburi dengan baking soda, lalu masukin air secukupnya aja. Nah ini tuh merupakan salah satu tips supaya lilin atau lapisan putih dari anggurnya tuh terkelupas dengan lebih mudah. Lalu ini anggurnya mau aku kupasin kulitnya. Aku juga baru tahu loh guys kalau anggur dikupas kulitnya kayak gini tuh warnanya jadi hijau dan cantik banget kayak gini. Untuk kulit anggurnya juga jangan dibuang ya, karena ini juga mau diolah jadi satu menu yang beneran spesial banget. Setelah itu masukin 1 saset Nutrijel yang plain, terus tambahin 30 gram gula pasir. Aduk sampai gula dan jelinya tercampur merata. Setelah itu masukin 500 ml air transparan. Kalau udah mulai mendidih, masukin kulit anggurnya, terus diaduk sampai berubah warna jadi merah.
Amer apa ini, Cok?
Setelah itu ditiriskan kulit anggurnya karena emang nggak dipakai, cuman mau diambil warnanya aja. Kalau uapnya udah mulai hilang, masukin ke dalam cetakan puding, terus masukin juga anggur yang tadi sudah dikupas. Nah ini tinggal didiamkan aja sampai set. Langkah selanjutnya rebus singkong ungu di dalam air yang sudah mendidih. Kalau udah angkat lalu tiriskan. Setelah singkong ungunya ditiriskan, sekarang pindahin ke dalam satu tempat, kemudian dibejek-bejek sampai semuanya halus dan hancur merata seperti ini. Nah kalau teksturnya udah seperti ini, langkah selanjutnya siapkan wadah, terus masukin 30 gram gula pasir, 1 saset Nutrijel plain, terus tambahin 500 ml air santan. Aduk semuanya sampai mulai mendidih. Kalau udah mulai mendidih, masukin singkong ungu yang tadi sudah dihaluskan. Sambil diaduk-aduk supaya nanti santannya nggak pecah. Kalau udah, pindahin ke dalam wadah, terus ini disaring terlebih dahulu supaya teksturnya tuh makin halus. Nah ini tinggal dituangin aja di atas lapisan pertama yang sudah mulai set, lalu tinggal dirata-ratain aja. Lanjut lagi ke langkah berikutnya. Sekarang aku mau pisahin biskuit yang warna hitam. Ini anak-anakku kalau makan biskuit kayak gini biasanya dimakanin krimnya doang, tapi kali ini keduanya mau aku pakai. Terus siapin 30 gram gula pasir, 1 saset Nutrijel plain, aduk. Tuang 500 ml susu cair yang plain, terus diaduk sampai kecampur. Kalau udah mulai mendidih, masukin biskuit yang tadi sudah dipisahkan dari krimnya. Tuangin adonan ini di atas lapisan yang kedua sampai semuanya penuh. Setelah itu didiamkan di kulkas sampai bener-bener set. Selanjutnya aku mau bikin fly-nya dari sisa bahan yang tadi. Jadi di sini tuh ada air santan, terus air susu dan juga krim. Aku masukin larutan tepung maizena. Akhirnya puding 3 lapisnya udah jadi dan ini beneran hasilnya super duper cantik banget. Coba deh kalian bikin ini terus kirimin ke mama mertua kalian. Mama mertua kalian pasti bakalan makin sayang banget. Dan penyajian terakhir ini pudingnya tinggal dituangin.
Kok ada yang bener? Gue kira DFM ini suram semua, karena ada yang bener ya, Cok.
Berhubung calon kakak ipar lagi ngidam, dia minta dibikinin ini sama aku supaya bahan yang satu ini nggak keluar darah terus. Jadi selain direndam, aku bakal siram pakai air panas. Cukup disiram di bagian permukaannya aja ya guys. Dia jadi berubah warna dan berubah bentuk kayak gini. Alhasil bahan yang satu ini udah siap buat dipotong. Saatnya dipotong jadi kotak-kotak seperti ini. Terus tinggal aku rebus di atas air yang sebelumnya udah.
Enggak. Siapa bikin daging dijadiin kayak mangga, dipotong-potong kayak mangga, dipotong kotak-kotak kayak why?
Aku panasin ya. Sambil nunggu mateng, aku bakal masukin dulu 4 cup gelas ke dalam magicom pakai saringan kayak gini. Karena berasnya lama turun, jadi bakal aku langsung tumpahin aja pakai saringannya. Terus tinggal aku cuci semua beras ini sampai bersih. Setelah dicuci, aku bakal siapkan beberapa lembar daun pandan dan juga beberapa lembar daun suji. Semua daun-daun ini tinggal aku masukin ke dalam chopper dan aku tambahkan sedikit air. Setelah itu aku tambahkan lagi sedikit pasta pandan dan ini dia hasil pandan yang udah aku blender ya. Tinggal aku saring aja dan aku pisahkan dari ampasnya. Setelah itu ini dia kuah pandan dan daun suji yang udah aku siapkan. Masukkan 600 ml air santan ke dalam beras yang udah aku cuci sebelumnya. Masukkan juga air daun pandan dan daun suji yang udah kita blender tadi. Terus tinggal kita aduk-aduk sampai merata. Tambahkan sedikit garam ya. Kalau mau pakein kaldu atau penyedap rasa juga itu boleh banget. Yang terakhir aku bakal masukin 4 batang serai, daun jeruk dan juga daun salam. Untuk porsi banyaknya itu boleh kalian sesuaikan dengan dengan selera ya. Supaya lebih wangi, kita tambahin aja agak banyakan. Terus tinggal dimasak deh. Sambil nunggu masak, di sini aku bakal siapkan bumbu. Aku udah siapin bawang merah, cabai merah keriting, dan juga cabai rawit domba yang udah aku halusin. Kita tiriskan dulu ati sapi yang sebelumnya udah kita rebus. Masaknya pindah ke dalam karena di luar gasnya lagi kehabisan. Lanjut yuk, setelah ditiriskan, kita tumis bumbu yang udah kita halusin sebelumnya. Ini ditumis sampai harum. Kalau udah agak harum, kita tambahkan sedikit air di atas bumbu. Kemudian aduk-aduk dan tambahkan sedikit penyedap rasa atau secukupnya penyedap rasa. Aku nggak cuma pakai penyedap rasa, tapi aku tambahkan juga sedikit MSG dan juga kecap manis.
Oh bener sih tadi masaknya. Gue dari tadi belum lihat yang bener-bener bikin gue kesel dah.
Guys, temenin aku masak es batu yang super banyak yuk.
Gue tarik lagi kata-kata gue.
Berhubung hari ini aku bakalan masak yang super duper banyak banget, jadi di sini aku masaknya ditemenin sepupunya dari tetangga. Nah, kalau es batunya udah dituang, di sini aku tuang mie-nya dibantuin pakai corong merah cap buaya betina, guys. Karena corong yang asli yang ada cap buaya betinanya kayak gini, guys. Nah, langkah selanjutnya ini tinggal diaduk-aduk dan ditunggu sampai mateng. Lanjut, di sini juga aku udah dikasih pinjam alat yang super magic ini dari pamannya mertua. Alat ini tuh bisa mempercepat potong-potong bawang bombay kayak gini loh, guys. Dan buat kalian yang pengen disayang mertua, kalian wajib banget punya alat ini ya, guys. Lanjut, di sini aku udah punya irisan timun sama irisan wortel, keduanya aku tuangin, kemudian ditambahin cabai rawit domba. Nah, buat bawang bombay yang udah tadi aku iris-iris, ini tinggal langsung dituang, kemudian ditambahin garam laut. Kalau semua bahannya udah tertuang, di sini aku tambahin secukupnya air hangat, kemudian ini tuh tinggal diaduk-aduk kayak gini. Lanjut, buat mie yang udah direndam es batu tadi, di sini mie-nya udah bener-bener matang merata, kemudian tinggal langsung diangkat aja ya, guys. Di sini juga aku bakalan iris-iris komponen lainnya. Di sini aku udah punya kol yang super duper banyak banget, dan buat ngirisnya juga di sini aku ditemenin dari sepupunya tetangga aku, guys. Di sini juga aku iris-iris tomat, kemudian aku iris-iris caisim, sama aku iris-iris pakcoy baby ya, guys. Nah, buat bahannya ini tinggal langsung disisihkan aja. Nah, di sini aku udah siapin sekitar 300 butir telur. Seperti biasa buat
Why would you? Jujur pon, gue ngikutin resep DM dari dulu aman. Kenapa sekarang kadang nggak tahu anjing?
Mempermudah, di sini aku dibantuin pakai corong merah cap buaya betina kayak gini ya, guys. Karena corong yang asli yang ada cap buaya betinanya. Nah, di sini buat telur 300 butirnya bakalan aku aduk-aduk sampai bener-bener hancur. Lanjut, di sini juga aku udah siapin bumbu halus. Aku pakai bawang merah, bawang putih, kemudian aku tambahin secukupnya kemiri. Di sini aku bakal langsung tumis sampai benar-benar matang. Kalau udah dirasa matang semua komponen yang udah disiapin, ini tuh tinggal langsung dituang-tuang aja, kemudian diaduk sampai benar-benar kecampur merata. Dan buat mie yang udah kedinginan, di sini bakalan langsung aku satuin lagi ya, guys. Kemudian di sini aku bakalan langsung tuangin perbumbuan. Aku pakai saus sambal dan aku pakai kecap manis. Gak lupa juga ditambahin secukupnya penyedap rasa, garam sama merica. Kemudian ini tuh tinggal diaduk-aduk sampai bener-bener kecampur merata ya, guys. Karena masak kali ini super duper banyak banget, jadi di sini aku ngaduknya nggak cuma pakai satu tangan ya, guys, tapi aku ngaduknya pakai 3 tangan sekaligus. Kalau udah matang, ini tinggal langsung disiapin aja cetakan Hello Kitty kayak gini, kemudian tinggal disusun rapi kayak gini ya, guys.
Ya.
Berhubung disusun pakai cetakan Hello Kitty ini lama, jadi aku tinggal tuang-tuangin aja, kemudian tinggal dituangin acar yang tadi. Nah, karena menunya udah jadi, di sini aku bakalan langsung bagi-bagi ke orang sekitar rumah aku ya, guys. Dan ternyata mereka seneng banget loh. Udah scroll banyak nih, yuk bangun kita lakuin sesuatu yang lain. Selamat mencoba, semoga resepnya bermanfaat.
Gila bentukannya, wow.
Kemarin mama mertua kirimin aku daging sapi yang gede banget kayak gini. Nggak cuma daging sapinya loh, guys, mama mertua aku juga kirimin hati sapi. Mama mertua requestnya hari ini tuh minta dibikinin coto Makassar, karena tetangganya mama mertua tuh orang Makassar gitu loh, guys, dan dia tuh pengen nyobain gimana sih rasanya coto Makassar. Jadi langsung aja.
Gimana? Gue salah denger nggak?
Mama mertua requestnya hari ini tuh minta dibikinin coto Makassar, karena tetangganya mama mertua tuh orang Makassar gitu loh, guys, dan dia tuh
karena tetangganya mama mertua orang Makassar, makanya pengen ini ya, pengen Coto Makassar. Ngerti gak sih lo? Karena dia orang Makassar, pengen nyobain gimana rasanya coto Makassar.
Pengen nyobain gimana sih rasanya coto Makassar, jadi langsung aja aku bikinin. Pertama-tama hati dan daging sapinya aku rebus dulu pakai rempah-rempah supaya nggak amis. Ini proses rebusnya 2 kali ya guys, sampai daging sapi dan hati sapinya tuh beneran empuk. Setelah dihitung-hitung, tadi waktu perebusan itu kurang lebih hampir 3 jaman gitu loh guys. Setelah semuanya empuk, sekarang tinggal dipotong-potong aja. Dari resep yang aku dapat, ini bumbunya disangrai dulu. Ada bawang merah, terus bawang putih, cabai merah keriting, terus aku juga masukin kemiri, terus aku masukin ketumbar, masukin juga lada, terus masukin jinten. Semua bumbunya ini disangrai sampai bener-bener harum. Kalau udah harum, angkat lalu sisihkan terlebih dahulu karena sekarang aku mau goreng dulu kacang tanah yang sudah dikupas. Goreng sampai kacang tanahnya mateng, jangan sampai gosong ya. Terus kacang tanahnya dimasukin ke dalam.
Ya Allah, kenapa lu punya cobek bentuknya bebek? Kenapa lu punya cobek bentuknya bebek? Kenapa harus bebek bentuknya?
Cobek dan aku ulek pakai ulekan bebek. Setelah itu kacang tanahnya disisihkan dan di sini bumbu yang tadi udah disangrai aku kasih garam lalu aku tumbuk sampai halus. Perjalanan masih panjang banget nih guys. Sekarang aku mau cuci beras dan air cucian beras yang ketiganya ini disisihkan, jangan dibuang ya karena mau dipakai untuk bikin coto Makassarnya. Kalau sudah bersih, berasnya dicampur dengan 500 ml.
Elek. Nggak dikasih nonton gua. Wah, real coy. Nggak boleh nonton itu katanya. Ya udah. Siapa ini?
Hari ini istri dari besannya mamah mertua mau ke rumah. Jadi aku mau masak-masak lagi guys. Karena istri dari besannya
Bentar. Istri dari besannya mama mertua.
Mama mertua suka banget sama ikan yang satu ini. Jadi tadi pagi aku langsung beli ke pasar guys. Aku beli 1 ekor aja karena ukurannya gede banget. Pas udah sampai rumah, ikannya langsung aku file lalu aku potong-potong kotak kecil kayak gini. Nah, untuk kerangka tulangnya aku nggak buang guys, tapi aku mau pakai juga. Udah gitu ikannya ini aku mau marinasi pakai air perasan lemon dan juga parutan garam. Kalau udah,
lu lihat ya apa
dulu
fungsinya itu ikan, nggak ngerti gua.
Nah, sambil nunggu di sini aku udah siapin 1 buah nanas. Di sini aku mau kupas dulu kulit nanas kayak gini. Nah, kalau udah aku mau potong-potong nanasnya jadi beberapa
kalau kakak
bagian.
ipar ngidamnya itu
nanasnya menjadi bentuk
yang
bulatan
ngerti
dulu
sih
kayak gini.
hamil di luar
Nah,
nikah
kalau
gitu.
udah nanasnya aku potong-potong lagi membentuk kotak sedang kayak gini guys. Oke, kalau udah potongan nanasnya ini kita simpan dulu di piring ya guys, lalu kita sisihkan. Dan lanjut di wadah lain aku mau tuang 12 sendok makan tepung terigu, 10 sendok makan tepung maizena, dan jangan lupa tuangnya pakai corong merah ya guys. Udah gitu tambahin 1 sendok teh garam, MSG dan lada bubuk secukupnya ya guys. Terus aduk merata lalu masukin potongan ikan yang tadi. Kita balurin bahan tepungnya ke semua ikannya sampai merata ya guys. Kalau udah kita angkat ikannya sambil disaring kayak gini lalu simpan di piring dulu ya guys. Dan lanjut untuk rangka ikannya aku mau tepungin juga kayak gini. Kalau udah biar lebih cantik ikannya ini aku mau tusuk pakai tusuk sate biar bentuknya lucu gitu. Oke, kita lanjut ke perbumbuan. Di sini aku mau iris dulu bawang bombay. Bawang bombaynya aku cuman pakai 1 buah aja ya guys. Terus lanjut aku pakai 9 siung bawang putih yang aku mau iris tipis juga. Ada lagi 2 ruas jahe yang aku mau geprek dulu kayak gini. Kalau udah aku mau terusin potong-potongnya. Di sini aku mau potong-potong bawang daun. Belum selesai guys, masih ada cabai rawit domba yang aku mau iris tipis kayak gini. Untuk banyaknya kalian bisa sesuaikan dengan selera masing-masing ya guys. Dan terakhir aku mau geprek 4 batang serai pakai ulekan bebek ini guys. Oke, kalau perbumbuan udah siap, tinggal kita goreng aja ikannya guys. Kita goreng di minyak yang udah panas banget ya. Goreng sampai kering matang golden brown. Kalau udah tinggal kita angkat aja lalu tiriskan. Setelah itu kita tumis aja bumbu yang udah siap tadi. Pertama aku mau tumis dulu irisan bawang putih dan bawang bombay sampai harum dan matang. Udah gitu masukin cabai rawit domba, serai dan jahenya lalu tumis bersamaan sampai matang ya guys. Nah, dilanjut tuang saus sambal, saus tomat dan saus tiram secukupnya. Udah gitu aduk sampai merata lalu tambahin larutan maizena. Terus di sini juga aku mau tambahin sedikit air. Oke, kalau semuanya udah tercampur merata, tinggal kita masukin aja deh potongan nanas dan irisan bawang daunnya. Lalu masak sampai mendidih dan mengental kayak gini. Nah, saus nanasnya udah jadi nih guys. Tinggal kita tuang aja di atas ikannya kayak gini. Dan ini dia gurame asam manis pedas saus nanas buat istri dari besannya mamah mertua udah jadi. Semoga istri dari besannya mamah mertua suka ya guys. Dan kalian wajib bikin juga karena ini.
Tapi ini udah nggak serepot dulu anjing. Dulu tuh repot banget cok. Kayak Dikit-dikit saringan, dikit-dikit apa ini. Ya. Udahlah. Mursid masak kodok emang ya.
Halo guys, di hari Minggu ini kita akan memasak kodok. Kodok yang kita dapatkan beli dari pasar. Di sini kita masak rame-rame guys. Untuk menikmati daging kodok ini. Kodok diseset-seset, dikopet-kopet, kumpulkan lalu dicuci-cuci sampai bersih. Setelah udah dicuci-cuci sampai bersih, siapkan bumbunya.
Kodok emang halal, nggak tahu. Tapi gue dulu demen makan kodok tepung, kodok goreng tepung, enak anjing kodok. Kodok sawah tuh biasanya. Kayak dulu tuh ada emang dulu tuh ada yang sering jual kodok gitu lewat depan rumah dan sering beli. Enak anjing kodok kayak pahanya kodok gitu digoreng.
Cabai, bawang merah, bawang putih, tomat, jahe, kunyit, dan daun jeruk. Masak kodok saya pakai outfit murah banget tapi keren. Satu setelan ini hanya 30.000 guys. Celana kalau rapi 50.000 5 pieces.
Bro,
kalau
celana
Sakura
api
Jepang
spec
hanya 35 ribuan aja. Kalau yang mau order langsung aja klik ranjang kuning. Lanjut ke masak kodok. Jahe kunyit diiris kecil-kecil. Bawang merah diiris, tomat diiris, cabai pun diiris. Nyalakan kompor, pasang kuali, tuang minyak.
Oh, kodok tuh haram ya? Gara-gara amfibi. Baru gue mau lihat Instagramnya Mursyid. Yang asli mana cok Instagramnya Mursyid? Halo sobat bet. Siapa cok? Baru gue buka di HP. Makhluk dua alam tuh nggak boleh. Oh begitu. Bos, betting bos, ayo bos. Bodoh. Nggak tahu, gue juga bingung anjing. Menang nggak match secret OG? Menang 1 game, kalah 1 game. Oh bener anjing yang tadi cok, private cok. Tai, Instagramnya private.
Merah ditumis lalu kongsrang kangsreng. Kunyit, jahe, daun jeruk masuk lalu kongsrang kangsreng. Cabai, tomat masuk lalu kongsrang kangsreng lagi. Kodok yang udah diseset-seset, dikopet-kopet masuk juga. Lalu dikongsrang kangsreng lagi hingga lezat dan bergizi banget. Check it out guys. Guyur dengan air kodok sampai berbentuk split begini. Mendidih matang lalu diangkat dan siap santap. Jujur baru kali ini guys saya makan daging kodok. Daging kodok ini guys rasanya lezat dan bergizi banget guys.
Gue gak mau makan kodok kalau kayak gitu. Gue cuma mau kodok di tepung. Gue gak mau kalau makan kodok begitu anjing. Lama.
Hari ini kita healing tipis-tipis, yaitu liburan tipis-tipis untuk mengendorkan saraf-saraf yang
ini istri keberapa ini?
Ada di tubuh kita supaya tubuh kita jadi rileks. Nah, di sini kita liburan di Transmart Cirebon, guys. Yaitu wahana bermain yang ada di Cirebon. Kita review-review tempatnya. Lanjut kita membeli tiket. Di wahana bermain ini kita pakai sandal yang premium banget. Sandal untuk pria dan wanita.
Seumuran tai.
Sandal slop yang sangat premium dan motifnya keren banget. Nyaman di kaki, enteng banget di kaki. Harga 39 ribuan aja. Kalau yang mau order langsung aja klik ranjang kuning guys di sini. Lanjut kita main-main di wahana ini. Pertama kita main masuk-masukin bola, berasa kayak bocil-bocil tua. Lanjut game-game.
Ponbet Genji game 2 5 kill. Real nggak? Gede nggak? Real nggak? Gede nggak? All in nih. All in nih. Gue demen nih. Sedang aja. Oh ya sedang. Berarti gue ngambil Kaisangnya 1. 10. Kalah lu yang ganti ya. Kalah lu yang ganti. Kita belum rungkat. Sisa 2, Cok. Sisa 2. Ini T1 Pon. Dewa, nggak peduli gua. Nggak peduli gua. Tapi kenapa game winnernya gini, Cok? Game winnernya kenapa T1 ini, Cok? Ya, game winnernya kenapa T1 underdog? Gak mungkin Dewa, Cok, kalau underdog. Gimana ceritanya T1 Dewa underdog? Pala lu anjing.
Sampai main ke mobil-mobilan kecil. Ini kita berasa bocil-bocil tua banget, guys. Setelah udah main-main kita lapar. Nyari makanan, di sini kita menemukan nasi Padang. Nasi Padang yang lezat dan bergizi banget. Cakidot, guys. Pesen 2 piring dengan menu yang sama dan minuman yang sama. Healing tipis-tipis kali ini rasanya lezat dan bergizi banget, guys. Sampai jumpa di healing tipis berikutnya. Halo guys, hari ini
Untuk nama nih. Ini udah semua, Cok, yang bawa-bawa, Cok. Arif Boy Pak. Ato mah masih ini, Cok.
Ke Indonesia dan dia tujuan pertamanya adalah
Ato tuh masih bener, Cok.
Ato, resepi hujung-hujung bulan ada ke? Gaji lambat lagi nih. Ada sayang. Jom kita buat. Let's go. Siapkan The Masking Migi kali. Kemudian panaskan piuk legend. Masukkan nyenyak goyeng. Tumis bawang mila, bawang titi, bawang holland. Pilih yang sudah dipocong-pocong. Kacau-kacau sampai aromanya wangi biar maknyos. Kemudian masukkan 4 jenis makhluk. Ayam, daging, udang, sontong. Kemudian kacau-kacau. Tambahkan air ciao. Kemudian masukkan perencah miginya, geng. Nak cepat meninggal boleh tambah gula dan aljina mantra. Kacau-kacau. Masukkan migi, besarkan api biar melted. Kacau-kacau. Goyang, yang goyang bang. Siap. Lempar di atas pinggang bulat, geng. Kemudian tambahkan tahu goreng, kacang panjang, telur rebus biar maknyos. Tambahkan ayam goreng upin-ipin, geng. Wow. Kemudian pocong-pocong, lempar di atas migi, geng. Siap. Ini dia migi kali, resepi hujung bulan.
Ini bukan makanan ujung bulan, anjing. Nih lo tajir, anjing. Ini makanan awal bulan, bangsat.
Resepi telur dada gulung banjir. Jom kita buat. Let's go. Bahannya siapkan 6 biji telur. Telurku, telurmu, dan telur jiran. Kemudian
lalu udah ngentot, capek gue anjing denger Arif, bangsat. Wih, gajinya berapa ini? 20 juta per bulan ada nih orang, anjing. Lebih, Cok, 30-40 juta anjing. Kerjaannya apa? Foto doang, ngentot.
Mas, tadi saya kebanjiran, sepatu saya
Siapa tuh? Nggak tahu. Gua nggak tahu, gua ngasal aja.
Wah, gila sih. Wah, tipis banget sih.
Kecamba pragmatis yang mendayu-dayu bukanlah respon.
Dulu ribuan.
Bang, kiamat kan.
Gue sering liat orang itu, anjing. Bang, kiamat. Bang, kenapa Oji kalah? Gitu kan. Bang, kenapa Secret kalah?
Ada berita supir Transjakarta.
Kali ini gue yang keracunan sama TikTok. Nggak tahu kenapa ini pajangan muncul terus. Pas tahu harganya nggak pakai lama, langsung gue beli karena ini cuma 90 ribuan. Nanti kalau nggak percaya cek aja keranjang kuning. Untuk harga 90 ribuan gue bilang ini finishingnya termasuk yang rapih.
Sekolah with the girl.
Bang, coba sekarang tiruin Jerome Pauline dong review mainannya. Guys, gini ya, muka gua aja ini nggak ada mirip-miripnya sama Jadi guys, Woody kiri kabu, mantap. Nah, kiri kabu itu guys, artinya di bahasa Jepang itu buntung.
Saya nggak mau hanya begitu aja.
Gak bata tuh tadi. Oh. Gak peduli sih.
Oh, tenan.
Orang ini udah tenggelam, Cok. Udah gak ada, Cok.
Oh, tenan.
Janji gak ho tenan. Ho tenan. Ah. Santet gue disantet. Au. Bocok. Tambah sehat.
Karena kemarin udah membeli Starbucks dengan atas nama.
Kalau di Batam, makanan favoritmu ketika kau makan di luar rumah apa?
Apa nih bang?
Sop kepala ikan atau apa?
Oh.
Lihat itu lol, kenapa, Cok?
Baku teh.
Oh.
Goblok kan Monaco anjing, benernya sama, Cok, bangsat.
Away the singe, there's too many things to ban. No, exactly
Faker,
right.
Cok, T1, Cok.
Update everyone because if you just come in, I'll just check out the LCK final, see how it's going.
Terus kenapa gue nonton ini? Gak penting banget, Cok, gue gak ngerti, Cok.
What happens in drafts, I know exactly what's going on. You see Singed and you get very confused. So Lehens was a singed
ada Faker, Cok.
basically before
Miracle-nya lol.
those moons ago, and Elise as well, often in support or in top lane. Singed is just the Lehens special. He uses it into Yumi, and he is 100% win rate
Ntar aja kalau
on this
udah
champion. So
kelar draft, nggak penting, Cok. Mending nonton ini, Cok.
Oh, tenan.
Tuh.
Samsudin, aku pengen ini tahu, pengen save call gitu. Kayak suara Samsudin tuh berdemet gitu nggak sih bikin.
Selalu KS. Ya, ntar Bu, sabar belum ini kalau udah kelar dah.
Jangan dong. Jangan dong.
Tai.
Ayo cepat.
Puji siapa sih?
Nah, yang biasa minta video call. Nah, nih video call.
Lo mati, gue party coy.
Ada ya Vanessa Angel, gak peduli gue dah. Anjay, loading anjing real cuy. Weh, gila. Yo, that's tripping man, holy shit. Anjing, agak pusing, Cok, ngeliatnya.
Iya.
Tanda-tanda pejabat mau nyapres.
Bang, 100.000 bang. Harry Maguire.
Tai. Jesus.
Mau buat telur ceplok malah keluar anak ayam.
Ya, kocak. Ibu-ibu Pandora Box ikut nyalon nggak? Nggak tahu, Cok. Katanya sih anaknya ya. Anjing. Anjing. Nggak pernah gue dapat guru yang jago kayak gini.
Mari kita peran klakson.
Kopi teh gelas poin sari mi gelas request kontol ono rale ono kontol lu.
Oh, gue tahu nih video anjing. Video ini Cok yang bikin yang apa yang jelly dipotong-potong tuh. Bangsat. Maksudnya gue ada guru kayak gitu. Oh iya tahu. GG, udah mulai. Ya.
This series. He has done it before. They did manage to, off the back of a lot of great play from
Yo, kita jadi nobar ini ya.
That is one of the reasons why they managed to
game
do
sebelah.
it. It was to do with that Zeri. Let's do it. Let's get into game number 2 of the 2022 Summer Final.
Udah saya tahu, yoi. Ini dia, sudah pada nge-spawn ya, Ler. GG intronya, real cuy. Langsung lari ke lane semua ya. Di sini mid lane-nya itu ada, ya, ada itu.
Genji?
Ya. Ya.
Good old fan leader drama, you know. Who knows who starts it?
I didn't know. Are we even allowed to start commentating? I don't even know whether we're allowed to. I think we need to wait.
Yeah, I don't like this.
No, I'm very confused. However,
di sini mid lane-nya Faker ya. Gue cuma tahu Faker main mid.
Makes a lot of sense that they're the ones that get the fan cheer and not Genji, because we want to make sure we get as many games in this final as possible.
Enggak, masang war.
I believe that based on these drafts, we are going to 1-1. That is what I'm feeling straight out the gate. Gentlemen, do you share the sentiment or no?
I do like T1's draft better, but I think that this is an extremely volatile set of drafts, the two of them. It's all based on execution. It's so difficult to say one draft is better than the other because of how strong Genji's draft is if executed perfectly, but also how strong T1's draft is against Genji. And I think if T1 lose this game, we might have a 3-0 on our hands because you got everything you wanted this time around. You have the right answers to Genji's comp, but if you still lose here, Genji still out-do you, out-execute you. I mean, how do you come back from that 0-2?
Well, Genji 2-0.
Setuju sih gue sih sama casternya sih. Kayak menurut gue memang draftnya T1 ini bagus yang counter draftnya Genji. Tapi ya tuh kalau misalnya eksekusinya Genji ini bagus tuh rata ini bro, 3-0 ini easy bro.
When we get the full rune setup, expect to see something like a Scorch there as well, just to really try and mitigate the pressure that the Gnar has. Chovy going for the first strike, variation of Silas, so trying to both maximize his burst
and
play melee matchup, so I think you get a lot more values. Peanut.
Yeah, going in aggressively as Faker already down to 300 health. The permadeath will come in. There's the
nice
there, and Chovy gets his revenge. And this game, he'll pick up first blood.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel that 2-0 confidence from Matt.
No, don't bet down.
There was no analysis whatsoever. It was just 2-0.
So I think that when you consider also the fact that now this Silas who did take first strike as
easy
gets a first blood
jago Genji jago
early. This could be a disaster for how this laning phase is going to go as the Silas gets stronger. And Chovy, he still holds on to his teleport here, can get a better back.
Yeah, getting an early kill and forcing the flash out of Faker. Very, very big. Also makes a possible early skirmish a lot less threatening when you don't have the point and click CC for the Renekton. As Wondering as we see, the Peanut setup, because Peanut actually has been, as mentioned previously, really good about the way that he's been finding these early moments, finding these early ganks, and I haven't really talked about the end of the draft, but Sejuani, even into a Morgana, which in teamfights can be very debilitating because of how slow the permafrost actually comes through, and Glacial Prison lose a lot of power. When you're still in laning phase and Morgana's trying to just farm up, it's so incredibly strong, and with both the setup that you have, everyone enables permafrost. So the reason why I have a lot of faith in Gen G is because I think T1's never going to be actually allowed to play this game. I have a tough time seeing it. We're also going for the cleanse, very good defensive option into things like bindings and all the point and click CC that's available for T1.
Yeah, no flash actually available here from Ruler, so definitely very committed to making sure that he can just stay in amongst the fight, understanding that positioning is key.
Exchanges,
to do it.
Exchanges like the ones we saw there with the early gank from Peanut, are pretty predictable as, okay, owner.
Yeah, around the side here as he is going to spot Chovy. Chovy sees him. Let's see whether the Dark Binding will connect. Right now, Aatrox with control, and Chovy will be able to sidestep Dark Binding. Mind games complete, and won there by Chovy this time.
The way that this goes wrong for T1, I think, is falling too far behind too early, right? And we know how these two drafts interact in terms of the way there's a front line for this Zeri. This ward will spot Peanut. Still could commit to the dive.
Not going to go for it this time, but Lehens, he's running real quick. Doesn't have Ghost or anything like that, but Gumayusi's going to Ghost himself. And so that means just by looking menacing, Len's going to be able to pick that one up. And this is what we were talking about, 4-0 right now on the Singed. Len's just pretty good at it. Return gank here onto Faker, more permafrost to come in, but they do just back away. Faker getting to relative safety,
tiba-tiba bisa nge-gank anjing baru menit 5 anjing udah nge-gank 2 kali, Cok.
Yeah, and I think that the way that like the draft works out here
curang
for
juga.
T1,
Hero kayak Rubik tapi cuma bisa ngambil ultimate doang. Curang anjing.
Pivot, right? A Faker saying I could play as Renekton as Peanut is not done.
Yep, he's coming back.
Yo, di gank. Lagi mati tuh Faker, Cok.
Faker's slicing, he's dicing, he's trying to get out, but Oner wasn't even allowed to black shield him. He couldn't get close enough.
Primal Beast.
And the point I'm trying to make here is just being illustrated repeatedly while I'm trying to make
interrupted, making your point by your point being made.
Yeah, exactly. You're playing into the Sylas melee here with the Sejuani. This is what you were saying earlier, Chronicler, about how strong this duo is together. And I think as Faker, ideally here, you'd want to play something with a little bit more lane pile, a little bit more control, but you're playing into the Sejuani, and the Morgana is a binding binary. Should she hit it? Does she not? That's your end result, whereas Sejuani, no flash on the Renekton, you can keep coming back for more. And as a result, Faker is finding himself falling further and further behind.
And a lot of this comes down just to how incredibly well Peanut is able to be ahead of all these plays. Because, like, turn it the other way around. If Chovy gets hit while he's not in the wave with a stun, he dies. Like, there's a Renekton stun, there's a binding, and you're gone. There is no counterplay, but because every single time that this happens, it's Gen G that is on the front foot, right? It's Gen G setting up the play. They have a man advantage, so what you're going to do. Lance, level 5, by the way. Thank you for that, Nila. Definitely a necessary part of the kit, as 2-0 on the side is Chovy already.
Terima kasih tadi katanya.
If you can just coast until like level 11.
Fasih dalam bahasa Korea kok, tenang.
They had the wraparound there too on the Singed. Avoided the control ward.
Well, speaking about wraparound,
gila, Marsinya GG, Cok.
Going to be diving forward. That is not the Glacial Prison you're looking for there, Peanut, but Ruler now does
nice, double kill. Nice, gila, Marsinya jago, Cok. Marsinya, Cok, real, Cok.
With a book, but no friends, and that's a double kill as Ruler. How many multi-kills has he got this series? We're not even like a bit of the way into game 2 yet.
And I was worried this was going to happen. I didn't quite expect it to like this pace. I was
thinking
it was going to be around a Herald fight, was going to be maybe around an early Dragon, but Gen G is absolutely decimating this early game.
It's crazy how much value Peanut has had across the map. He takes flash away from Faker early, grabs that kill, comes back for a second pass, gets the second kill, comes down here bottom side, helps set up for double. Ruler's grabbing plate gold. Solo, plus 160. I mean, this could not be a bigger lead for Gen G right now. With a composition that is so snowbally. As he just hits this max range, flashes in. Here, Peanut, level 6, doesn't hit his ult. Doesn't matter, Guma has no way out. And it's because of Yuumi. Oh, he misses this as well on the wall. And with the Yumi here, it's just a double.
Yeah, the Apotheosis actually pulling him out of the Jet Set Radio future. So a little bit of a shame there for Gumayusi.
Level 6, I mean, that's your
solo
experience
kill kah?
advantage.
Oh enggak.
100%. So now, Gen.G, it's all about just pushing this advantage ever further. Close to 2,000 gold, but that's pretty decent here at close to 9 minutes into the game. And Peanut is going to look to extend that even further by taking this Rift Herald.
Also see Doran going for the Eclipse build, so assuming it needs to be...
Sumpah kenapa jadi pada judi semua dah, Cok?
As Lahens, only as Axe Flash, but even with Axe Flash, that cinch is terrifying, and we're seeing happening right in front of our eyes why no one has dared to pick Yumi against Gen.G, and it feels like a lose-lose. You ban Yumi, and you don't get it, or you pick it, and then it's doomed.
Yeah, and I just want to defend my prediction, right? Because we see Zeri Yumis so often, and they just win. This Zeri Yumi also has a Morgana as well. So it's like, what I didn't realize, gentlemen, that obviously the smarter men, who are the analysts on this test, should have understood, is that sometimes you're just not allowed to play a late game. And that's exactly what you were talking about. Faker, oh dear. This is a bit dangerous, but yeah, you can see the gold is already so far in their favor. Okay, final chapter's going to come through. There's the flash out from Chovy. Faker is still very, very low. But T1 not going to be able to find that. They do get a lot of summoner spells, and by a lot I mean...
Masif banget anjing mainnya, Cok.
Still very important.
Peanut is everywhere and Owner is nowhere. He has saved now Chovy after being 100% kill contribution in both the kills on Faker, the bottom kills as well. He is the brains of the operation. Peanut has been so good at this, and unfortunately Morgana that is going to be a counter pick here relies on smart pathing, and Owner just has not been able to keep up with Peanut this game. And as it snowballs away, obviously it gets harder and harder to keep
cringe
up with
anjing,
the
sumpah lu abis
tempo.
nonton ginian cringe banget, Cok.
That's good. At the very least, but
I mean, you're potentially going to get dove. Morgana has to come over.
Yeah, has to cover, and this is what keeps you on the back foot. As Peanut now moving away, Faker, they have an inkling.
Yeah, there are a lot of pings. T1 know exactly what's going
on. Kalau degradasi nggak tahu ya, Cok.
Going to be the question. Faker has his flash available, but there is the Everfrost to stun to come through. Faker still should be all right, but another chain is going to land. Dominance is going to come through, and now Gen.G are just chasing after the Crocodile. They are bullying the T1 mid lane. A mega adhesive. Lance just says that's enough, and he books it out of there. And in the meantime, Shelly smacks down the turret.
I mean, you as Owner here, you were pathing bottom because you saw the Sejuani. Zayas going to have to get over the wall here.
Will the chains connect?
Oh, man.
Weh, balik, duit gue balik.
Doran's just going to pick up that kill. Flashes over the wall. And that is going to be that, and Gen.G are steamrolling this game.
Yeah, I mean, Peanut, he shows bottom. Owner has to come down. He's coming over the fence. Oh, God, this is just dug.
Oh, dear, they get the bad news. He's in the sky. He gets flicked back. There's the Glacial Prison. The setup's beautiful. The binding doesn't connect. The ulti does come through, though, and there is...
Udah kelar kan? Gak peduli lagi gue, gak ngerti gue soalnya. Ya, tadi menangnya 7-7, 7-7, 7-7 anjing. 7-7 mulu ngentot.
I mean, our performance was after patch.
Masih ginian, Cok, lama, Cok.
Like new patch and like everything changes and like the way we draft and the way we pick, but I think we could be back at it again. Yeah, Astra is a good team and I think I want to smash them, but they're a good team, so we'll see.
I want to smash them.
We're ready to smash some people now. Let's go.
Game of this best of 5 grand finals. Who will smash? Who will be decided by gameplay and also, of course, by draft. We're moments away from that. Before we head into that, let's take a quick look at a comparison between two roles that Jabs knows a lot about. It's the offlaners that we wanted to go have a head-to-head with. It's Amar, it's XXS. Jabs, your opinion on these players, please.
I would say that XXS is like pretty good farm right now. Like he can play like a both like carries type or like a he not like greedy as a Ama. Yeah.
Not as greedy as Amar. Amar definitely one of the more greedy offlaners.
Smash.
But I do agree with Jabs there. Like one of his biggest benefits is while he can handle that core role if you need it to be, he also just excels on these Mars type initiating heroes who can do so much for his team. We've seen Aster time and time again win these team fights, collapse on the mid lane on the back of XXS's play.
Yo, Judy.
Going into this first game, what is, Ninja Boogie, according to you, the thing that you're gonna keep the closest eye on for this match?
Well, for me, I think Mars is going to be highly contested by both teams. Amar has been playing it very well, and XSS with great success as well.
Yeah. I think we have to look at the Aster post 5 hero, because like this guy only play like a defensive support. If you look at it, like he play a lot of Y1, Abaddon, Dazzle,
Tai cooldown semua ya?
I think how this team
Wah, tai cooldown semua, Cok.
Defensive support and be like behind. Yeah.
Well, defensive support, undying support already removed. The Chen as well. Respect their.
Bentar. Gue baru ngeliat barusan ini di draft.
As well. We got the shaker removed. OG.
Mau lihat nggak lu nge-pick siapa? Ligar pasti seneng nih.
I would love to hear, Jabs, your opinion on
Marcel
going
Willow.
into bonus time for this second ban. How unusual is that?
I feel like maybe OG didn't think like Asa gonna ban the shaker. I feel like Asa gonna first pick Mars. I don't think they want to give him Mars. Oh, never mind.
I think also Aster's ban is targeted true, since he is a stand-in, and maybe they're targeting his hero pool. He's been very effective with both Chen and Earthshaker.
OP ini kadang bagus kadang enggak, Cok, masalahnya, Cok.
Well, the Mars Willow opener from OG has worked so well this entire tournament. Of course, the Taiga Willow, the Mars from Amar, we saw that it should have been probably banned out in a game earlier against Secret Epi.
Damn, this is so old school. I guess the trade-off is for Aster, you can secure this first phase Ori hero, like potentially a Queen of Pain, a Puck. But Queen of Pain did get picked up. But I do like the Quap a lot here. It feels like her matchups usually go very well for her regardless of who she's playing against. So securing her in the first phase simplifies a lot of your draft.
Yep.
But also there's a lot of natural synergy in playing with Tiny, which is probably going to be Vivoca's hero.
This is
a very aggressive hero and needs to play with a support that can enable that kind of aggression.
Right now, Kov is really strong in the lane because of the remove on small camp. Because Kov is one of the heroes that doesn't farm small camp. It's not like Puck or like Ember that used to farm small camp. And now Kov can win the lane harder.
So let's say Jabs, Puck and Invoker are banned. What's the hero you'd suggest for Fnatic?
Kunkka.
Kunkka or DK? Which is better?
I think Kunkka is better because DK right now is really out of the meta. That hero
gak bisa di-bet anjing bus bangsat.
Okay.
Yeah, and BCN play really good Kunkka too.
Yeah, so they do have one last ban, so I'm curious to see if they'll ban that Kunkka out because all
dah.
the bans right now have been focused on this Pop.
But this matchup is kind of hard to say because sometimes Kunkka
sudahlah.
Kunkka, so it's really depend on the player.
Ever since that changed, right? It was more favored in Kunkka before that. Now it's like
easy 10 kill, bro. Amar, bro.
So with the re-emergence of defensive style supports to saves, we've seen Aster run some Oracles, we've seen them run some Abaddons. I wonder if they are going to look towards something like this just to dispel the Mars-Willow combination.
I feel like they probably might
Cok,
ban Y1.
ini gimana ceritanya, Cok?
That's one of his best hero.
Bet handicap OG 2,5, goblok 3-0 dong menangnya. Enggak lah.
Like when I was looking at his stats,
terlalu resiko, Cok. Free Fire 5th anniversary ada JKT, ada Winda, ada Ari Kulgar ini.
Let's see, another saving support for Aster. Which one would you ban?
Ada siapa aja coba?
I would ban Y1.
You would ban Y1 over
because you cannot arena into spear on Y1 too when he used first skill.
So I do think this is a good call.
Ada Mahalini. Kenapa ada Mahalini, anjing?
You can see what the crux of their fights is going to look like, right? You go in with the Mars, you do the follow-up damage with the Willow, and basically any target that you go on in the early game,
gak jelas, so ada Winda, ada Mahalini, why?
To take these fights well. So by taking that away from Aster, I think they're debating whether or not they want to leave the Dazzle in the pool because it does seem like a good pick for them, but it might be a little bit too much to just take out 3 supports in the second phase. That's what they're concerned about.
Well, they don't have too long to be concerned about it. This is a lot of bonus time being used. The reserve.
Terus setengah juta lagi tuh beli tiket BP. Yoi.
There's a lot of support band right now, but I feel like OG is gonna have to pick on the third hero first.
Nih gara-gara lu anjing bus ya.
Omni Knight. Okay. Why? What do you think OG's thought process is?
The thing about Omina is it's buff the carry. And then like they have 18 and 74. It's kind of easy like to pick the cover up like after that.
Okay.
And it's also a potential solution to Faceless Void that Aster have like to run in the group stages.
But it can go 50-50, right? Like if the Omni Knight gets caught in the chrono, he's kind of, you know. But Janel did play pretty good.
Kemarin pas Dota gue tawarin bet AC Milan nggak mau. AC Milan bet apa emang anjing?
A lot of support got banned.
Yeah.
1,5 bus, ngeri bus 1,5. Dia aja menang tipis 2-0 anjing ya. Gue kemarin tuh mau ngebet ini sebenarnya Sassuolo. Gue nggak yakin, jadi nggak jadi. Mana Bayern juga cok, Bayern. Oh, Bayern 1-1 anjing, suram juga.
Also, the disruption would have just countered what OG want to do with their Mars here.
Yeah.
Liverpool sih gue kemarin nggak Liverpool cok, nggak ngebet Liverpool.
Because like Brewmaster can discard.
Iya, gue juga deg-degan tuh kan. Gue nggak demen yang gitu cok. Liverpool gue salah cok. Liverpool gue nggak ngebet ya.
At the last major, he's played really well.
But don't you think like a tiny Brewmaster lane is kind of weak and can get punished? Since they have like overall aspect in the face.
Yeah, but it's Omni Knight. Like you can try to pull.
Okay.
Like that person's wife. MVP.
What do you think about Enigma for Aster yet?
It's pretty decent too.
I think they're lacking a little bit of team fight. Yeah, Brewmaster.
Oh, I would like Enigma more than Brewmaster because like you can buy Red Pack and like it's pretty good landing with Tiny.
I feel it's like one of the more stable offlaners now.
Yeah, you're not gonna lose the lane.
And Boboka does love to like roam and pressure mid and help Ori secure those runes.
So Aster do pick up the Dazzle. I suppose that time they spent deliberating on the side of OG was just the decision between are we giving away the SD or the Dazzle, and potentially banning out the SD could be
Old school matchup.
That's a classic and a half right there. Now it used to be that Queen of Pain was had a little bit of an edge there, and of course I think what do you think about it?
Kayak gue nyesel dah cok.
Like then have Tiny roaming to SF, so
very scary.
Yeah, it's very scary for
he's out of position, and Boboka is definitely going to be roaming mid.
I got a small chance this SF might be carried with.
Lu yakin 3-0? Gue nggak yakin ini tetap 10 kill anjing.
If like Aster picks some melee hero that like weak in the lane, I think they might put SF as a mid, and like there's still a Rungkad for them.
Alam juga Rahman.
Troll is pretty good against Omni and Dark Willow later on too when he gets to Aghanim because like it's good debuff everything like Dark Willow and
Tuh, 3-0 OG katanya. Tapi dia bela PSGLG, dia aneh cok.
Actually, a little bit scared about the SF. I know the hero got buffed a little bit recently, but if you're starting off your grand finals game with a series that can be so hit or miss, I worry that if it goes wrong, the SF gets stopped, right? Chasing the jungle by this Queen and Tiny. They pick some kind of control on their last pick for this offlane so that he can't be much of a factor. And OG just go into the next game, kind of kicking themselves, right?
Yeah, so far I'm favoring Aster in lane. Like I would favor that as a control.
Matchup, like very depends on like who's play better. But this game as well, like if you get to like, I remember Vincent had a huge build like huge dagger abilities. If you get to that point, this game like the Aster doesn't have like a BKB control in this game, so like you can burst anyone in the game. Aster should pick him. I'm really good for them.
I like one hero that's also not bad is like Banner. What are your thoughts about that?
Also, Dawnbreaker that is still left in the pool. It's a really good XXS hero. Yeah, it isn't really a double melee, but it's an easy way to find the SF early on.
Dawnbreaker is kind of like because like the second skill with range is really big enough. Like I tried to play it, and like last time you can use that spell on the range trip and the hero, but now you cannot do it.
Alright, we talked about it so much in the previous couple of series, and it was ignored until Aster last picked it here.
Yeah.
Oh,
SF mid anjing.
coming out as well. Oh, and that was only picked for a hot second, but back to the bristleback indeed.
I mean, this just looks like a typical Aster lineup with just like.
I really like Aster lineup.
I mean, BB does fare well against Enigma in the lane, but I think overall, I would favor Aster this game. What about you, Jen?
I would favor Aster too.
I also like
Enigma
Aster's
sambil
draft,
dulu stand kill emang
but
iya.
I think
Enggak coy,
the
Enigma agak
support
agresif
actually
anjing.
gives them a lot, and it's an easy
Tapi
way for
terakhir kali gua ngebet ada yang tim pakai Enigma ya kalah sih, bener
I'm
sih.
mostly just concerned about the Shadow Fiend. I feel like there's so many ways for this hero to die early on, and I don't think the Omni Knight's gonna be enough for him in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, and then like,
Eevee.
Amaz is playing
Yeah.
Maz, so like he might be able to carry this game. Yeah.
Eevee pakai batik
He's
Indo
gonna be
Pride.
the one taking a lot of farm on the map. So
Batik PGRI, ada logo PGRI.
Impact on his Mars that a lot of people have said maybe should have been banned, but we're gonna find out. Is that Mars enough to
Ini final,
overcome
yoi.
the Aster favoritism that my panel has shown? After this draft, we're gonna find out. Arena Stars, can you please make some noise for Odie Pixel and Fog?
Thank you very much, Malaysia, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals here between OG and Team Aster. You know, Aster, an incredible upper bracket run, and OG, they've been building up the momentum through that lower bracket, ready to meet head-to-head here in this grand finals. Fog, we've just had the drafts, and already so much to pick apart. We're getting some exciting picks.
We got Shadow Fiend, a hero that's not picked too often, but overall, Aster, they've gone for their more traditional draft, which looks very standard for them. Not to say that OG's doesn't look standard for them, but some different heroes that we haven't seen too often, like the Shadow Fiend and the Omni Knight in particular. I mean, lots of fighting should be kicking off.
Cornet
Aster,
Pandik
though,
ada yang
I like
cosplay
the way
Kung
that
Fu
they set
Hustle,
up
nggak
this
peduli
draft.
ler,
I think
nggak
that they've
peduli.
got so many of their comfort heroes that they've looked so dominant on. XXS Enigma, I mean, this guy has been absolutely spectacular most
Absolutely,
games.
he really has. We'll can't wait to see as we're getting ourselves into this, and interesting to see pretty much for the duration of this grand finals how Mars does end up coming into play. Right, left in the pool, of course. OG no hesitation on grabbing it as their first pick. Well, we'll see if that's going to be something.
Lu jangan nyuruh gue yang aneh-aneh. Gue lagi nonton ini, gue judi ini. Ya kalau gue judi, ada hubungannya sama dia baru, cok.
The Shadow Fiend aura with the bristle, viscous nasal goo going around, the God's Rebuke as well from the Mars. Lots of physical damage that's going to be amped up, so we could potentially see MR playing that kind of carry role as well from the offlane, while BZM maybe more of a place like fast style with that Blink Yules BKB like the panel was saying.
And overall as well, you know, Mono bringing the troll in this game, of course, having excellent backup in the form of PQ being on the Dazzle. We've seen PQ consistently on these heroes that provide such saves. Be insane, his positioning is always on point. How do you sort of feel that Troll's going to be able to slip into this game? Because we've had a few patches where Troll's been out of favor, but some changes, a little bit of a buff or so, and he's back in here for Aster.
Yeah, he definitely still feels like a pretty strong hero for them, and especially when you have Dazzle, that extra thing that always able to give you extra save, but also versus Omni Knight, a pretty cool interaction, of course. We've seen it, I think, this tournament. The Aghanim is spilled on the Troll Warlord, being able to dispel things
Already
off.
some early action here, Baboka with the toss back on Chu. He should be able to buff himself up. Baboka, the one to fall low first, as OG, they'll try and chase him down. PQ
Satu
coming
hit,
with the body.
nice! Gila, dapat kill BZM, nice!
First blood here for the mid Shadow Fiend.
Botol instan, bro.
Auto attacks coming out from OG.
A huge shot there for BZM on this SF, of course. That'll mean he can get that bottle out incredibly quick.
An important one, too, because he doesn't actually end up winning the block in mid, which can be one of the more devastating things in that Quap versus SF matchup. So him getting first blood's probably going to offset a lot of that. See how Ori's able to handle that extra regen that BZM is going to have.
We'll see how well he's able to play here with the Razors, of course. Nice little bit of a buff to the Razors, right, in terms of additional sort of level of control it offers.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of things, of course, the Queen of Pain, the turn rate can be a bit annoying, some things like that, but overall, this is a pretty good lane now for this Quap. If he just puts levels into the daggers, it does apply a ton of pressure. But like we said, BZM, early bottle, should be able to offset a lot of that harass. And looking at the other lanes, Trolls should be able to farm really well. Monet,
Game 3 ini, Kak Bus.
5
kill lagi.
Secure the range,
Apa enggak,
of
Bus?
course, with whirling axes, and it is versus double melee as a Troll Dazzle lane, so quite strong.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll see how well Monet is able to harass the two. You know, the last series that Aster played.
Bilang dong, Bus, kalau ada bet-betan lagi.
Start to finish, this man, he never lets go of that top spot.
Yeah, and I'm curious if, I think we probably will see that Aghanim build up, but I'm curious when we do see it, because versus that Omni, versus Guardian Angel, versus Heavenly Grace, it's kind of one of those obvious picks. Even versus Willow, dispelling yourself, all these kind of things, it's really strong.
And overall, how do you sort of rate the measures that Aster's going to have to be able to deal with Yuragi down the line? You know, there's Bristle Pick coming in later in the draft. The potential to be very strong and of course, buffed up
incredibly by the Omni Knight in the mid-game fights.
I mean, maybe that Heavenly Grace is going to be enough to protect, but there's always the Midnight Pulse, like this damage that comes in from the Enigma that's going to get better and better as game progresses. Also, Dazzle, slight little minus armor that builds up. Troll isn't really that bad of a matchup versus Bristle. He's going to have a pretty okay time sticking onto him.
Obviously, so far in the CS, a bit of a lead here in the mid for BZM, 10 for 4 against the 6 for 4. That, of course, that first blood and early bottle timing definitely giving that extra ability to spam out the waves.
Ori. They're playing actually, Ori's playing this mid lane so smart. He was standing on the hill of BZM to make sure he blocks the runes away.
He's going to have to force BZM to TP over, but doesn't mean BZM will be able to get down towards rune on the other side. No other movements coming from the supports quite yet this early towards mid.
Yeah, it was really smart actually. We didn't get to see it, but he was literally playing on the hill, watching BZM. He was dancing between both the runes, just waiting to blink right in front of him. So a nice play from Ori, even though we do see, like you said, BZM ahead in the lane because of that early bottle and first blood. But mid, Baboka's actually coming in. He's coming in.
Yeah, ketahuan.
Spotted by the tower, and of course the high ground vision here up on the cliff, so no chance of catching BZM by surprise.
That's preparation. You know, OG, they've watched Aster play this kind of similar draft so much, the Tiny Enigma. Baboka very active on his Tiny, so putting that defensive ward early, knowing that he's going to make the rotation. Nicely done.
Now, overall, Baboka's movements been completely on point in the games that he has been able to get the Tiny through. He's always the one that's able to find that catch to start the fight, so you've got to be super aware of him.
Okay, doesn't give up all the Eidolons, but he has to be very careful. That's why they picked this Bristle matchup, just to be able to clear out those Eidolons in lane versus the Enigma at all times. Big success. He might lose him this time. Will deny one. He doesn't lose all the Eidolons, though, quickly, so they were just pretty much resummoned, and Yuragi cleans them out quick.
Yeah, both carries off to a fantastic start. Yuragi and Monet barely missing a creep. So far, neither offlane duo really able to do anything to threaten the carries. I mean, most of that down into the excellent support back up bottom. Very hard to make a move onto this Troll, as there's always the threat of the Troll and the Dazzle being able to run you down.
Can he get the range?
He's going to be able to get him close to the tower. Malefice will keep him contained for a few hits, and Midnight Pulse down. That's a lot of damage, not quite enough. Of course, with that Ring of Hell for Yuragi, we'll be able to slowly heal up, and in fact, Tiger, he's going to be able to throw him over a salve as well, just to make sure that Yuragi stays in a healthy position.
It's a constant thing we see, right? The tossbacks under tower. That's why this combo is picked so often.
Mati Ori anjing lu ada
TP out of this one as BZM in range to start getting the raises going.
He just keeps literally blinking onto his face to try to take away the runes. But yeah, still seeing BZM doing excellent in the matchup, but Ori is starting to offset that, even though that bottle was there so early.
See Baboka have another bit of a go towards the mid. Of course, that ward's still standing. So BZM fully aware, and backup will be coming in as well for BZM Tiger, making sure that Baboka doesn't get any chance to close in on the mid SF.
Still annoying pressure plays that Baboka's doing with these little type of movements.
He knows now.
He knows.
A couple of times.
Will he get it? Oh, it was just about
was
to
close.
time
That
out.
nearly timed out there.
Halo Hyperion, nggak ada Discord Hyperion, gua bukan siapa-siapa bro.
So it's always these nice movements.
Cuma hanya mas-mas random yang ngejudi.
Kind of keep BZM very afraid of stepping up. Has some help now, the Dispel. That's going to help quite a lot. Baboka in the area, but with that Heavenly Grace on, he's...
Belakang lu anjing, woi. Woi, belakang lu, Cok.
Still get a chance for a toss
ada mana?
back.
The Grace is gone.
Oh, ada
He's going
mana?
to be able to get him over towards Ori. Chu trying to head in to help out. BZM has got the
Untuk
boost,
Ori nggak ada
a
mana,
decent
Cok.
amount of move speed to run away, and with the spells already used, no further lockdown. He's more than fine. He's able to walk it off.
A nice try.
And top lane. Pressure coming out from Yuragi. The stacks building up.
Bro, bisa bantu gua kelarin ID gua buat bisa memberan nggak? Gua males main unranked.
Good damage onto the tower here.
Really no.
Sorry to say, ini gua males banget main unranked.
Try and force this Bristle back.
There's no mana on Baboka.
Tapi biasanya di ini ada yang mau sih di Discord. Liu mau tuh. Nggak tahu, Liu masih ada nggak?
And this is the thing right with the Bristle. At this stage of the game, when Yuragi's sort of playing like this, what hero do you really move over to be able to threaten a Bristle at this point?
Nobody. That's why they went for this pick, right? Versus the Enigma, he gets absolute free farm. So yeah, he's gonna be...
Liu siapa? Bentar. Lu masuk Discord ini aja nanya.
Or if they start building up towards...
Kan lu circle lu anjing. Lu masuk bentar, gua share Discordnya dulu. Mana sih? Link-invitannya mana sih ngentot?
No stacks, but either way, looks like he doesn't really want to lane versus.
Kemarin gimana performa Lehat nah? Bikin pusing anjing.
The Shadow Fiend very low HP.
I mean, would you consider being a bit of a window once XXS gets the level 6, has the black hole?
Banyak yang ini biasanya kok, banyak yang nanyain.
Try and deal with Bristle, or even in the caught in the black hole in the Midnight Pulse, do you think they're not taking him down?
I think they'll be able to bring. They'll have to bring probably 3 heroes total though, at the very least to try to do it. But we'll see if they even want to do that. Because Yuragi, it's like, that's kind of space that he makes if he does do that, forcing so many heroes to make a play onto him. But he's playing very far up, and here comes the TP, so...
Let's see. Ori's going to make the move over.
Tanya aja di situ coba tuh.
Be able to get him back under the tower. See Yuragi turn, trying to do as much damage as he can to XX.
Ah!
Not the pure damage of the Sonic Wave, and now gets
Di bawah juga di go, anjing mati juga nih.
Bringing the 3 heroes and Blinks in front of him to get the Sonic Wave in his face. Perfectly done there from Ori. And that's pre-Black Hole, so now success for the next situation. We'll have Black Hole if they want to do it again. He has some earn charges. Big move.
Malah lu anjing easy 10 kill anjing.
I will imagine Yuragi will still return to that top lane. Definitely having to be a bit aware of Ori. We'll see again that move, as you say, bringing just enough to be able to deal with the Bristle and showing that indeed that first Sonic Wave usage from Ori comes in at exactly the right place at the right time. Being used to slow down Yuragi, who's been having a completely free start so far.
So slowing down the Bristleback, very important. You see Monet absolutely at the top of the net with 600 against his counterpart. So
ada saran gue buat Rehan anjing. Jangan main sendirian gak jelas kentot.
And he's going to go Maelstrom first, so that mixed damage at least versus the Omni Knight. 2. Does not get the ensnare.
Oke banget anjing.
Doesn't want to run the risk of chasing into the triangles. He back over towards the river. Baboka coming in with some body blocks onto BZM. Tiger will do his best to help out. The 3 of them look to run him down. The poison touch is in. BZM falling low. Any help at Danchu with a purification.
Nice.
Grace keeps BZM buffed up and enables him to walk back to the safety of his tier 1.
They're having put so much attention to make sure that BZM doesn't die, though. Ori is really applying so much pressure as the solo Queen of Pain. Haste Rune now, too. They have to keep both supports in the area. Their offlaner and their safe lane doesn't really need the help, though, but they're having to spend so many resources to just protect this Shadow Fiend.
Top net worth still very closely contested.
Gak, gue kemarin tuh trigger gara-gara Rehan, cok, sumpah.
Him and Monet pretty much matched in farm so far.
XXS hasn't died, though, which I think is really... I mean, both offlaners, important to say, but
Lu kapan pernah lihat Ogre Magi ya? Ada orang main Ogre Magi kagak agresif anjing, pasif but pasif.
Net worth, still having a great time. We've seen what he's been able to do as this Enigma multiple times this tournament when he gets this type of start.
Makanya kesel gue kemarin, cok.
On the side of OG. So once he gets to those points later on, of course, too, you know that Aster's going to have some great advantage in the later stages.
We've seen how effective XXS has been multiple times with the black holes that he uses. They're always perfectly done.
So there's not that much that can disable him, really. It's the Mars and the Willow, but the Willow is actually just the fear. So yeah, pretty easy game, I would say, for XXS at least to set up a lot of these black holes. Going to be difficult. Taiga has to be in position every time to stop it. Unless they itemize, of course, like we were mentioning. The Yules for BZM maybe going to be the pickup. He's going for this. He's actually going for bots first.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where he goes beyond that as well, right? With an SF nowadays, how are you going to be looking to build it?
I think it is just the spellcaster build, as we were mentioning, the Blink, BKB, Yules, and stuff like that.
SF diganti gak sih ininya?
One of those targets. And if he does that, it actually forces the black hole on him every time because they have no other BKB piercing disable. I guess they have a snare, but we won't count that.
Of course, great team fight combo between the Fear of the Requiem and the Arena of Amar. Huge amounts of team fight control if OG's able to land the combos.
Yeah, they've got the double, right? 2 different fears that they can output. But very low level supports, Taiga level 3. Does get the book coming out, but they're going to have to give him some space in the mid lane at the moment.
A very controlled start here from both teams. 10 minutes in, 1-1. Little to if any mistakes being made by either side so far. Very calculated here in their movements.
Pretty much everyone just playing their lanes, except for Baboka, who's moving around a lot, just constantly trying to pressure that Shadow Fiend. That's dead even. Exactly what you could ask for your grand finals.
Absolutely, and no way to really tell which direction this is going to explode in once the fights start.
Important thing to point out, though, is the stacks. Looking at Taiga, he's been prepping them over and over again. So a pretty massive one that's going to be set up for that Bristle timing. Doesn't get that.
Won't quite be able to get the Ancients stacked again, but still a juicy amount of farm. Ready for the taking then. Indeed, as you can see, already 7 done this game. He's getting a lot. And yeah, BZM after the bots, looking for the Blink Dagger. To be that first way to get himself in position and find the opportunities for the big Requiems.
Ini dia. Yuragi stakan. Berapa stack itu? 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Fear that comes down. Here we go. Ancients time. Not a really easy way for Aster to contest over here. Kind of suicide if they actually did. They walk over here, the Mars walks over, and then it's just easy fight for OG. So they're just continuing to play their lanes. They probably know that these stacks are going on, but yeah, not worth trying to contest.
This will allow, you would imagine, XXS to start putting some pressure onto the top tier 1. We already see from OG down bottom, Amar pushing in with the C.
Main Mael dong,
will
mau
hang
nih.
around the lane to try and hold on to this tower as long as he can.
Some good damage, though. I mean, wow, this tower is already down to less than a third HP bottom.
I mean, they're looking for an opportunity to fight with the ultimate here, Amar. And he's going to go for it. He's going to get the setup on a PQ. Quick shallow grave comes out. Monet, of course, being held outside of the arena, but now hits the back. Ori jumps in with the screen, turns towards Amar. Amar being bumped up by the Heavenly Grace of Chu. They're not even going to be able to get PQ. PQ is still alive. We'll see rotation from PZM turning with the razors over towards Monet with a side wave. Pushing them back means that OG, they cannot get any kills out of this. They will also stay all alive themselves. See if Asta's able to get a jump back in on this, but looks like the sustainer chews too much.
Oh, and every little thing. PQ, the grave, the fairy fire, the stick, he hits 6.
I mean,
right
OG's ready to go back in there.
Oh, wow.
Monet. It's been caught by the razors here. One more from BZM could do it. Has got the ult, and Monet will look to touch.
Dibait, ditarik.
It's his only chance to have any sort of fighting chance.
Loh, goblok Amar!
He's able to launch off the crease. That might just save the success. He's in with a black hole over the two of them. Catches June, catches
Amar tolol, jancuk!
He's able to walk away.
Every little thing coming into play. The heals from PQ, resetting him a little bit, then he runs away, gets the trance off.
Away. I mean, I know ATMs are supposed to give you money, but that's exactly what happened there. Gives it straight back to Asta. He's able to walk it off.
Oof, and Amar knows. He says the sorry, tries to get the spear to latch, but it actually just harms so much.
We'll see it again here. Trying to get an angle to catch Monet, but as it was, pushes him far enough away from his team. A little bit of life steal off the creep as well as the ult comes to an end, and they just weren't ready for XXS.
Oh my god. That's just such a
crazy... tolol, Cok, Amar, Cok, sumpah, Cok!
Surviving the initial initiation. He hits 6, he gets these little extra heals onto the troll to survive. Love when you see those type of little things make such a big difference in the early game. And that's the blink reveal, of course, too, for XXS.
That's a huge one. Doesn't get much better than that from him.
No, it does not.
For these early game black holes.
Yaragi still, of course, incredibly
This Bristol's going to be huge. He's going to have an excellent timing on the Aghanims.
But a big hit, really. That was like OG's first real aggressive move, and it gets countered quite heavily. They still do get the tower, but
Boca, little jump with the Tumbler's toy. Takes him out of the arena, and he'll be away.
That's a big cooldown. It wasn't
counternya OG apa Aster? Udah itu. Counternya OG apa Aster?
Nice move from Boboka.
See if they might be able to still get Boboka here. Once again, another bounce with the Tumblers. And Yuragi and Chu, they won't have the catch for this. So Boboka free to just watch them. Keep an eye on the progress that Yuragi is making. And we'll see that Axe will be done very shortly.
They're starting to swing over. Yeah, Chu just has to stay right next to Yuragi when he's playing this aggressively. Less than 1k lead right now for OG, but you'd expect them to actually be more ahead because of these stacks that happen. Like Aster, I think that they're in actually such a good position in this game because of that. Like having this pretty much even net worth right now after the laning phase is pretty amazing for them for this Enigma lineup. Oop. PQ.
Amar.
He's got the ult back up because of that arcane rune.
I mean, you know, the PQ's relatively alone, so
nice.
Fair enough there. Drops the ult, secures the kill. And why not in a game? 15 minutes, only 3 for 2. You drop your ult every time for a kill like that.
No, absolutely. And yeah, that's literally because the arcane rune that happened earlier. Sure, he whiffed it, but then the faster cooldown.
And quick moves as well. Maybe catching Aster off guard where they might not expect to jump whilst the arena's just been used. Smoke up from OG. Has been scanned out though.
Yep.
Aster, they read OG and they know that it's likely that they will try and catch them by surprise, and it's not going to happen.
Nice attempt from OG, just trying to take advantage of Dazzle being dead, Black Hole being on cooldown. Can't find it though, so Black Hole back up in 20 seconds. Aster gonna look to recontrol, and since the scan was successful, they're gonna look for a ward that was maybe placed as Taiga.
See if you can buy some time with the Shadow Realm and see if OG want to fight this. BZM and Chu, they're watching from the side. Curse Crown will kick in Taiga, pushing back the Boca with the fear, they'll take him out. Azori caught in the bramble, but not by the spear, he'll be fine. OG sees the opportunity to group up and take the fight head on there. Getting a kill and looking for the tier 1 mid. The full Aghanims, it's on its way out for Yuragi.
Yep, it's time. And is that max level? Yep, it's max Heavenly Grace as well too. So pretty massive. It's going to be pretty impossible for them to kill him, and they have no way to actually remove it just yet. They might be able to even like try to force like Roshan and stuff. Like right now into Black Hole, maybe not. Maybe want to look to just continue to get some type of more control of the map, but the threat of Rosh is definitely there. BZM pretty far up bottom. extremely far, actually.
They're going to definitely go for that jump. Baboka and Ori waiting in the tree line. His TP's on cooldown, and even if it was up, there's no way to get away from this too. BZM.
That's a
Apa cok dek kono cok?
very weird death, to be honest. Very far forward by himself. Quick moves from Aster, though, being able to find that Baboka halfway toward his Blink Dagger. Who got the last hit also? It was Ori. Okay, an important last hit too, because he is falling slightly behind those cores.
That's a great farm for Monet, pushing him towards that BKB beyond the Maelstrom.
Janji lagi game 3 dikit
She's got
aja.
that.
Oke.
Fully able to just commit in these fights and only have to really worry about the physical that will build up from Uragi. But outside of that, he can get on top of his target. If he closes in and gets on top of BZM with his ultimate, Shadow Fiend's not going to stand too much of a chance of surviving.
No, they're going to actually hit a pretty even timing on the side of Aster. Their triple BKBs are probably going to hit all at the same time. Looks like Ori's might be slightly delayed, but XXS, his is nearly done. Same thing for Monet. So I think as soon as they have those, that's probably when you're going to see the speed of the game really ramp up. Because this is one of the quieter games we've actually had.
It really
this
17 minutes, 4-3. But I tell you what, it's not been bad. You know, there's been some great moves from both teams. Very much showing that they're bringing their A game here for the grand finals.
And now we see Taiga, he has a Veil finished up, and now they're going to start posing this Roche threat themselves. BZM, BKB done. Same thing for Amar. So they actually have the faster timing here for their BKB timings in comparison. But they are playing into Black Hole, so have to be careful.
Just a little bit of a usage here with the smoke, keeping OG able to hover around the pit.
Amar, look where he's sitting.
And Amar, ready to lead in. They know that Baboka's got his eye on them. And they'll have to make a move soon, Aster, if they want to put a stop to this, but they're not going to be able to get in. Uragi, he'll secure the Aegis. So very much ready to start barreling down these lanes and looking for some fights now. With his full Aghanims, the Aegis on the bristle, OG, they're hitting a very strong point.
Yeah, it's time for them to try to control the map a little bit more, because, yeah, they still, they got Aegis, but it's not like they're not far ahead almost at all. Like, Aster, it's still a very even game, and when they have these BKB timings, like I said, I think they're still going to be able to look for these fights versus OG. They're just going to have to kite the bristle.
Marcel nggak deger, cok.
Of the Omni Knight in particular, and then kite the bristle in the fights.
We'll see again, this time BZM pushing pretty far out the lane, but he's got the backup. Chu right by his side in case Aster do make the jump on him, and as it were, he pushes through that last wave and backs off. Doesn't want to run the risk of stepping into a fight with Aster. He's sticking around for the small camp, but he's just really feeling strong that Chu's in the neighborhood here.
Agak dia abis itu nabung Aghanim anjing.
He was very close to maybe being able to separate the two of them, but BZM has got a haste. So he'll turn and start to build up the raises on Baboka. PQ at the ready when required. Amar, maybe he can find the jump towards the dazzle. The Great being used early.
Nice kill.
A spear from Amar will ensure that there's no TP out available for Baboka.
And there you see the new Shadow Raises coming into play, right? That slow that it applies. The Tiny actually could not run away whatsoever.
I mean,
pretty
OG,
cool.
they're looking to see if they can get further catch here. Amar still has the arena available. If he can close in and catch PQ, it should be another grab for OG.
Next phase boot, is he going to commit it?
He's going to drop it.
Goblok.
But there's no Brave, of course, still on cooldown here on the early level, so PQ will
Oh,
still
cok, nggak kena, cok. Amar anjing.
They'll take 2 kills, and by the looks of it, they'll take a tower as well.
They know they have to play fast, because I think they do also feel that they're playing versus this Enigma, the Blink BKB without any way to stop it. They do have to try to control the map and get a bigger network advantage on the side of OG.
Enigmanya bro, Blink BKB bro.
Be such a threat for OG with this Blink BKB. He is ready to go. OG's positioning, it has to be perfect. If XXS finds the opportunity to jump in, the fight is just going to be disrupted massively.
Absolutely. And he's been, like we said, so clutch this entire tournament on this hero, so yeah, always eyes on him. And we said, OG still looking to play fast, take advantage of this Aegis, looking to
doang takut.
try to prevent Aster from getting this farm. Swinging
Kena black hole 3-4 orang, 3 orang dah. Gak main udah tuh. No mana cok, Ori cok, Ori no mana cok.
That'll be the setup that Tiger has to catch
Nice.
And get the kill secured.
A very aggressive play by
Bisa yo.
Tiger, time and time again, this tournament himself too, baiting people it feels like in
Lol,
this Willow, 3-0 and 2, perfect control.
Lol, Cina bukannya mafia doang ya isinya ya, throwing ya.
Iragi now playing extremely aggressive, knowing the Queen of Pain is
Kan
dead.
Cina isinya cuma itu cok, mafia judi.
He's got very little to fear right now, Uragi. The rest of OG smokes up behind him, just in case Aster do try and take a fight into this. Unlikely, of course, considering the state of the Aegis.
It's smart, fast plays though. Just continuing the map dominance. It's these quick, fast smoke rotations just to swing across the map.
Look at this. We'll see how good of a read Monet has. He probably will TP out, knowing that this kind of movement's likely.
He's going as far north as possible.
See if he risks hanging around. He's
The
been
scan.
scanned. They know he's there. Has got BKB TP. And he'll opt for it. And of course, between these heroes, nothing to put a stop to
Bagus,
that.
bagus. Habisin 9 second BKB. Nice.
Do they have any smokes left on OG? Now the BKB is on cooldown. I don't think they do. I think they just used like all 3 in the last few seconds. So
we see here as well, of course, Asta didn't quite see the whole of OG reveal, so smoked up themselves, maybe seeing if they could find an opportunity to catch one of OG's members out alone bottom. As it is, OG playing pretty tight as a group.
trying to play around Ori for the next few seconds also, just ensure that he can finish the BKB after he did die at the last moment. And he will have it done. So 1, 2,
agak troll di buff cool stack BB nggak? Cool stack BB nggak bisa di debuff. Yang bisa cuma yang itu, yang hijau-hijau, satunya.
That fear is no joke, so really important to point out is just how big the Requiem fear is really going to be. So
massive, it's a whole screen.
Yeah, and I'm going to be watching PQ because it's really hard to play a lot of these saving heroes when you are playing versus the Blink Shadow Fiends who blink into the middle of the fight and just separate you completely.
Ya, gunya doang bisa di spell.
A lot of hard tasks really for PQ.
And that's why we see the build that of course he's going
cannot
for.
be dispelled.
The blink. He has everything to make sure he can sit right back and still be able to offer up his support.
I mean, that would be so cool if we do see this kind of play come out where he gets his blink tag and he sees the Requiem
So
fear
he jumps
and he
over it.
blinks over it.
Yes,
exactly. I think that's kind of the style maybe he's looking for. Or, you know, you see the Mars running at you, and I don't think Amar does have a blink dagger, so he always has the read of when the arena is going to get dropped, so he can blink out of it and stuff like that, because a couple times he's been caught in it, so could be a cool pickup. I actually really do like it if he's able to get there.
Last up, grouped up here, maybe he's looking to set up for a smoke. They will. They have all the ultimates at the ready.
BKB's all ready too.
What's the timing of the Aegis looking like? It's gone.
It's
just
gone.
comes to an end. So Asta timing this perfectly around that Aegis expiration.
And we do see the blink on Baboko was finished up, and Monet, as we mentioned, very likely he's going to go for Ags, so he's got that next, he's got one of the components finished. He does need it versus the Omni Knight.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Omni Knight. Blink dagger done on Chu, so.
Good timing, honestly. Like, he's so quiet. You know, Omni Knight doesn't farm or anything like that, but yeah, getting it at this point in the game. 0, 1, and 2. Such a quiet game, but still finding some space on the map to get the farm.
Kok rambut gue lama banget ya, panjang ya, tai.
Would hope for with that smoke Asta. Start to split back up a little bit and might give a chance for OG to get the jump themselves. So Uragi leading the way with a full halberd done. And another way to really mess with the damage output that Mono is going to try and deal in these team fights.
Oh, delicious idlers.
Asta, you can really feel it. They really want to fight.
I think they probably feel like they're getting a bit out-farmed on the map, so they definitely want to try to find something here.
Certainly showing in the gold. 7k lead hovering around here for OG with how much Uragi and BZM are able to stay at the top.
Standard OG, right? Farming incredibly hard on the 3 cores. Even Taiga trying to find any type of space.
And Amar, of course, just building up this gold so he can just straight up buy the Aghanim Scepter. And the build that we've seen him have great success with.
Not versus that like typical ranged carry or anything like that, but still we saw how much damage he was able to actually apply, just becoming that 3rd carry. And with the Requiem, or sorry, with the presence of the Dark Lord, with the Viscous Nasal Goo, like we said before, his damage is not going to be very low.
You've got this AoE armor reduction coming out from the Bristle, and you're following up with this huge area that you're just dealing these right clicks.
Boring banget anjing gamenya, cok.
It means that if Asta don't find the jump, find the team fight control, you know, if OG somehow is able to mess with the black hole in a team fight from XXS, definitely a large chance that Amar will be able to have the superior amount of impact in the team fight.
Now, how about when there's 2?
Masya Allah, Amar.
It's going to start building to this point. Aster is still going to keep getting tons of farm on the map too on this Enigma.
Definitely, yeah, sort of overall in terms of
definisi game ini anjing apa?
Spell in a hero can be.
Oh.
Sort of the slow down in kills. You only got to sort of look towards XX.
Main Harvest Moon di Dota,
He
cok.
gets the chance to play with 2 rounds of his spells and items. You know, there's not many players in the world that can deal with that.
No, not when they don't have any BKB piercing disables.
He's
getting a lot of farm, and he only has died twice this game, so he's actually going to have this timing on his Arcane Blink that's really nice. So he can actually act as this pseudo-initiator in a way, and just disrupt the fights before the BKBs or anything go off. I'm actually surprised that he's only died 2 times this game, so finding tons of farm on the map. That's the one problem with Shadow Fiend a lot of times, is you're just very susceptible to just dying, but he has gotten a lot of help, right? Chu always being behind him to bail him out of some situations with Heavenly Grace. So he's going to have this very good timing on Arcane Blink BKB.
I mean, and do you sort of imagine overall that the feel from OG is that they have this lead, so they don't feel under pressure? Like, who are we going to see try and step this up? Because still 26 minutes in, 4-6. This is probably going to be the lowest kill game at this point in the whole tournament.
I think both teams probably feel like they have the late game because OG always kind of builds this like style of this triple core that's always going to be able to contest in later stages. But Asters, as we keep saying,
info score 0-0 anjing buta lo.
That can have these good matchups as he gets
Ini lo,
bigger and bigger.
0-0 UH.
And so, you know, talking about Monet on the Troll, it's got that acronym.
So
what sort of the big spells this is going to interact with in the team fight?
Cok 27 menit 10 kill belum anjing.
Spells in particular would be kind of the big ones.
Asta.
I mean, even actually, I mean, it's like everything. The viscous nasal good. There's actually so
many
different things that he's really going to be dispelled.
Yeah, you can definitely see what they're going for here. And regards to the Aghanims, Amar, he's also got his done. And now OG, they will be the ones to start to
salah jalan lo, Cok.
It's another like triple timing that they have. Sure, they have like 4,000 gold on Yuragi, but Arcane Blink was done, Ag's done on Mars, like you said, and also the Willow has, I believe, a Yule Scepter too. So a couple different timings that they're trying to take advantage of. Aster seems to know something's up though. Look at Monet's positioning.
They're ready on the high ground, Asta.
They see him.
Do they want to commit for Monet? Spear won't connect. Catch him in the brambles, but they will hold back on the fear for now to decide for Boca. Toss back on Yuragi. Midnight Pulse drop down as well. Chu offering up the heals, so Yuragi's fine. Asta, they'll back off. Neither team able to quite bite in as they wish to in this fight.
That was a lot of abilities he dispelled though. 74 bonus strength on the Bristle at the moment.
And now Asta. After sort of seeing
Liatin aja, abis ini masuk lagi terus keluar lagi, awas nih ya.
Of course, both teams yet to expend an ultimate in this engagement, so everything's still ready to go. It's all about who gets the jump.
Midnight Pulse cooldown, Cok.
Could be one team fight to kind of decide the entire game, really.
Ini biasanya 20 menit kelar ini.
Games where they've entered into team fights, they've all survived. The enemy has been completely
biasanya gitu sih. Satu tim fight, lu ingat tim Spirit PSG nggak sih? Satu tim fight kelar, ini Cok. Gue buka dilompatin. Baikon, arena, cakep. Mati, dibunuh duluan Cok. Aduh, Cok. Fir, nggak apa-apa. Mati, nice.
Monet incredibly low, Ori trying to hold.
Woo!
This time it gets the kill, takes the Monet, has 3 dead on Asta.
Oh, big mistake from it. They didn't get the BKB off on XXS. I thought he was just going to BKB Black Hole on top of the Mars, but a big mistake coming out in OG.
Amar kapan dapat Aghanim? Baru lihat loh.
I mean,
he's like, I don't need Blink Dagger if you're going to toss me in.
I think he was over the moon with that toss there.
Oh boy.
Goblok di setup anjing, dikasih setup Cok. Amar Cok, goblok banget anjing.
Secure Roshan. Once again, Yuragi's got that Aegis, and now thanks to that team fight and that series of events at an 11,000 lead. Was he going to toss back, but he said
di toss back anjing ya, dibuka kasih SXS bangsat.
I guess he just really wanted to try to get a secondary target or something, but yeah, then we see.
Gila fear-nya Cok, habis-habis tau. Mati sebelum kelar.
He's on the cliff, but he gets a good fear off anyway.
And of course, this is the
snipe, wing! Gila, ujung tombak real coy.
You know, he's pretty farm, but especially when the BKB is out, in terms of damage that he can do to a target, it's not that huge coming out from a troll as a hero at this stage.
I mean, they didn't have 2 heroes in that fight, literally. Like, the Enigma and Dazzle, everyone died before they got anything off, pretty much. So.
Kenapa di Manjor kalah? Di Manjor kan kalah 2-1, Cok. Kagak kalah 2-0.
Start to run away with this game.
Yeah, huge lead now, 11,000 gold, and the ability to play around this age is to look to push for more. Or maybe not, because we've seen both teams have been taking.
Menang game satunya, menang Manjor kok. Habis itu kalah 2 game.
The patience in that situation paid.
Gak ada game satunya kalah sih. Manjor game 1 kalah, Cok. Game 2 menang.
Back up to their own high ground.
Oh my god.
Well, he nearly ended up.
Kena kurir! Nice! Aduh, BKB Cok.
Or he puts the BKB and a TP out will get him out of there.
Oh my god. That was close.
Cing, kena kurir, Cok.
Having his number.
BZM now gets another amazing talent for the Shadow Fiend when you do this build. The fear is actually crazy how much it does apply with the Arcane Blink since it does amplify it. So that's why it's like 5+ seconds of fear that it catches on most of the heroes. It's actually very difficult to play these saving heroes as we were prefacing before for the Dazzle. PQ has his work come out for him. And now 10k advantage. OG, 3 minutes where they can dominate the map with this Aegis.
Yeah, and Yuragi can just go where he wants. I don't even know if they can kill him the once. He's massive at this stage, and having the backup of Chu, we're seeing how much sort of strengths and buffs that he can pass over towards the Bristle. it just feels like he's untouchable at this stage. 19,000, nearly 20k net worth, 31 minutes in. Yuragi, he's having a great time on this final pick for OG.
And with Chu having such an early Blink Dagger, he always has the position he can get Heavenly Grace off, and there's so many things. Also, that he's dispelling and just buffing this Bristle up. It's usually like 60 plus strength for most of Chu.
Lo. Goblok. BB, Cok. Gas saya, Cok. Nice. Shit. Jago pecah orang anjing. Griff. Ulti. Guardian. Apa kek? Arena mar. Cok, gak ada Guardian Angel, Cok, ada GA anjing.
They got him.
And that's going to be him out of the game. Yuragi dead for 70 seconds. As Asta only losing Baboka, who brought back...
Gila black hole-nya anjing.
Tossing Yuragi over into the hands of Monet means that Asta get a huge fight on this defense. And of course, the way it started, XXS might not have been able to get his black hole off at the fight around the Roshan pit,
gila sih
but
black hole-nya
it couldn't
bangsat.
have been any better.
He gets the Midnight Pulse down before it, like resets back, waits for all four to cluster perfectly. Aster still showing that they have some fight in this game.
We'll see it once more. Now OG.
Sah masuk, brrrr.
Like to go for the dives, fighting up by this tier 3, and it's sort of just a lapse of judgment there.
GA aja keluar itu. GA aja pakai anjing gua atau GA Immortal anjing jelek banget GA Immortal anjing enggak kelihatan kalau GA bangsat.
XXS now going to be building toward that refresher, so 8k lead for OG, but still breaking high ground, something they do have to respect.
And we saw here, Baboka came in with the buyback, and that buyback enabling them to make sure that Yuragi was also picked up as well towards the end of the fight.
Yeah, those long duration team fights
Beda kelas anjing.
for Asta with the dazzles minus armor building up and everything too. Monet, a big winner in the fight, second in net worth now, showing that he definitely can stand toe to toe versus that Bristleback, especially if he's able to get Satanic. You could totally see this game completely flipping.
Yeah, if he's able to pop that active, he'll be able to live throughout a great duration of the fight, especially if PQ's able to sit back and continue to pop out the heals. Obviously with that fight as well, XXS, the goal...
Amar ini harusnya dagger, Cok. Maju ngincar Dazzle, habis itu kelar, fightnya nggak bakal lanjut habis itu.
And close to that level 18 on top of it as well.
OG's going to have to do some kind of crazy initiations in some situations for breaking high ground, or just try to find this Enigma as game progresses. 10k lead still for them, but you still always... Breaking high ground is always going to be this extra problem. As level 20 is hit also for the Troll, Monet, soon to perhaps surpass Yuragi.
All down to that defense. Well, one of the best sort of defenses against an Aegis push we've seen, really.
Yeah, and OG, they're trying to get these lanes shoved in, trying to maybe take advantage of cooldowns, but Black Hole's back up in 20 seconds, so XXS will have it available if OG tries to push the limit again. I think they might need to actually switch for Amar to get his own initiation at this point.
Sure, someone's got to try and get in, force the action before everybody's holding hands in these situations where XXS, he'll be there every time with the jump.
Because fighting outside the base without the blink would work, but
he was pushing out on his own, and of course XXS, no hesitation to drop the black hole to look for this kill, but he didn't actually have enough damage. Yuragi's able to walk it off.
High ground ini, HG ini.
They did know that OG was likely to have closed in and be ready
HG
to turn
ini
it
mah.
around, so if anything, quite a careful back off there from Asta. They could have stuck around maybe to try and finish him off, but likely they would have fell into a difficult fight against OG.
And they might actually be baited. XXS, he refreshes instantly. He's got black.
Oh, ada refresher aja nggak jadi, Cok.
They might not be ready for this.
Let's see.
He's pushing in. See them turn towards Baboka. They've got to be careful out of the group, but they might not expect the second black hole, and there it is!
Ayolah, ya.
Gets the three of them all. He's three-man Sonic Wave pushing them back.
Oh my God!
Every core dead on OG. They weren't ready. They weren't ready for that. XXS.
It was a bait. Hit the bottom black hole. It was a bait. This was the real one.
It was a huge bait. They didn't waste time, energy trying to commit to kill a low Bristleback. They knew if they headed back to base, pop that refresher, OG, they weren't prepared.
And now Monet, he's got Satanic done. The game has completely changed. No black hole available for the next 120 seconds. So OG, when they do respawn, are going to have to hit hard. But Aster, they might even be able to break high ground here.
Here we go, down the mid. From what was an 11,000 gold lead for OG, 2 Roshans back-to-back that they were able to secure. Now just down to a 2k lead, and it's OG that's going to have to deal with Asta knocking at the base.
time. This Rax is...
I mean, you don't want to buy back,
No.
do you? 20 seconds, you're probably just going to have to let this one go. They'll be able to stick around through the fortification. They don't want to buy back these cores of OG, so they'll have to let at least one set fall.
They don't have anyone who can like capitalize. If they do
Tiger?
buybacks, they don't have like a blink spear back. Like if they do buybacks, they don't have initiation.
That fear alone actually will save the Rax.
Okay.
There. It means that Aster don't actually have the opportunity to stick around before the respawns come into play. So Tiger able to minimize
Emang anjing counternya OG tuh Aster, Cok.
Last incredible fight that Aster were able to bring on the defense.
But what's the solution? Now OG has to ask themselves, what do we do? How are we going to counter XXS? Because Black Hole's going to keep coming back up, and they're eventually going to have to fight into it and have to deal with it. So, yeah, Gus mentioned, I think the Blink might maybe need to get accelerated perhaps through some initiation, but Amar's not queuing it up. He's actually going AC, so we'll see how they just try to find and stop XXS.
Someone's got to deal with him.
I'm not seeing the solution. Sometimes I've seen Amar go for like the Basher with his Aghanims play, I think it was, like a couple of games ago, maybe like a couple months ago, something like that, but yeah, Aster. It feels like even though there's that gold lead, they have control of this game now.
The only answer, really, from OG is to fight when the Black Hole's not available. So 30-second window here, where they'll look to punish, look to get some kills. They get the grab on Ori, but BKB and a jump to the side. Ori should be fine here. But he's able to turn and get the setup into the Sonic Wave and get onto the three of them, pushing them off to the side. The arena's been dropped by Amar. They should be able to commit and threaten Baboka, and indeed with the Goose stacking up a huge physical hit from the God's Rebuke. They'll take him down. BZM in position, but the BKB's out from Monet. Pops the BKB, walks it off. It'll just be the two supports here dying for either side. Baboka for Tiger.
OG's got to run now.
They have. They tried to pick this fight whilst the Black Hole threat wasn't there, but that window, it has closed. Double Black Hole ready to go again from XXS.
Aster definitely keen to fight as well too. PQ with the gem, clearing out all the wards in the area. The gem is actually Choose from the earlier push when they went for the high ground.
Radiant's top tower.
Fantastic game so far. 11-13.
It's so close still.
Enigmanya last pick, Claire. Lu mau main Enigma kagak last pick di counter yang ada silencer, clockwork, nggak main anjing.
It really is.
XXS just on point.
We may just be seeing, you know, one of the reasons why Aster, not really a team you want to sort of give the luxury of getting a last pick Enigma through the draft.
Exactly, and they did early, like they started their draft with their Tiny, you know, this is their traditional combo they've gone for over and over and over again. Yeah, they're smoking, they want the fight. They know they're stronger.
Maybe a bit of an answer there. They have the Hex done on so BZM.
Maybe he can be that initiator
Maybe
instead.
he can.
Let's see. If they don't kill XXS at the start of the fight, I don't see them having a chance.
This could be the difference maker. If BZM can find that jump, get that Hex off, buy that time for OG to start the fight, and force it in a way where the chaoticness may make it just that bit too difficult for XXS to find the opportunity.
Let's see. Aster sticking as a unit.
Tapi susah Cok mau nyelamatin apa mau nge-kill Enigma dulu tanpa nge-kill Dazzle anjing.
Happy to be the ones that OG walk into as long as XXS isn't the one to tank the jump.
Yeah, it's really going to be all about next Ferocian looking at buybacks. So taking a look at these right now, I think Amar, he's been holding his for a while, so he was hanging on to like 4,000 gold. So trying to have as many buybacks as possible versus those big, those big team fight plays is usually the ideal. As Aster trying to get
up. Everybody apart from Amar.
It's a pretty huge
Amar himself will have the Invis. May even give him a chance to catch them by surprise.
And BZM also has an Arcane rune, so some pretty powerful runes they do have for this fight.
Aster's got the high ground.
They found Chu.
They'll see Chu. Nice. Quick blink from Chu. Gets him away from the combo of Baboka. They know that Aster's trying to make the jump on them now. As OG, they'll charge back into their jungle, pushing Aster back. As there's the jump back, says he's in. Black Hole this time round, only catching onto Yuragi. See if it's going to be enough to get the kill. Second Black Hole
kedua. Mantap, mati tuh. Nice.
But it's not enough damage. This time OG, they survived the threat of the Enigma, and they're ready to clean up the kill.
Mati tuh, dieback. Enggak, masih ada buyback.
PQ trying to keep him alive in the grave.
Dazzle no buyback, Dazzle no buyback.
As Hill fall, PQ chased down OG. They were able to find the fight.
And respawn on Roche. This could just be their window to end the game. Oh my god, they actually somehow reclaimed the high ground during the fight. They forced Aster to low ground, and from that point, XXS...
Cok, ambil lagi, Cok. Oh, nggak ada Black Hole 2, gas.
On top of the back being turned, I think Amar maybe had the bulwark, I didn't see, but something was doing a ton
Bukan quill spray anjing, skill 3-nya Amar.
And now the push coming in.
Lagi di Black Hole nyala skill 3-nya, makanya mati dia.
But of course it will be without the two Black Holes.
They're gonna knock on tier 4s, there's no Black Holes. They just need to watch out for tossback.
Gas.
I mean, they're going to have to use the buybacks. PQ and Monet buying back into the action. We'll see if the four of them can hold back OG as indeed with the push they've got, they're rightly building up for Uragi. The Aghanims of Amar, they're beating down on the tier 4s, they'll force out the fortification.
BZM bisa lompat, Cok. Awas, Cok.
They're continuing though.
Bisa di-bait. Ayo lo.
They'll try and get the toss back, the Hex never wins.
Tar!
BZM jumps in quickly, they're making the request, there's Mamoka out of the game. Asta held back in the fountain, the ancient exposed OG. They're looking at
gas!
They might be happy to take it up by the way, but Ori, good angle from the side, close the back the same way. Monet, he's in on top of Uragi, Uragi getting back, Uragi in trouble, he's trying with the big game, he's outside, Uragi's alive! Chu keeps him safe and sound as he'll back off.
Balik, Cok. BZM mati, Cok. Goblok, Cok.
The arena's back up, Uragi's got to be careful, incredibly low, but he's ready to turn to the bottom of the grave. No, Ori has done the kill! He's picking them off.
Ngetro, woi.
Looks towards Chu, ultra kill for the Queen of Pain as Asta, they're holding. OG, they're throwing the buybacks into this fight, but I don't know if they can save Amar. He's trying to step back up the fear over towards Monet. Amar will live.
He's still alive.
He's back up to full HP. Ori, he's got his eyes, his heart set on the rampage, and he may just get it. Amar, he's been left behind. Ori's dead. We'll give him a pseudo rampage for that one.
Holy moly, what a hold.
Gak mau Aegis tadi pertama, Cok. Terlalu banyak sombong, ngentot.
The zero black holes as well, they couldn't end it. They will get the Roche. But oh my god, next fight now there will be that double black hole.
12 seconds until the initial black hole, 30 seconds until refresher. And that is terrifying for a team that doesn't have buybacks to fall back on.
Somehow Ori, like in this fight, there's just so many like distractions. Ori's just doing
Gak bisa, anjing lo. Apa?
12,000 damage in that fight.
I mean, we've seen
nge-end kayak gitu, anjing.
But even in that fight where the sort of huge AoE team fight control wasn't in play.
SF udah mati mundur, ngentot. Udah jelek, anjing. Masih lanjut. BB lu udah sekarat, gak ada mana, masih lanjut, Cok. Aneh, anjing.
Uragi, he got stuck facing the Troll Warlord because of the bashes, which just allowed Ori to kind of go to town in the back line.
Gak masuk akal, Cok.
Oh my god, this crazy game
They're going to look for a huge play here around the Aegis and the Cheese, but it could be their last. If they die, no buybacks, it will be game over. It's a risk to be taken, but of course the buybacks that are on cooldown for Asta, they're also the big ones. Monet and Ori, they don't have buybacks available. They kill. You know, whichever team loses the two main cores, it's going to be game over.
Yeah, Glyph on cooldown as well. Aghanims goes to BZM. Level 25 also acquired.
But XXS.
OG gak main aman, anjing. Iya, OG gak main aman. Harusnya main aman tadi itu.
It's been a lot of physical damage that he does have to deal
Cuman susah juga kalau lu main aman, lu semakin late game lawan lu enigma, anjing. Setiap kali lu mati, nge-spawn, black hole udah ada lagi. Bener itu ngambil tier 4, cuman nggak langsung nge-goal lagi gitu loh. BB lu mati, santai aja gitu, tarik aja dulu. Meskipun ya emang timing nggak ada apa black hole ya. Tapi nggak gitu anjing, BB lu mati nggak ada mana, Cok. Kalaupun dia buyback balik nggak sempat, udah kelar duluan fight-nya.
Near level 25 on Monet, he's got it. That can be a pretty big one too. I mean, he's always going to be able to survive in any initiation that OG does go for. And Amar, he did go for Blink Dagger finally.
Ini ya bisa di-cash waktu ke stun apa? Stun.
He's got that fully on disc himself. So multiple heroes getting close to having the abilities to survive through the jump if Asta does catch them.
Asta though, feeling the pressure of that lack of buybacks versus this Aegis, giving the respect, staying in their base for now.
Nggak disassemble aja sama Amar.
See how much OG want to try and push it around this Aegis.
This is still like, I'm sweating right now. This is such a close game. Anybody can take it at this point.
Dilempar Uragi.
OG's ready to reveal themselves. Up to the high ground they go. Uragi pushing forward. 2 minutes left on the Aegis to look for this fight with. Ancient exposed. Who's going to start? Who's going to make the first move? It's Mamoka. Look at the toss back onto Uragi. Big damage there.
Holy.
And the bristle falls so quickly. That's the
Black hole satu.
Not drop the black hole.
Ion.
Will throw the heels from the side.
Black hole 2. Gak sempat black hole. Gua buyback. And Tron. Goblok Tron. GG.
The Glyph still being down.
Anjing.
That black hole again for XXS.
Cok, gitu doang susah anjing. Tadi kalau kayak gitu kan selesai gitu ya. Lu punya Hex di SF udah dipakai tadi, Cok. Malah nyoba maksa, Cok. Goblok emang. Gila.
What a game one. I mean, I don't think you can ask for much
Menang
more
nggak?
from an opening game in the grand finals. Both teams bring in the top stuff here to start
Belum
this
ya?
series off. And yeah, at the end, that Hex, it
Ayo,
was what
coy.
got him in the end. BZM able to make sure that XXS didn't get that second
Terus
set
dituker,
of
anjing.
Black Holes off. I mean, what an opening, what a start. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this one here in Malaysia. We've got many more games to go. Asta, able to deal with OG in this first game as OG will take the lead for now.
3-2 anjing, lama banget 3-2. Nonton dah nih. Cekidot, guys. Tai iklan kontol. Belakang ngeri anjing, tapi tuh Amar anjing, lu lihat Amar bangsat, skill 3-nya nyala, Cok. Makanya tadi mati anjing. Lama banget iklan ngentot. Skillnya masih nyala. Dia mau ke stun kena. Tadi aja kena apa? Tornado masih nyala, Cok. Lu bayangin aja anjing. Lu harusnya kan kena tornado harusnya kena tornado kan nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain ya. Masih nyala anjing skill 3-nya Mars. Broken, Cok. Wah, 3-2, Cok.
So the heist is successful.
Ya, nggak ada yang
Plays
mati.
like this, Renekton's bottom side, Doran is not there. You have the proximity to Baron.
Gila.
You rush it, you rush over as
League
fast
of
as you
Legends
can.
doang ya, bisa
You have to
3-2,
take this like this is
23
T1.
berapa 23 menit
This is the
skornya 3-2.
confidence. I wasn't sure we were going to see it. T1 down 2-0. They make the risky call, they pull it off, the heist is successful, as you say, Atlas. That's a lot of extra gold in their pockets, but it doesn't change the overall state of the game.
I don't even think it's a risky call because you have Zeus, you have the ultimate to put Peanut out of the fight, and you know there is no teleport on Renekton. The moment that Doran is spotted, you're
Gila, nggak mati anjing, low banget.
As Gen G, T1, I think just a really good read here, making use of the Mordekaiser pick.
Bentar, gimana ceritanya ngelawan apa salah satu objektif nggak ada yang mati anjing. Dota nggak bisa anjing, lu kalau udah masuk Roshan Pit pasti ada yang mati, Cok. Pasti ada yang mati kalau udah nge-fight di Rose Pit 5 lawan 5 pasti ada yang mati. Ini gimana ceritanya anjing? Rose Pit 5 lawan 5 kagak ada yang mati, bangsat. Ajaib juga nih game bangsat.
If this Baron falls on his face, doesn't actually get high value. It's so difficult to do with this comp. You know, especially when they're just letting Renekton free farm here on top side. T1 won't necessarily actually change how this next dragon fight is going to go. So they have to play this both aggressively but conservatively enough. Because Doran, his teleport's coming back up. He's starting to threaten an inhibitor turret right now. Someone's going to have to answer this.
Well, Gen G not going to defend their inner turret here towards the bottom side. Similar situation going on. Of course, T1 going to be able to push a whole bunch faster with both Baron and, of course, 4 members down here. But the defense is pretty good here for Gen G. And once again, the macro game being won out by them because this whole minion wave is just dying to the turret. Zeus does finish his demonic embrace and will be able to deal with the last few minions that are going down. But as you can see, it's a 55 CS advantage here for Doran on his big ol' Renekton.
And what's happening here is Zeus is dropping weight, he's playing for his team.
Apa sih? Apa sih, Mount? Apa anjing Toyota Corolla? What the fuck? GG. Thank you, Mount. Bangsat. Toyota anjing. Kenapa iklan Toyota, bangsat?
And now he's dropping wave, he's giving up resources, and that does put more onus on Guma. This is still a Sivir Lulu. Like this combo, if it wasn't against Zeri Yumi, we'd probably take it over any other combination available in the LCK. So they need to do the heavy lifting. They need to be able to win this next team fight. Because if you give up soul points to Gen G,
tower mid tier 1 masih belum hancur anjing.
I don't think you come back.
That's my issue here. Gen G get prio here because of that topside wave. 3 go back. Gen G against Baron have minion waves here in the mid lane, or they control it, and then now they've got control over the Drake itself. Rather, not Baron. And how do you get in here as T1? You don't have the choke point controlled.
Yeah, well, there is Quadra stopwatch available here for Gen G, but Infinity Edge was just done for Gumiyushi. He's going to make his way over on the hunt at the ready. So T1, I mean, this is a pretty good time to fight if there is ever going to be one. They do still need to find the correct angles to make this one happen.
Kalau fight-nya lama banget anjing, lol, Cok.
Damage though, he can't do that. He's so pivotal. Like you guys were saying, almost has his teleport available, but I don't know whether it's going to be up in enough time. And
Lo kalau fake gitu ya, tarik ulur. Kalau Dota enggak anjing, sekali masuk anjing. Sekali masuk kalau misalnya kalah mundur. Ini enggak anjing, enggak ada yang mati, enggak ada yang apa, cuma maju mundur.
That is Infernal Soul Point. And that's enough because it's Yuumi, it's a Renekton as hold on.
Nah, ini baru maju.
He's going to come through there. There's the Assault and Battery all the way into the backline, but I don't know whether Ona can fight both Ruler and Chovy. He has to make his way out. Zoran's going to be taken down though, and now Zeus is looking for Ruler. The Obliterate comes through, but she's dead. Chovy's going to be able to take him down. Ruler is also able to secure the kill onto Zeus.
Menang.
And pick up the Soul.
Gue kira kalah, menang 5-3. Let's go.
Just such a clean fight here from Gen.G. It looked scary for just a moment, but you do that much damage to the Mordekaiser, you can't ult anyone. Oh, it's not over yet.
Oh dear, When Becomes Lightning does connect. That's a great charm to interrupt the audacious charge. And with the Whimsy, Carrier will be able to keep Faker alive. But still, Gen.G are pushing down the front door.
Menang.
Take that. Oh, okay, never mind. Faker does have a lot of wave clear, and so they will
beli
keep
vibes real coy. Real coy.
To wait a wave before they take that one down because
iya anjing kalau pasang gede kalah,
the
Cok.
Mana Bar is also struggling a lot here on T1 side. They have to vacate. That means that this turret is definitely dead.
As close as it was, I mean, 3 stopwatches still up here for Gen.G. I mean,
udah nggak penting lagi udah. Menang. Hijau. Ini merah 1 nggak usah diliatin 2. Ya. Ini apa lagi nih? Ini nggak usah dilihat anjing. Ini udah nggak usah dilihat banget ini nih. Ya, ini masih salah pencet. Ya, yang lainnya baru dilihat lah. Babi emang.
No pandering, guys. No pandering. All right, let's find some more signs out there. Let's keep looking. I'll tell you some signs I see in front of me. Let's see. I didn't choose to support life. The support life chose me. That's beautiful. Dota is bigger than Mobile Legends. That's just a fact. I mean, you're just writing things down. Let's see. You need pick techies. Where is MGod? Forced 50% of the myth. That's just not true. Sorry, Valve. I mean, I know the secrets. Anyway, keep looking. Do it for Seb. Yeah, a lot of Sebs out there. Lots of Dota 2 players.
Face pasti ngetro kan?
Okay, that one's too real. I don't want to make you win.
Face tolol anjing mainnya bukan ngetro sih.
All right. Let's get somebody up from the top of the crowd. Let's go back. Yeah, that's a lot of signs. Zoom in over there. Let's see what we got. I'm gonna pick one. It's time to pick a winner. I've seen many. Show me a good sign. Here we go. Oh, that's a beautiful CM picture. That's looking pretty. You know what? That guy's been here all day. I see that sign. Oh, gosh darn day. Bring CM up here. CM, ATM, bring him up. He has been there all day. Yes, you, to the stage. No, CM. The beautiful CM drawing. Yes, Crystal Medine. Run to the stage. Push everyone out of your way. Kick them. DHL drop kick them if you must. Get up here. Oh, yeah, we got a big prize here. Mr. CM drawing. I hope he drew. I hope his girlfriend didn't draw. I don't know. Oh, no, that's what they always say. Please, on the way here for the box. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. This man has been here all day. He did not take off his team's secret jersey despite their defeat. He's a proud boy. A very, very beautiful puppy supporter. Welcome to the stage. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Not even out of breath. I would have collapsed from exhaustion if I did what you just did. Well done. What is your name?
You can call me EE.
Okay, fantastic. You want to have a shot at warming up this crowd? What do you think? Can you give me a let's go and then your favorite team?
Let's go, Secret.
Oh no, I have some terrible news for you. You're not gonna like this, my friend. All right, let's get away from that sad moment and open your box. Congratulations. Don't drop it now. Okay, what do we have here? Show the crowd. First, keyboard. Oh, and that's a beauty right there. Look at this, babe. Oh, there we go. Got a few more things. The water bottle. Oh, beautiful water bottle. And an SSD. And a pen. There you have it. Are you excited?
Yeah.
Do you own any computer? Great. I'll put it in the box. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the DHL Drum. Congratulations. Keep those beautiful arts coming. And there you have it. Thank you guys so much. You are the best crowd in the world. We will be back with more Dota 2 action But for now, keep it where you're at. We'll send it back to the panel.
Yeah, we got a winner for the DHL Drop Quiz, and we got a winner for Game 1 of this Best of 5 Grand Finals. It was OG that is able to take down the throne of Aster here in this first game. And we're going to go back to the very beginning of this game first, because it was a little bit of a quiet start. This is definitely not at the start, though. This is not the start at all. This is actually when Aster started waking up, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, Aster really had some good moments, but if you want to take it back to the start, Cheever, I think that OG actually had a really interesting concept going on in this game. So they had really durable side laners in the Bristleback and the Mars, so that both of the supports could play around the Shadow Fiend, who we were concerned about in the drafting panel before this. So it actually turned out so well for them in that they actually had the resources to put in their SF without losing anything. And of course, that first blood really helped.
Yeah, gave him the much needed sustain to survive a co-op, and I feel the warding in early game really protected him. All 3 wards spent on their jungle, and you know the supports were very quick to rotate whenever SF got a little bit of pressure, and gave him a good game.
Good game indeed. Also, we are on the panel with Insania. Insania, when you see Aster versus OG, what does your attention go to in a series like this? What do you try to look out for?
I mean, I think it's like OG's probably the only team from Europe that's proven that they can consistently do well against the Chinese teams. I know Tommy said, because Aster knocked him out of the major, and he was really, really salty about it. So he's like, this tournament, we're going to get our revenge. So I know he's really fired up for this event.
And it's showing.
They got some pretty good revenge, didn't they? I think they played around the Bristleback Roche timings really nicely. Aster did a really excellent job of avoiding OG for a lot of that game, though. It was very quiet. They dodged them wherever they could. OG were in a situation where they were trying to force it, but they just couldn't. And sometimes it led to a little bit of maybe going uphill and getting 3-man black-holed by XXS once or twice. But overall, they did clutch it. I think the Mars played a really great role there. I think Enigma not pressing BKB in that final fight, though, was kind of a mistake by Aster as well.
Yeah, it was a rough time. Aster did a really good job in Boogie at the start to avoid those fights until they believed they were ready, which was that first pre-Roche fight, I guess. And you saw Aster running in, and then they lose 3, they don't get anybody in return, they don't even get the black hole off altogether.
Yeah, but Boca had a wonderful initiation, tossed back the Mars onto the, no, I think he meant to toss it to the Bristleback, but it ended up to his teammate, and then XSS wasn't able to react and pop his BKB, and then he ended up being speared, and they lost the fight just because of that.
But that was very clutch by the Mars there.
Yeah, and how many times are we gonna do this? I believe we're gonna do this maybe, well, at least 2 more times, perhaps, if it continues like this. If they continue picking him, Mars, if they continue letting Mars through, Amar is the MVP of this first game of the finals. Insania, does that come as a surprise to you?
ATF being the MVP when he's playing Mars? Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I could not believe it when I saw it. No, of course not. I mean, ATF plays a really good Mars, and I think he's one of these players that just does not hesitate. When you play against OG, what you really feel like is these Zoomers, they don't hesitate, and they're so fast. Like, you miss that for half a second, you're dead. You're just gone. And I mean, he showed it in the last fight, right? Enigma comes up slightly too far, go. Insta. No hesitation.
And no hesitation. I think the Mars also ended up, even when he got black hole, did a lot of damage, right? There was this one time where Aster were the aggressors, and they smoked into OG's jungle, and they got the good black holes off, but because of the Mars Aghanim Spear and the reversal black quills, XXS actually ended up killing himself in the black hole, both of them. So that was a little bit of unfortunate synergy there, too.
It's like an old OG concept when you're playing against a lot of stuns. They used to play like Spectres and stuff. They just dealt damage while they're locked down. So it's cool to see ATF, like, you know, bring back a similar concept but with a different hero and in a way that isn't really that popular.
No, it's not that popular. Another thing that's not that popular was, I believe, the item build that we saw Monet go for on the Troll. It's something that Ninja Boogie, you wanted to highlight for this one.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well, and they really needed this Aghanim up. Otherwise, Omni Knight was a great pick, but with this Aghanim Scepter, you know, you can dispel both the Heavenly Grace and the Guardian Angel. And yeah, that was one of their strong timings that they were waiting
Bagus,
for.
Bus, keren.
When they didn't go for it aggressively
peduli
with
aku,
that
Cok.
smoke, you know, XSS was just a little bit too slow to pop that BKB.
Yeah, of course, I mean, great itemization. Did not play out the way they wanted it to, of course, now being a game down.
GG 3,6 anjing.
Forward to the second game and talk about lessons
Berarti kalau gua all in bisa dong, ya. Bisa ya, Bus.
see some adaptations.
Ya nggak, Bus? Kalau gua all in bisa dong berarti dong.
Dropped a game this
Ya
event, but they've only dropped 2, and it was during the group stages. They've had an easy road thus far. Obviously, it's a best of 5. It's a little bit different. But what would we like to see changed going into
All in apa?
game 2? I think.
So I think
All in
that
ini.
Aster actually, they were trying to inflict a little bit of mental damage in this
All in
game
abis
by
ini.
giving the Mars away and beating it because they went for that first pick tiny, which isn't really that contested when they play the Mars and they're also dependent on
Nanti
the Mars.
malam, ya
So they wanted
elah.
to just take out
Boleh yang
both
CS,
the Mars
CS,
from
gua
the
mau all in
beginning,
CS
show
dah.
them that they're not scared of it, but it kind of backfired. So I do think that in game 2, this Mars will probably be banned by the side that does not have first pick.
All right, well that seems like an easy enough.
Gak bakal 3-0
solution. What do you
anjing.
think, Insania? Will that be enough?
Kenapa ada Insania anjing?
For Aster.
I missed the drafting phase, unfortunately. I was being shuttled over here, so I didn't really see it. But I think put Ori on a hero that buys BKB and then just goes around and kills people. I think that's like, when I think of Aster, I really think of Ori buying BKB and then, you know, he plays the Ori game. Let him play some Razor, some Storm, some first item BKB hero. I feel like Quap isn't quite that.
No, and it was
Gak siapa ya yang ngajak pacaran di ya siapa orang mana ngajak pacaran nonton final nonton final Dota anjing pacarannya nonton final Dota anjing real juga bang.
I think maybe once before he played it, but that was when they were already secured in the groups.
It didn't really impress me. It was kind of set up for success based on the first blood and the supports playing around it, but Aster's a team that always fights, man. So I don't really think SF's that great of a pick. What do you think, Insania?
I mean, it's a pretty good matchup against Queen Mid, and I think with the changes that
Cok, dikasih lagi, Cok.
I mean, you want to play on side lanes more, so SF's not going to get rotated on as much as he would have in the last patch. So potentially something good. Like I said, unfortunately, I missed the first half of the game, but I think it's a cool hero. It can definitely be good. I think
the Arcane Blink was it's pretty cool. Like. But just didn't really. I think it was more like Aster made a couple mistakes towards the end.
I have to ask Aiden, don't you feel like letting this Mars through again and proving you can beat it is a little bit stubborn?
I think Aster can call GG right now. It's over.
But I mean, from your experience, when a team kind of runs back the desire to beat a certain team's pick.
I mean, usually when you come into a series, you've done at least 15 mock drafts.
Okay.
And you've gone through all the scenarios and you looked at which scenarios can we approach properly. Like, they probably figured out that, you know what, Chen and Shaker, we can't draft our games. We cannot play our game against these heroes. So we have no choice but to give them the Mars and try to beat it. You might see if they lose this game for game 3, maybe they shift it up, but I think usually that's kind of what happens when you go into a series and you end up picking something like this. So
26-27 anjing.
Whatever idea they have.
Nggak kelar-kelar, Cok, overtime.
Which is a good sign. You know, Aster still believes.
And I think by shifting the Queen of Pain to the Puck, which is a hero that naturally does better against Mars because you can phase shift dodge these spears and you can make his game a little bit harder, that may be another take that they have to it.
Yeah, we got a couple of respect bans coming up from previous game as well. The Dazzle and the Enigma removed by OG, as well as the Willow removed by.
Sumpah gue percaya banget sama OG nih anjing ya.
Willow again.
Mars anjing.
Yeah, I mean it's Mars combos, right? Dark Willow Mars. We used to do it all the time when Liquid. Tommy loves playing this, so. Yeah, it's a good ban. I think removing Tommy from his comfort is a very good way of approaching playing against him because he has these heroes that he just played so many times.
Yeah, we got a couple of saving supports removed as well. The Oracle, we saw it banned out previous game as well. And the Omni Knight, of course, saw it shine.
Yeah, he played that phenomenally.
But they definitely placed a lot of respect on that Enigma performance last game by taking it out. It's also just an exceptionally strong hero with Tiny.
Yeah. So you see when OG opens up with 2 cores like this, they go Mars Ember, you're gonna know, you know that 16-17, the upcoming 2 picks, is very likely gonna be their 2 supports. And the idea behind this is usually try to get very nice lane matchups. So we have Aster picking their support initially here with a Tiny, and then you're gonna see another support from Aster before you pick both of your supports. And this is a nice way to set up your side lanes to win. Aster, of course, very aware, so they end up just banning a lot of support heroes out from OG.
Would you also want to remove any heroes that might do well against, I mean, the Ember is a flex pick, but we've seen it mostly on Uragi, actually, for OG.
Yeah, I mean, I think BZM plays it as well. a hero I'm concerned with if I'm Aster right now is TA.
Yeah.
I feel like the
Upi datang acara ini nggak? Acara Free Fire nggak?
You have Ember to slide him and poke him off
Wedge,
the lane.
lu kan tahu Wedge,
So
ada
they
Pak
have,
Wedge nggak?
Very, very good answers to puck all across the board. So I think they surely are considering banning it.
I also wonder if OG are looking at Phoenix for this next phase, because it does feel like it's a pretty solid Phoenix game, right? You see this tiny, so you know that you're going to get value out of your Sunray. You're going to have your Mars combo. You don't get the Willow again, but Phoenix is one of the natural heroes that is picked up with Mars. Thing is, OG did play Phoenix twice during the group stages, I believe, and both games were losses, so I'm not sure how confident or comfortable they are on that hero.
Well, they won't get to play it. Aster bans it out. It's a good ban. It makes sense. It's a Mars combo.
None
Strong
of the
against
heroes
tiny.
can deal with the Phoenix right now.
Yeah. I mean, Puck can't
Ih,
really kill
cringe
Phoenix.
banget
Phoenix
anjing
is
sosial
very
medianya
high
Nikma,
hero
Cok.
at the start of the
We
game,
miss
so-
you Miracle, najis.
Piku?
Alay, Cok.
Piku?
Tekis.
Yeah, Piku.
Piku Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, plays it phenomenally.
So since the patch dropped, Aster actually put high emphasis on Wyvern,
Ya
especially
sudahlah.
in the first phase, and I think what they really like about this hero is, regardless of whether it's being picked to counter something, they like its ability to just skirmish early on. Like one good Winter
RRQ lawan apa? Lawan Evos, Gam.
push and maybe shift the tides.
RRQ yang kiri, Evos yang kanan.
Crop's definitely happy about this pick.
I mean, they might not be picking Centaur and building an Aghanims on it, but they do get a crowd favorite in getting the techies on board here.
It is a position 5 techie still, because I mean,
It's true. It's true. True. Techies. He's a techies extraordinaire. Yeah.
It does counter the Wyvern, you know, if you do cold embrace a target, you set him up for a lot of landmines, he's gonna blow up.
Yeah, I'm not much of a believer in techies unless it's Zayat's playing it usually. I just feel like this hero does one thing very well, which
Iya
is
lur,
damage,
real nggak lur?
but nothing else
10 kill sih.
exceptionally well.
Oh 10 kill jelas anjing.
PA. I feel it's gonna be a pretty rough puck game, you know, one disable from him and then you
Pasif.
techies flying in.
Winter cuma nge-save doang. Slow, stunnya cuma 1-2. Setupnya adalah dilempar tiny, dipukulin PA. Kan mereka butuh offlane nih. Harus yang bisa combo sama tiny. Kalau offlane-nya nggak combo sama tiny, udah jelas ini cuma main ngehindar sama ngambil satu kill. OG, lu masuk team fight anjing arena. Tekis bunuh diri. Ember tinggal cucuk. Nah.
And at some point, this Winter Wyvern is
Problem
like,
solved.
He does do nothing. He just regions it passively. And this techies is out trading us super hard on the lane. So
Ini Aster nge-throw apa gimana, Cok? Dia nggak pakai reserve time anjing.
It's also just a stick dispenser lane, right? You just buy sticks on both of these heroes and you can probably
Goes
win
both ways,
the
too.
skirmishes early on. But I think potentially they could look towards tri-laning the first couple of levels with the tiny, getting those quick kills on the techies, and then maybe going top.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up, like, they're definitely gonna just play safe until Boboka rotates top, because he does love, you know, rotating around and setting up some kills.
Because this can be a high kill lane, right? Wyvern does provide a lot of slow, so does the PA. It's just that in terms of actually being able to kill someone as tanky as Mars, who's going to have that stick, and then potentially a raindrop later to offset some of the Wyvern damage, it might be difficult. But I do think this Tiny should be looking towards playing around these heroes right now.
I must
sumpah ya, Aster nggak mikir apa?
Times I've seen in a grand finals a team not using a single second. Aster is drafting like they know exactly what they want. We got a Terrorblade coming out for OG, so that will be Iragi's hero, and then BZM will be on that Ember. But yeah, Aster not using a single second in that bonus time. This is a pre-prepared plan.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they gave up the Mars again, and like we talked about with the mock drafts, for sure, they've gone through these scenarios. They know, like, Ember isn't like an unexpected pick against Puck, so they must have seen this potentially coming. I think the two supports from OG might have been a bit of a curveball, but yeah, when I look at the two drafts right now, I just worry for the safe lane of Aster. I feel like you're giving up the Mars, you have an idea going up against it. I like the tri-lane idea that you guys have. I think
Sementara ini gacor Randy. Gak tahu selanjutnya gimana.
But I wonder what hero you want to put in the
Leo. Leo, ngedraft ngentot, jangan nonton YouTube gua bangsat.
With the Celestial Hammer
Jab
range.
was talking about that.
Goblok Leo malah ini ya, Cok. Lu anjing di muka sendiri nggak tahu loh, Cok.
I mean, XXS plays like these like kind of carry-ish offlaners. He has the ability to take over games very easily, so I'm thinking Timbersaw, but I'm not sure if it's a good hero here.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but then you're playing against this Nyx, and you've also got the damage coming out of Techies, so there are ways to address it, but it doesn't really feel like there's anything else. I guess you could also go the Beastmaster approach and just.
Lu kok bisa jadi pro player anjing masuk final lagi, Cok.
Tricky thing with Beast into TB is when you're.
Itu Amar mirip Bang Tukul. Otak agak gemuk Tukul anjing. Semua anjing.
Yeah, exactly. Be going the helm of the Overlord.
Ooh. They stick with the same colors, at least. The visage. What are we thinking?
Aster's colors are definitely better.
Okay.
They make more sense together, I
They
feel
do.
like. Mickey was giving me fashion advice earlier. So, yeah, I'm not the best person when it comes to this, but I think he would also prefer the Aster colors. However, I do think I prefer the OG draft. I just think this Mars is too unanswered, and he's going to have too free of a lane.
Ini mah gampang anjing.
Visage in the hands of Fnatic yesterday, even though they didn't exactly win that game, we know how well that hero can scale and what it can do if it gets a good start. So hopefully it's enough for Aster, because I do not want this to be a 3-0 Grand Finals. I believe in them. They're going to bring it back.
Yeah, I do believe Aster's going to win this time.
I know we have maybe a little bit of a biased panelist on the panel. I mean,
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I don't know if you guys can see, but
I don't think they can. But I got all their signatures on my shirt.
All the
so
signatures.
maybe a
of
little bit
OG.
of bias.
A little bit of bias. We're gonna find out if, if OG is gonna be at match point after this game number 2.
Anu ya, anjing.
Aster can tie the score. Let's head over to our
Apa?
comment video. It's Odie Pixel and Funked.
Analisnya Oscar Isaac, analisnya Moon Knight, yang main Dota Stephen Liu, sama BSJ. Hebat ya Bang Cok, Dota ini hebat Cok, sama Deddy Kobuzier. Nih, nggak kelihatan Deddy Kobuzier. Oh, Deddy Kobuzier, ya kan? Ente kadang-kadang. Terus ada, ya itulah, ada Stephen Liu, ada Moon Knight, ya kan, real cuy.
But he was addressed a little bit more, the TB in that matchup, because the TB is the counter pick for the PA. But this game, you know, the TB only really has to worry
Dota doang anjing bisa punya aktor-aktor main Dota
nih.
nih.
So we'll see how Aster's going to be able to apply that pressure, because OG, as usual, triple scaling lineup, very strong into later stages of the game. Aster, lots of team fight to kind of round things out and maybe try to dominate. So I'd give Aster a little bit of advantage in the overall team fight aspect of the game.
Okay. Okay, well indeed, we did see the other day Monet, I believe, get a double rampage on the PA.
Versus a Terrorblade.
Yeah, so he's done it before.
Yeah, let's see how this the Visage is going to do. We saw I think the exact same picks, right, from Fnatic, if I'm not mistaken. The Tiny plus Visage, they actually put a lot of pressure. Don't think they ended up winning the game, but it was still a really strong draft that we saw.
What's he set up here around the rune? Unlikely that OG is going to want to step down into this.
I'm excited to watch Chu playing techies too, because I don't think I've seen him. I don't think I got to see him play here. Can't recall, but I know he's been playing most of his his Chan, his Earthshaker, his Omnis, more traditional defensive kind of styles. This is straight aggression. So I'm looking to see what he's going to be able to do with it, because he's honestly Chu's been a standout for me for OG.
He really has. You know, coming in here at this LAN and just slipping into the playing position, completely perfect.
Yeah. See how these runes kick out.
Dua-dua.
Looks like it should just be the 2 for 2. Or he will get the D ward in the mid lane. So, Puck versus that Ember matchup. We've talked about it ad nauseum. The slight spam versus the Puck. We see the Puck sometimes get like a chainmail or something to offset it, something. But Ori, he's so comfortable with this matchup. I think he should do pretty okay with just the constant right-click harass. And he also gets the D ward, which I think is really important. You're always going to be able to get that extra harassment onto BCM. But at the same time, he's played this matchup a million times, so should both come up pretty even.
Now, both mids incredibly mobile. They'll be jumping around the fights. I mean, overall, who's going to have the easier game on the hands, would you imagine, when you look at the counters that both BZM and Ori have to deal with on their respective sides?
BZM just has to mostly just worry for Coil. I think that's the biggest one. Sure, you'll have to worry later down the lines of the tiny Blink Dagger, but besides that, I think Ori's going to have a little bit of a tougher time. Tons of physical damage that's going to be kicking out from the Ember and the Mars, and then the silence that comes in from Techies, and the most obvious one, of course, the Nyx. Carapace is very difficult for Puck.
Obviously, there was quite a period where Nyx just wasn't really picked, even there, that we were seeing so many Pucks, but it definitely feels back in this tournament, people are really realizing that Nyx Assassin, you throw him back into the mix, and suddenly the Puck's game completely changes. Ori has to be so careful how he looks to commit when he goes for the plays.
Hero's also gotten a lot of changes in buffs, especially in last pack. Even 50 range on the stun is pretty huge, to be honest with you, and some talent reworks and whatnot through the last few patches. So I think the heroes actually had a place for some time. I think people were just afraid of picking it, because we had a moment where it was literally like Puck Dawnbreaker every game during the DPC, and people still weren't picking Nyx. So glad to see it coming back. Taiga, a nice little move here, dragging the creeps out of the tower. Aggro, Yuragi, also trying to do the same. So just trying to meet this creep equilibrium that we see teams do so much.
Because we see from Asta very much trying to drag the creeps around to not play the lane head on. I mean, and with regards to how both lanes are sort of settling down
ya,
for
makan
both
apa ya?
sides, who's going to have the easiest start to this game out of Monet and Yuragi?
Beli bangor gak sih biar dapat quotes yang sangat-sangat membangun sekali.
They both just have like the worry of this big
Gimana guys? Beli bangor apa? Gue pengen quotes dari ini cok, Denny Sumargo. 40.000 beli quotes. Real cuy.
And he should, I think PQ might get the cold embrace at 3 also just to offset the physical. So,
Bangor apa? Burger anjing. Burgernya itu Denny Sumargo.
The Visage will just get less than Mars will.
And of course, talking about the Visage, the last pick this game for Asta, what does this hero sort of offer here in this situation? Why do you think they fell on this? Of course, it's something that we see a lot, but what is its strengths in this type of game?
I think it rounds up their draft to have some push. I think they didn't really have any way to actually take
Lu nggak tahu
it
anjing.
easy until
Berarti
they
gue harus
had
beli
the
dong.
zero. And he's going to buy
Supaya
this
Anda
Aurora,
tahu.
so that's going to be pretty nice to counteract like the physical damage that OG does have. And for Aster, a lot of times when I see the way that they draft and they play, it's, lanes are, they make sure they have like decent lanes, but their game
ada
is
gratis
all about the
ongkir,
team
guys.
strategy. Like when they group up as a unit, how strong is it going to be? And Visage is one of the better ones to group around. A lot of denies. Yuragi, 9 denies versus the
he's been
Visage.
playing fantastic with the illusions. Bit of an attempt here on towards Monet.
Good harass.
Mukbang plus ASMR.
Less fun this lane as the levels start to roll in for Chu. Massive amounts of damage output that he can offer. It's going to be too much fun for Monet to try and survive through.
He's actually just sitting very low. Like he actually
Ada hot
really
dognya gue pengen nyoba.
Has to. It's a huge amount of burst that these two can offer. He'll jump to the side. Cold Embrace will give a bit of a heal. No further spells for Chu to throw out quite yet. We'll have a final mine under the tower. Won't be enough damage, but still Monet just kept so
Gak
long
main
in
cok,
lane
PA-nya
there,
cok.
running out of regen.
All right, yeah, so there we go. We get to see it. Yeah, Yuragi's going to get the much better feed. But also, interesting to point, Yuragi went Bracer. So, like we said, some type of maybe way to offset the damage that comes out from Visage. So, yeah, Monet, going to have to find a way for him to get some better secured farm. He could still just die. He's sitting so low HP.
It's dangerous down there.
Like a spear connect on the tower.
Bunuh diri,
Dar! To find the angle. Cold Embrace gives a bit of a heal.
Chu, tower's hitting him.
I mean, Chu might die instead if they're able to find some sort of jump in, and indeed Monet's going to go for it. Gets in, gets the first blood. Can Amar find the trade?
Nice!
The spear comes in. Amar will be able to take down Monet in return. Back over in the mid. Good toss back onto BZM. We'll see the body blocks as well from Ori. Keeping those tower hits coming in hard.
Whoa!
From BZM.
Whoa!
He's the one that gets the kill, and he's able to walk away.
The cool itemization, the Blades of Attack build with the Blightstone. Don't really see the blades picked up early. Not the first item.
I mean, actually, yeah,
Goblok.
but that gets the kill.
Pokcam anjing.
He's probably dying there,
Pogers.
and not able to walk away with the life of Ori.
Uh-oh, all 3 lanes going OG's favor already. Sure, they get the first blood on Monet, but you just see
Baboka's going to try again.
Part 2, part 2.
Another toss, not quite able to toss it all the way back to Ori, just over towards the creep way. Maybe a bit of miscommunication there.
I think he didn't have range. Ori tried to use the Waning Rift to pull him closer to tower, but
top lane. Nice success. Body blocks from Tiger.
He's in trouble.
Causing some issues.
Stun? Nggak ada stun.
See him be able to walk it off, but again, another lane where the cores just all across the map are getting incredibly harassed here by OG in this laning stage. See once more this play. I mean, it looks like Ori's got a decent amount of HP, but as we say, with the build that BZM has, this sleight of fist hurts so much at this early stage of the game for a puck.
Yeah, level 6 so early now on this Ember Spirit. You just go back up, reset, and gotta continue to apply this pressure onto Ori. Yeah, so far, all 3 lanes looking great for OG, even slowing down Monet quite heavily. And this is Baboka making, look, he's the one who ganked. That's the scariest thing.
They started
the one
it.
who made the
They
move.
really did. They tried to see if they could catch BZM by surprise, but I mean, as you saw in sort of game 1 when it came to the laning stage, very clear that OG, they were prepared for these sort of mid plays, these mid moves that has to try and hit the enemy with a...
46.000.
Also, Ori, I thought he was better to pick up Chima first. Monet.
I mean, it's looking pretty dead here. We'll try and run with the blood.
Nice.
But again, OG able to take him down. A second kill for Amar.
Relentless aggression. And Chu, we're seeing this techies working out really nicely. But yeah, pointing out Ori, he went for Gloves of Haste in the mid lane rather than going for that chainmail that we talked about to offset the physical damage that comes out from Ember.
So doesn't feel like that early attack speed is going to really offer him sort of much. Maybe a bit of an extra opportunity to get the CS with the right click, but it's definitely not, as you say, that sort of impactful 450 gold item or 550 gold that could give you some sort of help against an Ember.
And in both, I've seen him now multiple times. He played versus the Kunkka, he went the chainmail. So yeah, Ori maybe trying a different approach, but...
Ya coy.
Yeah, maybe it was a case of buying when he was dying.
Lo, nggak gitu dong.
This time round, Monet
Mar.
See the spear, hold back Monet for now, but with
Tik lu banyak, Mar. Tik lu banyak, Mar.
Should die. He'll have some stick charges, pushes back the two of them.
Nice
coils there though. Ori making sure to hold on to it until Chu jumps in so he can grab the two of them and secure both
goblok
of the
anjing.
kills. An excellent rotation from
Kalau Bangor enak, gue juga mau beli pon. Biasa aja sebenarnya, cuman ya biasa aja lah.
See the BZM, he's come over in return. And he's going to look to try and find some kills back himself. He should get PQ as Conor Brace comes to an end. Oh, actually, that's a slow rev. But it's just fast enough to close in. As BZM managing to get one hero out of this move. Not quite as big as sort of the golden XP that, of course, that Ori was able to pick up with that rotation.
But he's able to refill the bottle immediately from Amar, so he's able to keep his impact and keep making his way on the map, make his match toward Ori, and contest this rune again.
Let's have a look. Power rune coming in.
Chu gets
in
with
a jump. Silence onto the two of them. There's a regen rune. The BZM's going to be able to bottle up. And he'll definitely try to run down these two. The slide. Ori is hurting so much. Ori, he's got to escape this. But a remnants of the ready. But Ori baits it out. He doesn't jump to the orb.
Buka mati tapi.
And yeah, BZM weren't ready for that there. As Ori bluffs his way back to base.
I mean, that was a little lucky there for Ori, gotta be honest, but a nice play baiting out a BZM's jump away. They will lose Baboka,
Ogres,
but again,
anjing.
another rune. They're just consistently protecting BZM to get all this type of advantage. Yuragi under no pressure whatsoever after laning phase.
Yeah, he's having a great time in his jungle.
This is a pretty big concern. As we mentioned, the TB pick is kind of that counter pick versus the PA, and him off to this start. Looking pretty good for OG. Giving Taiga the lane top also now. Aster, they do have level 6 on XXS, so Taiga does have to be a bit careful.
They want to get in under the tower. Should have a good chance of finding Taiga. Yuragi wants to start a fight though against these two. TP's coming in.
Okay,
BZM's ready to help out. Yuragi try and secure some of these kills. He should be able to chase out XXS. He's got the movement speed, and indeed XXS nowhere to run. Is OG realizing that they can respond?
Tapi kalau 5-6 anjing terlalu deket, bro.
To some very early action.
Yes.
In response to the dive from Aster.
And it's all these, I always like to mention these little things that do add up. It's, you know, BZM getting the move bottom that works well, getting his bottle refilled, getting the regen mid. It allows him to be able to make these rotations constantly on the map.
Of course, down on the bottom side of the map, whilst that top play was going on, Chu gets sniped there by the blast.
That was
a
a
splinter blast at PQ.
Beautiful play from the Wyvern. Looked like actual max range. So should set up for a decent level 6, at least on the Wyvern. So as we mentioned earlier for Aster, they do have a bit of a team fight advantage, I would say, when they have all their ults connected, the Wyvern, the Puck, and the Visage. But OG, after these lanes, they do have this pretty solid advantage.
Again, setting up around these 10-minute power rune spawn.
Every time. See who gets it.
It's going to end up being up top.
Oh, the catch Ori!
He's in trouble. The chains into the silence from Chu.
Bro, this Tekis is so good, man.
It leaves Ori completely helpless. Once again around the mid and continues to build this
Diving
distance here. You know, BZM just getting further and further ahead
Kicil
this
terus.
game.
They're on fire with the way that they're playing around him, really. The two supports always there to pressure Ori. Chu might get chased out here from Monet.
Is he going to have any sort of deny to the neutrals?
Whoop.
He's going to try.
No.
Monet has the damage. And should be able to get out of this area of the map. Has a TP. Well, I say that, but actually BZM's looking for him. The blur will protect him from the slight.
Okay. Very fortunate for Monet.
And back to the safety of his tier 1 tower.
Oh, nice TP.
Making moves towards the Battle Fury. He's, you know, not too far behind, about 1,000 between him right now and Yuragi, a gap that can absolutely close if he gets the Battle Fury in good time.
It is a single core PA lineup though, and with the lanes going this difficult, you know, you see that triple core that OG likes to draft. Monet definitely has his work cut out for him this game.
Ketahuan.
The catch on Taiga.
The Carapace actually catches at the end.
They're going to drop the Dream Coil. Sun will miss. I mean, he'll try and do his best to live as long as he can. Even trying to block himself in there with a branch, but they'll still get him. Same time down bottom, OG looking for the bigger move. They're going for the carry. Looking for Monet. They'll settle for PQ first. He's caught by the chains again.
Nice,
the silence from Chu to the side. And now Monet is alone. TP's on cooldown.
They know this.
Best he can do is hide in the trees. We'll see how much they want to search for him. We'll start to see Chu scan through the tree line.
Chu knows that the TP's on cooldown from him TPing down here.
Indeed, you would imagine they keep track of
Ya,
it.
YOLO!
He's
Keciduk
found
lo!
Monet, and on his own, you know, they know Monet's not got a chance. Chu throwing the tip in as Monet helpless, caught in the trees.
OG just ruthless with their aggression this game. And just Yuragi having the time of his life in the jungle as this Terrorblade. Level 10, nearly level 11 already at this point.
He's going to be massive.
He is super farmed. He's going to be pretty much 3 levels above Monet as the counter pick, you know, the counter core matchup, the TB versus PA.
And we see Asta trying to get into the jungle of OG, but Yuragi just a step ahead, making sure that every spot that he enters into to hit the creeps is far, far away from any chance of being caught by Asta.
Ayo bro, satu lagi bro.
Start kicking the pace up somehow on the side of Asta. Like XXS and Ori need to maybe make moves together and try to go for this next tower. Because yeah, just the farm on the map. Like OG, they scale harder this game for sure. And getting this type of advantage this early is going to kind of set the tempo for that.
I might look to get back into this area. I mean, they're going to jump straight in.
Silentnya.
Will get held back by a curse momentarily. Baboka looking for a toss opportunity onto Amar, but he knows he can't do it. He tries to step back, but the setup's there with the arena and the spear. TPs are coming in though. Asta, they've got the numbers to get the kills out of this one this time. They'll take down Chu.
I think XXS has to start doing this.
Bikin
He has
panik,
to start
Cok.
getting involved because the 2 supports on the side of Aster, just very limited damage that really comes out from them. The Tiny does okay damage when he has his full combo out, but yeah, they need this third hero. Now they can start pressuring the mid tower. I think this is exactly what they needed to do to kind of react. But OG, not too fussed. Gonna just continue farming. BZM gonna try to slow it down. That early Maelstrom will help slow down that push.
I mean, they're going to bring further TPs in. Yeah, OG don't want to let this one go down for free already.
Ori.
Tiger trying to set up with a Vendetta. He's looking for the opening, but the phase shifts there. Jump back in from Ori. He'll go for the dream.
Silent, mati tuh. Nice! Baboka mati juga. Nice! Lanjut. Lanjut.
As there's 2 dead, ready to clean up more. BZM runs back. He'll get the double.
Ini ler.
Tiger allows Yuragi to step
Kelas, mainnya kelas.
with the boosted movement speed. He's under the tier 2, but BZM, he's ready to dive. Slight and chains. OG, they get a 4.
Kelas.
OG's just powering up.
Rame, lanjut part 2. Real cuy.
As we mentioned, his techies.
Kelas. OG kelas mainnya.
But a perfect silence. It actually goes past the point where Ori thought he was going to dodge, and it connects onto him in the backline anyway.
Yeah, he's landing them every time. Chuno's, he's got some great setup, of course, from his teammates.
Kenapa masih underdog ya? Aneh Cok, masih underdog.
It's coming in a little later. He's always compensating for where the key heroes are going to be. He knows where to land Chu.
Bukan siapa? Oke bro. Orang goblok.
Big defense and literally losing nobody. Not even Chu dies.
And getting Yuragi involved. You know, not only still sitting at the top net worth, but now at this point of the game, very early, 13 minutes in, where the TV's able to step up to these fights and start to pick up some of the XP and gold himself.
When you're able to get this many levels on TB also, it's like now he's going to accelerate so much faster. He's already got max conjure image, he's got talents, he's got etc.
And back in action, Ori's dead again.
Oh boy.
Mati mulu paknya udah 2-0 bro, 2-0.
Before he dies another time here, OG just catching him out countless times. I'm playing in a bit of a dangerous spot here, close to the tier 2. I mean, how dangerous though? That's the question, because BZM has got an arcane rune. He's tempted. You know, but he won't do it. He'll hold back.
It's his last
a little
remnant.
bit of control.
I was going to say, that's his last remnant. That would be pretty over-aggressive. Tiger?
He's jumping back in, though. And now the Tiger's been
Gila nih BZM, Cok.
BZM, he wants to join. They have a curse set up, but it doesn't matter. Curse comes to an end. The Sleight of Fist gets another. BZM, godlike. At 15 minutes in, they've got to kill this man.
Mati.
With the Sleight of Fist, but he will finally die. A big kill for Baboka.
Yang dapat Baboka tapi. Aman.
Gold as they finally end BZM's godlike.
But the space that he's creating, like he's forcing everyone to react to him. The gold lead just continues more and more as Yuragi's free farming. Baboka trying to find Tiger, but looks like Tiger might be one finding him.
He's got Yuragi by his side. Something except for Baboka, who has XXS and Ori. Baboka able to step away and with the setup from the familiars.
Sumpah annoying banget ya.
Tiger down.
Tiger is being such a nuisance.
They can't get him.
He's playing around BZM perfectly from the start of the game.
Hero-nya licin semua coy.
Ruining Ori's life. Like Ori just keeps getting caught from him time and time again. Yeah, this spectacular stuff really. The team play from OG on point.
We'll see again here in that last fight. I mean, this was before we came back where Ori gets caught out.
Itu cok, counter puck itu cok. Lu lagi ngeluarin orb tiba-tiba ke stun anjing kaget cok.
Such a counter to even the best pucks in the world, you know. I mean, Tiger, of course, he's definitely one of the hottest Nyx assassin players. You know, he'll be there to trip you out. You've got to be so cautious when throwing out your spells.
Chu walks up very far, no coil available.
They're going to see if they can get the setup on a BZM. Can they burst the Ember? He's getting low, but he's going to be fine. Remnant's out, jumps back to the safety of the river. As OG are fighting, spear from Amar. Finishes off Baboka. Asta still continue to push forward. The Dream Coil's down. But Amar's like, the arena's going to go out. Amar, he's going to be able to live. Finally, the curse comes in. Will kill Tiger. Amar dies to Soul Assumption. But again, it's OG with the greater cleanup. As they find 3 and once more.
Bro, Ori gak main sama sekali, cok.
They set up over the walls. PQ, Cold Embrace only going to buy him a little more time before the inevitable occurs.
Cok, Ori gak main sama sekali anjing paknya, cok.
A little bit of tip there every time. Like we said, Ori is completely addressed this game. Either there's a Nyx assassin controlling him, a silence from a techies. OG just, they're really finding their stride. AK lead, starting to feel like Aster kind of has no hope in this game, and it's all going to be up to poor Monet. And it's not an easy game, as we said, for the PA into what he's up against. A triple core lineup versus the Terrorblade with that insane built-in armor, who's going to honestly have a butterfly before there's any hope of an MKB even on the horizon for the PA.
Yeah, he has done it before, Monet, on his PA, but without a doubt, this is definitely going to be one of the tougher, or if not toughest, situations to try and pull the game back on his shoulders.
Especially, it's a single core PA versus this tri-core scaling lineup that has so much disable.
Asta. The hunt onto Mar.
Can't quite find it.
Mar might jump in himself. Has he got arena for 15 seconds?
He's tanky though. They'd have to expend so much to just bring him down. And now he's actually going to BKB done, so unlikely he's probably going to die in any of the
Sumpah itu bom gak bisa dihilangin anjing. Bom tekis ini perlu di nerf, cok.
Got that big item, of course, was sped up by that big kill that he got, ending the godlike streak of BZM earlier. The Blink Dagger is online, so a chance for Asta to find that catch, that opening.
Karena ward di bawah ward. Tapi nggak takut, cok.
To set up the fight, they'll get the opening onto XXS. Cold Embrace offered up by PQ. It's forcing OG to hold back a little bit on how heavy they can be. Now ready to jump in with the silence. They respect the curse. They split. They separate from Amars. The curse not going to cause too many issues. Mono will jump in for the kill on Chu, but now he's surrounded. Baboka in with the 2-man avalanche. Toss back as well. Both BZM.
Anjing BZM bangsat.
He's away. They couldn't finish off the Ember. As BZM will be able to reset.
Jujur lagi gak ada meta, cok. Ngapain, cok, sok keras.
Whilst the BKB heads back in to try and clear out these familiars, but Baboka,
Allahu Akbar.
down Yuragi. And now for OG, it's the retreat. Amar TP's away. Tiger's been left behind. Finally, Asta able to find a really solid fight there, taking out Yuragi.
Suka nge-throw anjing OG ya.
Not able to freely stand in the team fight.
A beautiful dance really coming out from Master and Baboka in general. The Blink Dagger, as soon as he gets it, pays off.
It really
is.
Bro.
Yeah, this was beautiful display of them just kind of kiting around, waiting for their
OG-nya throw anjing.
jump in and go for this Terrorblade. Beautiful reset.
I really don't think there was a better hero on Asta that got that huge gold bounty earlier.
Honestly.
You wanted Baboka's Tiny to get it, and he got it. And making the moves there with the fact that he was able to get that Blink Dagger at a decent time, considering the early state of the game for Astra as a whole.
Yeah, XXS also, I think he ended up surviving, what, with 20 HP on the high ground. It was so close. He now also has the shard, of course, on this Visage, so is able to at least reset and protect himself. But yeah, look how low. I can't believe he actually survives. Great plays, of course, from Wyvern, the defensive Cold Embrace there in that situation.
I'm very close to being even worse of a team fight, of course, for BZM, for OG overall, because BZM, he got so low there.
He did. I cannot believe
that
he
last moment being able to remnant away after the Sleight of Fist.
Because they break the coil perfectly, too. Baboka, like, so on point with them trying to come back in this team fight.
And indeed, at the end of it all, you know, Yuragi tried to push on.
Look.
Couldn't stand his ground without the full lineup of OG backing him up, back in action. They'll find themselves Tiger. OG, they look tempted to still make a fight out of this. BZM and Yuragi look to chase down. Forward onto Baboka, they'll get it. Physical damage from Yuragi from up in the high ground, tears through it.
This time he actually has meta, so he's actually able to do some right-click damage in the team fight.
They'll look to get the push on here, and OG, they'll certainly be ready to fight around this tower if they want, because Amar, BKB back
in line as well. Bisa.
Collapse in on Astra if they want.
Go.
Amar, see what sort of a catch he can get.
Masya Allah, Mar!
get caught by the silence as well. Asta, they can jump back to relative safety here. It does mean XXS is left behind Chu. Looks to get him with the silence, but Ori able to dodge with the phase shift. Buyback comes out from Baboka. They're going to try their best to help XXS, who's caught in the arena. Baboka, he jumps in, he tanks the spear from Amar, giving the chance for XXS another race. XXS still alive, as OG they're having to back away. The Winter's Curse holds back Yuragi.
Carry-mu cok ditinggal cok. Carry kok ditinggal anjing oi.
So the XXS does not die, at least for now. Maybe BZM can still find the clean up, runs him down. XXS still alive. He's going to be able to live.
No way. Oh, what a beautiful display. These defensive moves from Aster somehow able to withstand this pressure from OG. I mean, it's literally like everything.
Sumpah OG tolol anjing.
Grave keepers, everything. That was beautiful.
Some crazy fights. Still OG with a 5k lead, but Asta very much showing that.
Cok, Immortal nggak tahu apa
Mona, he's climbing up the ranks here.
Viset skill 3-nya tuh pasifnya bikin jadi tebel anjing.
We'll see again at the end here. So close to dying XXS. I mean, he'd been so close to dying.
Nggak tahu dia pasifnya Viset tuh ngapain anjing.
They couldn't quite get him.
So well played. Now they have Ori also with Blink Daggers for further ways of initiation, and looking like we could actually have a game on our hands. And OG was looking to completely run away with this one.
Susah banget anjing kayaknya ngelawan ginian doang. Udah menang early game jauh bangsat.
OG might have to give a little bit more respect to how tanky XXS really is. What, both situations surviving with sub 1%, 2% HP.
Yeah, definitely doesn't seem like he's the hero for them to jump right now.
No. Butterfly is finished though, Yuragi. Arcane Rune also, okay, his Arcane's actually gone, so he still could look to fight though. Mado back up in 8 seconds, so OG still very strong inside that team fight.
Home tech is yang sangat-sangat fair dan tidak broken.
We gotta keep watching the coil, right? Yeah. He's able to snap the coil, that's likely for them to be able to kill any of the heroes on OG.
Yeah, they've been doing it a couple of times already. They're very good with this combo. OG will present themselves for defense here around the tier 1 mid. Asta, they won't choose to take that fight.
Blink now finished up for Amar, so which has been working for them, but now they have an easier way to actually pull heroes back and perhaps actually control XXS or find the Wyvern in these situations. So still probably feeling like they're in very good position in this game when they should. With the BKB now for Ember 2.
There we go.
A lot of freedom for BZM.
Let's see if this time they can get the jump, blow up a hero to start the fight.
The scan.
Baboka, he'll be the one to tank the jump. We'll be able to get a nice 3-man avalanche, but they'll just let him go here. Asta, they'll be happy to just let the tiny fall and not lose anyone else to this aggressive move from OG.
Roche is on the menu in this area. Yuragi can definitely start it with Butterfly. Should be able to do it pretty safely.
Don't quite have Ori in the neighborhood to look for a jump steal. He'll start to make his way over. Has got a haste rune.
It's gonna die fast though. They gotta start making their move over. They have to know that this is going on. They will start moving. Shard, I believe.
And they jump in time.
They just got the shard on Monet, so a lot more damage at least for the side of Aster.
They're going to spot it in a pretty awkward position now for OG.
Yep.
If Ori can time the jump. And
Look!
he gets caught by the bash! And he gets caught by the campers! And the stun! He's gone!
Oh my god!
Pokemon Rosan ya, Rosan jago cok.
He jumps in, he gets caught immediately, Fog.
He gets bashed by the Roche. Sets up for Taiga.
Oh my goodness. I mean, as it is, does seem to still have shaken up OG a bit. They're careful, they're hesitant at committing to finish the Roshan.
They probably expect that he has buyback, but he actually doesn't have it.
30 seconds, Baboka jump to the side, he's trying to burst through Chu, and Tiger Money's in with the backup, commits in with the BKB, jumps onto Chu. Chu's gone, now turns over towards Bar, past the BKB, the arena.
Ya Allah.
He got the Aegis.
Buat cok.
He steals the Aegis. Can he get out though? Jump to the side, if BKB comes to an end, huge physical damage here for the Slider Fist of BZM. That's the Aegis taken out of the hands of Monet. Can he take a fight with his second life? They'll keep him in control with the stun, but the heals are there from PQ. Cold Embrace, buying Monet the safety to buy time to jump back up.
Oh, what a clutch.
He's back in with the combo. Might cost him his life. Jump back actually from BZM. He doesn't want to commit in from Baboka, but he doesn't need to. The illusions from Yuragi chase down.
Ori balik cok, udah cok, cukup cok.
Ori's back. Can't quite find anything though. Oh, Monet kind of just saved
He really did that. That's huge amounts of chaos kicking off to the side of the pit, but being able to blink strike in and get that Aegis still, making sure that OG, whilst they might have financially benefited more from that engagement, they don't have the Aegis in their hands.
And you got to give Monet the credit, but look at XXS. Look at the familiar.
He's given the vision.
He kept the familiar near the pin to give that vision for Monet to jump in. And if OG gets this Aegis, the game is probably just impossible for Astra. Now, they still have fighting hope to be able to get this farm, this next item onto Monet so he can actually stand toe-to-toe versus the Terrorblade. It's still
Punya Aster, kenapa? Aster ada Steven Liu, nggak peduli gue.
Yeah, they're starting the climb.
And you have to really feel for Ori how it all kicks off, right? Getting bashed, dying before the fight even starts, and then somehow not losing the fight in a total blunder.
He's having to deal with this Nyx assassin already. He's having to deal with a Roshan on top of it. It's not a lot of fun for Ori on the puck.
Gaben definitely not blessing Ori today.
Kotor dong tangan gua anjing. Ah, tai. Usahain anjing.
See what OG's plan is now. They didn't get that Aegis that they planned on.
Still very happy with the state of the game. Uragi's massive. Yeah,
Satanic's going to be done here on top of the butterfly.
It's a full item over the PA, constantly.
See what sort of itemization we're going to have from Monet after the Deso.
I saw he actually was queuing Deso. I was a bit surprised that he didn't just queue up the MKB, but I guess wanting to assassinate the supports
he
is
wants
still
to kill
always
everyone
valuable.
else, right?
Exactly.
And with the Deso, he gets some sort of setup onto the Ember. High chance you have the physical to shred through him.
Yeah, absolutely. And they also have like the extra minus armor.
Yep.
That's always going to be kicking in. So it's good. Taiga has his own Wraith Pact now, so a little bit more damage negation on the side of OG in the next fight.
Nggak ada SMR, nggak ada.
Yeah, I'm just still looking at how overall they're going to be taking down Uragi. Because like you said, he's so massive and he's got this big item advantage over the PA, which it's going to prove to be a big issue for how they isolate him. Because the team fights, OG, they're just so tanky. The 3 cores survive so long in the fights. Mar finds Boca.
See if Boca gets much help here. Cold Embrace might be as much as he'll be offered up. They'll let him go.
40 seconds. OG. Meta's available.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Apaan tuh? Hotdog. Biasa aja nih hotdognya bangsat, gue kira enak ya. Nggak, biasa aja.
Very confident around their Terrorblade.
Mahal lagi.
Of course, just the one death so far this game.
Pretty flawless. PQ has Blink Dagger now, so easier forms for him. He's had a pretty damn good Wyvern game so far versus this disadvantage. Now he Blink. Maybe we could see some nice catch plays or preventative plays to be able to stop Uragi.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at the same time, though, we have seen OG do a pretty excellent job at making his life hard.
It is
a
hard.
lot of huge separation in the team fight where OG's not really given the chance for them to be caught out, in their mass numbers in the Winter's Curse, but out in time.
It does look like they're going to make his job even more difficult, though. BZM going for a kind of different style item choice on the Ember Spirit. He's going for Orchid next, so to deal with the Puck as well as the Wyvern, this is a pretty cool pickup that could really pay off. If he just sees the Wyvern in any of the fights, which they have gotten vision of him a lot of times, he just Orchids him, and then they can always just hard commit for most of the team fights.
And we see Ori really respecting the jump that they have. He's queuing up an Eon Disc next in his item progression.
Has to versus this Nyx.
If they have these fights where he's getting caught and he's not able to lay down,
kurang enak hotdognya.
Massively going to hurt the potential of the team fight from Asta. He's got to get his spells off, whether they do damage or not. The control could be all that's required for Monet to go target to target, and at least outside of the Terrorblade, have a pretty good job of taking down the rest of OG's lineup pretty swiftly.
They're getting out-farmed. The space on the map, but OG's continuing to grow this lead faster and faster.
First Wyvern OG, bapak lu first Wyvern.
It does feel
main
like
cuma 5 game
very well into all
iya.
of Aster's heroes.
They're going to try and force a fight, Asta.
The Orchid's finished for BZM, level 20 on the Terrorblade too.
And the Focus Village has started. In with the Avalanche combo on towards Tiger, but Tiger's able to put the spike. Carapace, Winter's Curse is there. Trying to play safety for Boca to back up, but Amar blinks it.
Dar, tangkap, dapat, support dapat 2, lanjut. Chase.
Asta we're looking for.
Not the curse either. You want to usually get the curse next to the Terrorblade. He actually curses the Terrorblade, so there's actually no damage that's coming out from it.
Look at this as well. They're making swift moves towards the bottom lane as Monet is going to show himself on the creep wave.
Clears it quick. Might be forced to just BKB TP out.
He's going to have to. And of course, with that, he will get out. There's nothing to save him. We'll take a few mines, but BKB.
Bangsat, gue kira kagak dikasih daging anjing. Gue kira lupa nggak dikasih daging anjing. Bangsat, ternyata ada. Bikin panik anjing ya.
Likely to be able to continue pressuring, and that's a fight that they just won before without the meta being used. And now he's going to have MKB.
He's
so
so
now
close, yes,
he has
600
the full,
gold.
Yeah, full answer for the PA as well.
And in terms of the answer that Monet has for him, as you say, after the death,
close.
so still not going for the MKB, still very much itemizing the standard build up to kill everyone
Kalau
else.
bawangnya enak.
Apart from the Terrorblade getting that basher next after the death, so they will be able to kill pretty much everyone else. But it's getting to that point where even if they do kill everyone else, Yuragi's going to have a pretty good shot at solo killing all of them.
And also, is he going to be able to kill everybody else, right? Because they are very tanky. And I'm just looking at Mar farming and farming. He actually has a Hex in a second on this Mars. So, just very difficult game for poor Monet.
23,000 net worth on Yuragi here, just 31 minutes in.
I don't know how Ori's ever going to survive in a fight either. So much control, so much attention has been put on him this game, even from Roshan.
Very much feels like we're in a sort of a state of the game where teams, they've got their answers for Puck now.
Yep. Ori, a pretty dangerous position right here. We'll be okay though. Taiga not quite in range to get that Carapace. Gem also was picked up a couple moments ago from OG, just looking to control those sentries, because then Taiga has kind of free reign how much he wants to pressure Ori in the fights.
OG, they've got 1 minute until potential Roshan respawn.
And they're just restricting the map though, right? The way that they're pressuring, they're not like diving these plays, but they're constricting Aster from actually being able to get out and farm anymore. Every time they walk high ground, Yuragi just walks his face in.
Jump in.
No.
Toss back onto Yuragi. They'll try and burst through him. He's getting low, but it's not quite low enough. They'll put the Dream Core. Monet, he's in with the BKB, trying to take him down. The Winter's Curse we used to take out Tiger for Yuragi. Still fighting Finn here. They couldn't quite finish him off. He's falling a little low.
He's
the lifesteal can keep him alive. He's lifestealing up, but finally dies. They've taken him out. The huge kill there that Astra are able to find, and they're not done. They're in with the jump of Oka. He's ready to try and chase for more. Monet, careful how he commits in, but now he's ready to go. Jumps forward. Big crit there off the dagger. 1,200 damage, taking down BZM. Chu also eliminated during his attempt to TP. It's 4 dead on OG. Asta hold the fight perfectly, and I think Yuragi is probably surprised as we did there. He was dealt with. He didn't manage to survive throughout the complete combo of Asta.
He got kind of like this sequence of silences that kept being applied from him. I think it was the Mindbreaker from Monet, as well as the Puck just continuously jumping in and disabling him. Because I kept seeing him like trying to go for this Sunder, just unable to really stick onto any target. It was, excellent team from Asta. The layering of spells, absolutely perfect. And now getting tanky too. The X Success AC plus that Wraith Pact absolutely came into play.
Gak main anjing TB-nya barusan, Cok.
Last game, when they were behind, there's a point where OG were leading by 11k, and Asta still able to find these opportunities to get these fights executed perfectly, despite the huge disparity in net worth between the carriers still.
Bener-bener gak main, Cok, tadi, Cok, TB-nya. Rosannya nge-spawn anjing, hoki banget, kentot.
20 seconds until the...
Cina hoki ya.
Yeah, Monet, 1,600 crits, and now on his way toward MKB. Game sort of flipping itself again.
As we say, he's done it before in his PA. He's recovered some tough games. This would definitely be another one of them. And now getting the pickup here, Aegis into the hands of the PA, and you're absolutely right. If Monet can get that MKB for the next fight, there's going to be no chance for Yuragi. They're already looking for the opportunity to maybe jump in to the high ground. OG are prepared though, so Asta, they'll fall back.
Yeah, Yuragi probably feeling a bit afraid now because, these last few fights, he's so farmed that he's been prolonging, delaying, having to buy BKB, but you absolutely saw the problem of him not having BKB. So he's queuing it up next, but damage may have just been done. Aster completely back in this game. All because of these little tossbacks. There's a reason, Baboka, there's a big reason why they first picked this hero for him.
Absolutely, 4, 11, 9. Not an impressive KDA, but the impact that he's had from
the peduli sih gua sebenarnya jujur aja nih. Udah menang.
Starting the fights, it's been massive for Asta.
Absolutely. And yeah, taking up the AC, the Wraith Pact, as we said, sure, you give the Terrorblade this when he uses that reflection onto you, but it's just this armor that they need in the fight to be able to deal with this Yuragi.
Yeah, without a doubt, OG to be incredibly careful with the next move they make into this Aegis of Monet. A couple of 100 gold, and the MKB will be on its way out.
They have to find the backliners, OG. They have to stop either the Tiny or the Wyvern from getting these free casts.
Over. They want to fight. The BKB has just been picked up by
bisa ada Ion.
The ward. Sees Ori.
He's going to see Ori. They'll get the opening. The chains into the silence.
He's got
Ori's got backup. Spear,
nice.
Won't catch him. He's able to get the face shot on. In fact, Baboka's in with the jump. They burn through Tiger. Yuragi trying to enter the fight from the side. He'll look towards Baboka. Amar in with the arena. He'll catch out the two of them. But
Monet's in.
he wants to fight. He commits it with the BKB, but actually decides to back off. He doesn't want to get near
Nice.
to Yuragi for now.
Lanjut.
Yuragi takes out XXS, turns towards Baboka. Double kill for him. This time with the BKB on the Terrorblade. Asta, they don't have any way to jump him to stop Yuragi from getting to play his fight. And Asta,
2 buat
despite
1,
the ones
nice
being the team with the Aegis, they had to fall back. Monet makes the call that this is not a fight that they can take.
Yeah, smart play from Yuragi. I think he sells his Dragon Lance to be able to have the money to purchase up the
He
BKB
did.
for this fight. So a very quick move from OG to react, having that ward up prepared already for Ori. They don't get the full control on him, but the initial just disruption to stop the puck from anything, that allows OG to kind of just clear onto these two. DD also now in BZM. So still feeling pretty good. Now Blink also. I mean, we're getting close to these 6-slotted territories. TB is starting to run out of space.
Okay. And with the Blink Dagger, what's the plan? You know, who's Yuragi going to look to try and jump on top of in these team fights?
He's got to find Wyvern. I mean, PQ is being so disruptive.
Absolutely, yeah. If you can get sort of in the face of PQ, force him to panic curse onto him, the Terrorblade, that's going to be a very nice ultimate that Yuragi can tank and deal with.
Yeah, they still do have, like, it's very back and forth, still very close. They have a lot of ways to get to this Wyvern, so it's all very important just being able to find him. The 3 different cores being able to bypass to the back line could still be difficult for Aster, but the way they played the fights is so patient. The way they positioned themselves has been pretty perfect, even though they are behind.
Now, knowing when to cut their losses, as we saw in that last fight, Monet just by having the Aegis, you could tell that they were making the call to...
Tawan, ya, sumpah. Tekis knowing banget anjing.
Boom.
Cuk.
You see if Asta can still find something. They're going to still look to push on.
Chu's trying to break it. Look, he's walking up. Chu's trying to push the limit of breaking that smoke. They'll show themselves now in the mid lane.
Yeah, Asta know they're not getting a jump here on OG.
Jing, tekis cok dari tadi cok. Smoke gagal mulu anjing Aster.
I mean, yeah, there's no way BZM jumps for this.
No. But DD Rune is on the ready for him.
He'd be pretty happy himself to fight. Of course, they are tanky though. XXS. BKB done on top of the AC.
OG also just can't get vision into the back lines because they can't keep wards down because of that gem. You know, they did pick it up earlier. It was taken away from them by Aster. So that's usually one of the big things that helps you find these Wyverns, is just having deep wards inside of lanes or something like that in preparation for a fight to start. But yeah, into gem, you're not going to be able to do that. So it's up to Taiga, really, to try to find the opportunity to find this Wyvern in the back lines to give the information for his 2 cores. And without a Blink Dagger, probably a bit difficult, so maybe Taiga does opt to go for that himself too soon.
I mean, XXS just continuing to stick around this mid, deal with the creep wave.
He's kind of bluffing a little bit, right? He's like, yeah, my team's behind me, don't worry, but they're actually quite far away.
I mean, the thing is, even if they're not, he's a hard hero to burst through.
He'll have so much time. Like, if he just gets the Gravers off, his team is going to get to him. So, yeah, he's really pushing the limits there as Taiga.
Here we go now, OG.
Sneaking in.
They'll look for the smoke themselves. Who can they catch? Taiga's been spotted out by the ward combination here from Asta. He's still looking to move forward.
XXS.
The spike carapace set up onto XXS. Yuragi
Nice.
closing the gap this time round. XXS completely destroyed.
A big mistake, too. He tries to just go for a nuke onto a Nyx. Easy carapace setup for Taiga.
Belum selesai lah cok. Tadi comeback anjing.
Quickly from OG, but
Kalah satu fight OG
with
cok.
that Blink Dagger, you see, you know, Terrorblade, that's where it pays off. He doesn't actually have to commit meta. He can just blink on the target that Taiga finds.
Very close to having the money for the full Swift Blink as well.
Yep.
As much as Monet is recovering, Yuragi still an item or so ahead of the PA.
It's still neck and neck.
Baraknya masih utuh semua cok.
Nearly 30,000 net worth, 39 minutes in. Again, just hitting insane amounts of farm.
Starting to look for some itemization. I see Amar, he's been kind of switching back and forth what item he had queued up. He has Nullifier now, so I think looking to address the puck. He's also carrying the Witchbane, so I think what he's looking for is get that initiation, purge off the Aeon Disc, and maybe try to burst Ori in these fights. Not going to be easy, but you can see the idea of what he's probably trying to do. Arcane Rune on BZM. Oh, and a nice pick up a Telescope, one of the better items they could have probably found this game.
Once again, likely falling to a point where Roshan will be the next point that both teams will look to fight. Under 2 minutes until we'll see when that returns. Flag's done on BZM, so even more of a chance that he can just zip into the back lines disrupt the sort of the opening to the fight that Asta will look for, and the positioning that their squishier heroes are trying to get.
Aster is a much more, I feel like for their lineup, it's much more about just all positioning. If their positioning gets broken, the team fight could just explode in OG's favor. So it's really going to be eyes on those supports in the back, or what, of course, Maboka is able to find with these tossbacks.
Definitely Asta.
Aduh, kenapa kayak tim Spirit PSG LGD anjing? Second game-nya late game bet, cok.
So jumping target to target, that's going to be a lot easier with that.
And closing in on his level 25. Yep.
This item unlocks a whole different potential to PA, of course. Everything being refreshed, of course, Phantom Knives, etc. So you just do so much damage if you do end up getting even one kill in the fight. And it lets you sneak, so he can also sneak into backlines, perhaps find this techies. Amar, Nullifier is ready.
He's got the answers, Amar.
Yep, let's see if he's able to ever find the puck and get that dispel off. Because Ori also very tricky, even though he is versus these counters. Octarine's done, Aeon Disc, Spell Prism, so very elusive.
Just holding this area around Roshan.
All about
OG.
Mesh Rosh. It's going to be that big one, the Ags, the Refreshers.
Radiant's top tower is under
Which one will it be? Yuragi, he's poking base. Like, he's constantly sending these conjure images toward top. So he's giving all that information. They know that they're outside. They know that Aster's maybe looking to do something because of this.
Yeah, of course, with the farm that he has, these illusions are so strong.
Yeah.
Very hard for Aster to really set up and hold their position outside of their base. This just consistent pressure causing them to hold back and deal with that split push.
He's trapped in the base.
He's sure to respawn on the Rosh, so OG they'll be happy with that if they spot it out. 25 seconds, and Asta, they know that potential Roshan's coming up.
Taiga walks right in the middle and breaks the smoke.
Yeah, indeed. They know that it's coming. They'll put the BKBs. They'll turn towards Mar, but Mar's got the shield up. Silence out the Taiga. Monet having to BKB and run back. Ori still
Ori mati, cok!
But he's dead. Baboka will get left behind. The Hex is out from Amar onto XXS. Spear control as well. They'll lock him down. They'll take out the four of them.
And that's what I was saying. It's so important, the positioning of
No buyback anjing Ori, cok.
Positioning gets broken, and it's a complete stomp.
And there's no buyback available on Ori. He spent up 600 gold short of returning
Dua set ini mah 2 set.
So Aeon broken.
Asta.
They're pinging tier 4.
Ah, baca sebutin mbak-mbak anjing, euy. Mbak-mbak nih ikut-ikutan anjing, sebenarnya kagak ngerti ngentot.
But they do know probably that Roshan is also up. They're trying to push the limit of what they can pressure and force.
They forced out another buyback, and that'll probably be enough for OG to say, all right, we got the mid-bracks, let's settle down, back off, look for the Roshan, and make sure that they keep this game in a very safe position. 20k gold up now.
They're actually bluffing.
Main aman sekarang. Tadi game 1 kagak main aman, aneh, cok.
Maybe smokes and runs right into them. Now they'll back up though after a moment. Go for that Rosh, and it will be an Aghanims. So, oh, look at that, Yuragi, a free one given to him. That's going to be pretty nice, and that will probably be the 6th slot for him, or the 7th, 8th slot, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, Asta know they've got to make these risky moves.
They have
it may be 4 versus 5, but they're so far behind, they have to try and take these chances.
15 seconds on Monet's BKB, 10 seconds.
He made a big jump before around the Roshan. Can he do it again? But no, the
Let's
jump
go.
is there for him. The Hex is out.
Combo.
Spear as well. He's in trouble with the cold embrace from PQ. Gives him some safety cards as well to try and hold back BZM. He's pinned this up, and now the BKB's up Monet. He's got to try and stand his ground and fight this. Takes out Chu. Yuragi falling low, pots the BKB. He's looking for a Sunder target. He'll find it. Sunder over the walls.
Help step bro, I'm stuck, pukul sekali mati.
Monet falls. Instant buyback here from the PA. He's got to get back over towards the pit. Tiger jumps down towards the low ground with the silence. The
Rosh.
Yuragi able to pick it all up. Grabs the Aegis. Dreamcall holds down BZM. You see still Monet trying to walk his way back over towards the pit. Ori, he's in with the chase. OG, they're backing off.
Do they find Yuragi? They will.
They do. They get a from Maboka. They've got to try and take him out to twice. You see him try and push them back with the terror wave, but they've found him the once. Maboka, he's in position for a second attack.
Oh, nice!
He's able to blink out of the trees, but they're still going to chase Ori. On top of him, they're not going to let Yuragi get away for free. They've got to get this kill. As they're to the side, Amar trying to hold back Monet. Jump forward from Maboka, getting over the mines of the techies. Ori still continues trying to kill Yuragi. The cheese is there. Yuragi's back up to full HP. As Asta, they'll carefully poke at him. Eon is popped there on Ori.
Oh, swap!
It's back to the full HP.
Ah!
Able to take down Yuragi.
That was still pretty crazy from Yuragi, swapping the cheese in while they're chasing him.
He lived for so long,
oh my God.
but not long enough. Asta, they may have lost sort of the Roshan, the pickups that OG was able to gather. But they get the big kills at the end of it all. They take down BZM. They immediately
removed the Aegis, the cheese from Yuragi.
Or he's able to survive for once in a fight, and he gets like, I think 20 or 30 different spells up because of it. Constantly being this nuisance, jumping around. That was insane.
Insane fights here from a team that's, at 20k down. Of course, it was an expensive fight.
It was.
Plentiful buybacks being used there by Aster. I believe 4 of them now on cooldown.
But
so
very
a scary
necessary.
5 minutes for Aster, but they do hold on in a game where if OG's getting the pick up on that Roshan and able to walk down the lane, that sort of fight that close to the base of Aster would have mean the game would have already been over. But Aster, they keep the game going for now.
There's a reason these two teams are in the grand finals, winning fights even though they're at this deficit.
And they've got to try and, again, just continue to take these risks. They may have all their buybacks and called out, but they need to try their best maybe to force out the buyback of Yuragi. It's a hard call to make, though, because bottom already, Amar, he's working on the pressure, making sure that Aster, they don't have the luxury to try and pressure out that Terrorblade buyback.
Yeah, tough to push into this, too. The Ember just drops the Remnant. It also slows down the push as well, too. So Aster giving respect because they don't have those buybacks.
Susah anjing, TB-nya terlalu ngandelin meta, Cok. Gak ada damage dia. Emang gak bisa mukul jarak deket dia. Karena kite mulu, Cok.
His teammates don't have it, so he wants to be as kitted out as possible for the next fight.
And we'll see how, and if OG can punish Aster here in these minutes without that ability to return to the fight.
Monet now full satanic. A little bit of slot starvation, though, coming out here. He's going to have to eat that eggs pretty soon. It's very slow. Gonna have to just rely. It's slow, but he at least has the Aghanim, so he can jump if he does get some kills. OG. Still on the prowl, though.
And if they get a catch on the cause,
if they catch Ori, right?
It's likely to be game over. They need one more fight, OG, to close this one up. Ori jumps in on the mid, is able to break away from them. BZM, we'll see how deep he wants to jump with the Remnants. He tries to tease with the slight change, but won't get a catch.
It feels a lot harder for Aster. They have to be so much more careful. As we said, positioning, the most important thing for them, and they have much less buybacks. You see OG has
Amar main Mars offlane beneran anjing. Udah bukan Mars carry di offlane.
Pretty much 2 lives to play with in this next fight compared to the one that Aster has to have right now.
Yeah, they also have gotten, 3 level 25s, I believe, in the last moment. So BZM, Amar, as well as Yuragi, who did have it before. Those 3 are finished. Puck, not quite there. XXS, not quite there either. Still very close. It's an 18,000 gold lead, but the experience is, pretty much dead even. And if you want to look at a win probability just for some nice fun, there you go. Dead even.
50-50 right now. It definitely still feels, though, that it's Aster in the scariest spot.
Absolutely. Without the buy box,
death
absolutely.
And it's game over.
Yeah. And it's a lot on the pressure of, their positioning. If the Wyvern gets caught once, if Puck dies once,
it's going to collapse pretty quickly. Tiger, he's looking to start things off. There's the backup. They go straight away over towards Pete.
No buyback, gas.
90 seconds. The arena, the fear here for the pushback of the Terrorblade. They've caught X6, they've caught them over the tube.
GG!
3 dead.
GG!
As it's just down to Ori and Monet to try and hold Monet. We get BZM. Can Monet do it? Goes forward now towards Tiger. Beating him from Monet. Comes to Monet.
GG dong.
For Monet.
What the fuck? Dieback. Kacau. Bikin panik entot. Bikin panik entot. Gak ada creep, Cok.
The creeps aren't here. They're doing it through the back door.
But Ori gets caught.
Ori ada buyback tapi Cok.
They're doing it through, can they push through the back door?
The creeps are coming.
They're coming in on the mid. I don't think Ori can hold this on his own. He's going to try, but the Hex is there. Ori caught out. As the tier 4s have gone, OG now onto the H at this game. It's done. It's over. OG now game 2.
Ngentot, gila anjing. Cok, 2 lawan 5 anjing hampir menang, Cok. Goblok anjing, orang Cina jangan dikasih PA anjing, hokinya tolol, Cok.
The jump, getting the Wyvern in the base, kind of kicks off the whole start of this one.
Tuh, Cok, kritikal mulu ngentot.
OG.
Wow. Knowing when to push it for the victory there. It's coming to the point that sort of 2 minutes or so left on the buybacks. The timer was ticking. OG, they had to bounce, and they did. They really did. They make that final jump without the lack of ability to return to the fight. They just
Gila,
couldn't
anjing,
hold
hoki
them on
banget,
that
Cok.
stage. And 2 games now back to back, two smashing games as well.
Oh
and
my God.
every reason to believe that Asta there is a chance for them to swing it back, because both times, despite how far they have been behind, they're still giving OG a run for their money.
Can you imagine if
Gue ada teori baru, Cok.
closer, Monet might just turn it around completely.
It was that
Teori
close, yeah.
kalau tim Cina masuk final pasti kalah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this
Siapapun
grand
tim Cinanya, Cok, mau LGD mau Aster.
to delight here. It's a second game
Tapi nggak
now
mungkin 3-0
in the
anjing
bag
ini.
for OG.
Nggak mungkin lah
They
3-0,
lead the
Cok.
way right now, this best of 5, 2-0 against Asta.
Wah gila sih anjing, Mone bangsat. Tunggu. Goblok. Masih dong Mai, belum kelar turnamennya, tunggu kelar. Iya Cok, enggak, sebenarnya bukan itu, Agadimnya anjing. Dia kan tadi ngincer yang lembek-lembek dulu ya, kayak Ember gitu-gitu kan. Kan Agadimnya kalau lu ngekill refresh lagi. Nah, dia lompat ke Ember, ngekill critical, brer, ke refresh lagi itunya, pas shardnya. Lempar lagi Cok, masalah shardnya tuh 15% max health, bukan 15% current health, makanya sakit. Gila anjing. Real cuy. Real Cok, Mone Cok. Mana Bus? Bus, bettingan. Tim apa ini? Lagi makan tai. Judi dong, ya kali nggak judi. Looking good nih bro, judi bro. Udah berapa sih gua? 43. Gue bikin peraturan baru ler. Setiap kali gue judi dan value gue nyampe 100, gue giveaway 100.000. Ya. Setiap gue nyairin 100, gue giveaway 100.000. Ya. Ya biar bagi dosa anjing, biar gak lu doang yang dosa, lu pada juga dapat dosanya gitu. Maksud gue gitu, Cok. Real, Cok. Pokoknya profit gue 100, setiap total profit ini 100 gitu. Bukan minus ya, 100 plus. Gue giveaway 100.000. Tapi dosa tanggung sendiri. Lu tahu kan duitnya dari mana? Nah, karena lu tahu duitnya dari mana, jadi bukan salah gue kalau dulu dosa ya. Ya, itu doang sih minusnya sih. Tapi tetap kalau lu pinter sih, duit tetap duit sih. Lah, gue nggak bisa bilang, kan gue nggak bisa bilang ya duitnya dari mana asalnya. Soalnya lu pada juga udah tahu anjing duitnya asal dari mana anjing. Gue nggak bisa bohong. Enggak kok, itu bukan duit judi, nggak bisa Cok. Karena lu udah tahu anjing itu duit judi gue bangsat. Jadi dosa tanggung sendiri Cok. Bless. Bus, face beneran ngetro nggak atau cuman? Gue ngeri kalau ngetro gue nggak ngerti Bus asli. Jarang ketemu anjing face Astralis. Gue takut ntar digas anjing. Mapik Astralis, kita pasang ke Astralis, oke. Ini cok Mone nge-stuck anjing. Lucu banget infect anjing, Mone nge-stuck gak bisa ngapa-ngapain cok. Terus itu dipukul Taiga bek. Nah. Lihat mapik aja dulu, oke. Siap. Dota berarti nunggu. Yaudah. Tip. Udah mulai anjing nih. Ada konten baru dari Robi. Ya gue juga mau mandi anjing abis ini. Kameramen Wira anjing. Dia tidak ingin menanggung blame anjing. Real cok. Gimana bedo tantar abis ini?
Halo guys.
Anjing keras banget kontol.
Bersama Bang Yoga Chan, apa kabar Bang?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Udah 2 tahun kita nggak jumpa ya Bang ya?
Lumayan.
Terakhir event
Rio Game Show.
Rio Game Show ya di Living World.
Iya, Living World.
Guys, ini buat kalian yang nanya ya. Kalau kalian yang lihat konten gue 2 tahun yang lalu itu, yang nemu cosplayer malah ketemu Wota. Ini dia guys orangnya guys.
Ini orangnya.
Yang nyanyi apa dulu Bang? Ebi Rote. Nah.
I want you.
Wota takut anjing. Pakai jaket JKT48 gini mau takut lu udah bangsat.
I need you. I love you.
Bangsat.
Di lubuk hatiku keras berbunyi irama musicku. Happy rotation.
Akut ini anjing. Akut cok.
What the fuck? Kali ini guys, karena udah lama nih, ini kita silaturahmi Bang.
Oh iya.
Nah, sekarang kita tanya jawab aja Bang.
Oke.
Mungkin teman-teman yang belum tahu nama Abang apa Bang?
Nama asli Yoga Risandi Pratama.
Nama wibu ya?
Arga Riko.
Arga Riko guys. Okay.
Arga Riko.
Ini kan Ponfest nih.
Iya.
Udah ini kan hari kedua.
Iya.
Dari hari pertama datang nggak?
Dari hari pertama justru jam 10 udah di sini.
Abang di sini nge-cosplay atau gimana?
Hari pertama justru cosplaynya.
Hari ini nggak cosplay?
Jadi manusia normal aja biasa.
Kemarin cosplay apa?
Kemarin cosplay dari agen FBI.
Kok agen FBI? Kemarin waktu terakhir lihat yang itu, yang hijau, reptil.
Cari cosplay yang lebih santai, dia lebih gampang gitu.
Gampang.
Oke, yang nggak ribet-ribet lah.
Kalau yang reptil kemarin ribet ya?
Ya lumayan.
Masih ada kostumnya?
Masih ada.
Masih ada. Terus gimana menurut Abang Ponfest tahun ini? Ini kan kita udah lama nih nggak ada event besar kayak ini ya, event wibu di Pekanbaru ini kan jarang Bang.
Iya.
Menurut Abang gimana caranya?
Termasuk sukses sih, soalnya selang beberapa tahun baru ada event lagi. Ini udah termasuk ramai sih.
Termasuk ramai ya?
Termasuk ramai.
Terus menurut Abang yang bikin menarik di acara ini tuh sebenarnya apa sih?
Idolnya tadi.
Ada idol.
Wede.
Mana idolnya? Wir, itu dia idolnya Wir. Idol lokal. Tuh, udah jangan kelamaan sorot-sorot idolnya. Bahaya ya Bang ya. Ini jangan-jangan kita kan sebagai ini ya, fans idol ibu kota ya kan. Kan takut osihan. Ngomongin nih soal idol ibu kota, masih ngikutin nggak?
Masih ada beberapa ngikutin.
Terus terakhir kemarin, sini Bang, biar dekat Bang. Terakhir Abang nonton konser Heaven nggak?
Heaven ada nobar kemarin. Nobar di sini?
Iya, di Pekanbaru juga nobar.
Di mana nobar, Bang?
Ada di salah satu kafe di Jalan Sudirman juga.
Rame?
Ya, bisa dibilang rame lah.
Terus di waktu konser Evan itu, menurut Abang yang bikin menarik apa? Osi ada nggak Osi?
Osi ada, dari tim J datang.
Siapa tuh Bang Osi, Bang?
Ayana.
Wow.
Wede.
Masih belum berpaling nih guys, dari 2 tahun yang lalu gue tanya Osi siapa? Ayana, nggak berubah. Emang ini nggak ada niat Osihan apa gimana, Bang? Walaupun udah grade gimana?
Belum sih, masih bertahan sih.
Emang cinta pertama susah di...
Iya, tengok pertama imun aja dia.
Terus kaget nggak waktu itu Ayana tiba-tiba datang di konser itu?
Kaget, Panama nengok kan, wah tim J katanya ada, tapi nggak bakal ada spec, ada Ayana gitu kan. Lupa tim-tim yang udah sepuh semua, yang udah grade datang semua.
Kemarin bawain lagu apa sih? Tim J itu?
Tim J bawa, lupa lagunya karena fokusnya ke lain gitu kan jadinya.
Kalau aku ingatnya kalau bukan tim generasi.
Ya,
GG 6 jam, iya.
Ya kalau gen kedua kan bawain lagu ini Iron Pressure.
Iya, Iron Pressure.
Kalau gen 1 bawa apa kemarin ya? Lupa pula.
Lupa. Karena pas itu ada yang nelpon kan.
Oh, ada nelpon pula.
Ada nelpon keluar enggak.
Belum rungkat soalnya, Bos. Nah, nih EV Ayaya.
For a couple of reasons. One, like you need.
Belum mulai, ntar dah. Udah mulai.
Semenjak JKT1 ini, kalau Abang lebih senang dengan konsep JKT1 yang sekarang sebagai satu JKT atau yang konsepnya pakai tim-tim?
Lebih konsep yang baru sekarang sih. Jadi nggak ada namanya tim ini, tim A, B, C.
Tidak disekat-sekat oleh tim gitu ya, Bang ya?
Dan dia sama semuanya.
Kalau aku setuju juga sih, Bang, karena kalau menurut aku ya, karena JKT1 ini tuh jadi itu member tuh kayak saling nggak ada batasan gitu, Bang.
Iya, jadi nggak apa? Jadi terpisah-pisah gitu.
Iya.
Takutnya ada yang baru masuk minder karena wah ini tim senior.
Betul. Terus kalau sekarang Bang dengan JKT1 yang sekarang kan Ayana ada keluar.
Iya.
Masa iya nggak ada Osi baru?
Belum sih, masih jadi penikmat aja untuk sekarang.
Luar biasa guys, Bang Yoga nih guys, serius.
Luar biasa, takut, luar biasa.
Kalau member yang sekarang ada nggak gitu yang diperhatikan deh, nggak Osi tapi diperhatikan nih, mulai menarik nih member? Sani kan udah lama juga hitungannya, Bang.
Itu masih itu sih kalau untuk
yang dedek anak-anak gen 7.
Oh, belum ada sih.
Kalau aku ada, Bang.
Siapa?
Azizi.
Aduh.
Flora. Ada lagi gen di bawahnya. Marsha.
Itu dia. Nampaknya pecinta anak-anak kan, bahaya ini.
Dibilang pedo anjing.
Penggiringan opini nih.
Dibilang pedo maksud juga.
Menurut aku ini
GG so. GG. Bang Yoga GG, respect gua.
Enggak, jadi ini ya.
Konsep.
Pokoknya kalau Azizi Marsha itu menurut aku, Bang, mereka tuh masa depan lah. Yang bisa
anak-anak, Bang.
Kedepannya lebih itu lagi ya. Karena faktanya memang begitu kan, Bang. Semenjak JKT jadi JKT1, justru naik JKT sekarang kan.
Iya, lebih banyak yang tahu lagi.
Iya. Terus gimana menurut Abang single-single baru yang justru tidak berasal dari lagu Translate AKB?
Oh, bagus itu.
Bener juga sih, tai juga lo.
Lama inginkannya.
Diinginkan dari lama ya?
Iya, fan-fan dulu menginginkan JKT ini ada lagu originalnya sendiri.
Sekarang udah 2 justru kan, udah Rhapsody sama Flying High. Itu gimana menurut Abang lagu Flying High?
Bagus sih, dari musiknya juga bagus. Ada pakai bahasa Inggris kan. Bahasa Inggris bagus juga sih.
Gimana kalau kedepannya misalnya nih, Bang, di teater JKT dapat setlist original sendiri, gimana menurut Abang?
Oh, bagus, itu yang ditunggu-tunggu.
Gitu ya. Jadi kan soalnya kalau mungkin masyarakat dengarnya lagunya jadi nggak aneh ya kan, karena translate ya kan. Nah, luar biasa sih Abang ini, Bang. Jadi untuk menutup nih, Bang, konten kita kali ini, Bang.
Apa itu?
Viewer kemarin, Bang. Suruh Bang Yoga nyanyi, Bang. JKT, Bang. Ayo, lagu apa, Bang?
Lagu apa?
Aku temenin.
Goblok anjing ini dua bangsa.
Banyak lagu JKT.
Banyak lagu JKT yang enak.
Iya.
Yang gampang diingat deh, koi suruh Fortune Cookie aja.
Oh, boleh.
Ya. Dari mana nih? Boleh biar mungkin lebih dekat lagi.
Dia yang nyanyi gue yang malu anjing.
Close up aja. Kita mulai dari mana?
Oh, dari awal aja.
Walaupun diri ini menyukaimu, kamu seperti tak tertarik kepadaku.
Cok, dia nyanyi gue yang malu, Cok.
Patah hati untuk sekian kalinya. Koreo mana, Bang? Ketika kulihat di sekelilingku banyak gadis banyak sekali gadis yang bunga yang tak menarik tak akan disadari. Yeah. Saat ku melamun terdengar musik
mulai ya?
mengalun di kafetaria. Bentar bang, orangnya beda. Ada yang nelpon. Oh, YouTuber. Akyong guys, kampret Akyong. Nelpon dia. Akyong.
Itu.
Halo.
Oh, bangsat. Kecamatan Renang Bafi anjing.
Terdengar musik mengalun di kafetaria.
Bus, draftnya gimana bus?
Sadarku ikuti iramanya dan ujung jari pun mulai bergerak.
Bisa suka gini anjing.
Ku ini tak akan berhenti. Come on baby. Tolong ramalkan.
Tapi pakai kacamata renang, biarin aja dong. Laki itu pakai kacamata renang.
Masa depan tidak akan
Udah.
seburuk itu. Putar lah. Apa lagi? Menebarkan senyuman dan membawa keberuntungan.
Aku juga bisa gitu juga, tai. Sama aja dong.
Hati, nasib lebih baik ada di hari ini.
Belum mulai anjing udah mau di goblok.
Janganlah menyerah dalam menjalani hidup. Akan datang keajaiban yang tak terduga. Ku punya firasat yang bisa saling mencinta denganmu.
Ya, sumpah dua wota gini malu-maluin anjing.
Oke guys, itu deh guys. Bang, Instagram bang. Sosmed. Instagram @officialyoga-chan. Buset, masih official Yoga-chan dari 2 tahun yang lalu ya bang ya? Masih. Thank you bang ya.
Dark Willow.
Thank you bang ya. Semangat terus bang cosplay bang. Oke guys ya, kita tutup dulu.
Abis cok, kontol ya.
Konten berikutnya. See you next time guys. Bye.
Cok, abis cok nggak dapet.
Previous 2 games, what are you feeling? We got Aster on the Mars this time round.
I just heard Revenge, and it's
Gak dapet cok, begini ngentot ya.
And, you know, Tommy actually told me this last night.
Tau lah, tai gue mandi dah ngentot. Tai gue mandi dah. Jangan lupa di follow @officialyoga-chan anjing ya.
This is for TI9, so I know he's fired up, but no, Aster this time they decided to take the Mars away. OJ respond by picking Puck Willow, so I think that Willow is a little bit like you don't want to give it to Aster. It's too strong of an 8 pick. And there is some awkwardness with Hoodwink Mars. When you drop the Acorn Shot to spawn the tree, the Mars Arena tends to blow it up. So it's really hard to do the like...
You have to do it after, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Hoodwink spells with Mars is a little bit iffy, so... A little bit of question mark for me.
I'm glad you bring that up though, because I've been most impressed with Hoodwink when she's paired with a spirit type hero that just goes in and then they run around killing heroes together. Especially the Storm, once this Hoodwink gets this 15-minute shard, it seems like they can do so much damage. So I agree with Aiden that this Mars Willow is not the way to look for your kills, so please pair it up from the mid lane going forward, and as we mentioned before, maybe an early BKB type hero.
Yeah.
But yeah, so OG go for the Puck Willow combo. She can snap the coil with Terrorize, that's always nice. She's also a bit of a anti-spirit hero in that she can catch them quite well early on, but I still hope it doesn't discourage Aster from going down that route.
Yeah, I mean, Aster's been answering Puck with Pudge quite a bit,
10 seconds
and Ori's been playing it really, really well.
Aster 10 kill, bro. Aster 10
thinking
kill.
about Ori, DK comes to mind as a potential hero here. It's not really a popular hero, but I think for Ori specifically, in like a potential, you know, last game of a grand final against Puck, it's free lane.
It got buffed too, didn't it?
Yeah, and it's a nice setup for Hoodwink. It really is. Those two heroes work really, really well together. So.
And it is a BKB hero.
Exactly.
And that brings us back to the animator, right? When the top 3 picks that would come out were actually Mars, Hoodwink, and DK.
Oh, that sign made me sad a bit.
What did it say?
No, Lakad Matatag. Reminded me of Duno.
Rest in peace.
Okay, back to the draft.
Okay.
Sorry.
But yeah, I do want to say that I'm glad that Aster stopped being stubborn about this Mars. I hope it's not too late to recover mentally though, because this was their high priority pick, and I do think it was the high priority ban
It hasn't lost
against
today
OG.
yet. It's
So,
3-0.
Yeah. Whether or not they can bounce back after the 2 losses they just faced against it, time will tell. I do think the good news is they looked really competitive in both games. In both games they played well, regardless of their lanes going bad. They almost always found ways back in or ways back to fight, so hopefully the damage isn't too bad.
So normally when you get to this pick, it says number 15 when you're drafting because it counts all the bans and everything. So this is usually the hardest pick if you're second pick, because you're kind of picking your 5 hero into potentially a blind matchup where you're going to get counter-picked really hard. So you want to pick some sort of hero that you know is going to have scaling impact throughout the game. And I think the idea behind the Shadow Demon is pretty simple. You know, like they buy some BKBs. I have a tool that's always good for the game. It'll always have impact, and then you have this potential save for the Mars too. So it's an interesting pick. I think the only thing that's a little bit worrisome for OG right now is I think the damage follow-up on the puck coil is kind of low. So it might be hard for BZM to get that kind of snowballing start unless they really manage to connect the Willow to the puck early on.
And also the Shadow Demon is set up for Willow early on too, right? You can potentially fight it this turn with the disruption into Bramble Maze. This spell got a lot easier to land too, with it going from 0.5 second delay to 0.3 second formation delay. But also, what you mentioned about it being a save versus a Mars is really important, because if you look at Aster's first 2 picks, both of these heroes want to go on a target quickly and take it down. That's essentially what Hoodwink is, right? She's insanely high damage ulti and a catch. But if you have this supporting defensive type hero, it just counters what you want to do with it. And that was the take that Aster had with their Dazzle in game 1 and their Wyvern in game 2, but those were not the ideal picks.
Yep.
For Aster, I think they're probably thinking about the Void.
Team Aster's turn.
They're still going back for that Tiny.
Hang on.
OG's turn.
Probably a mid-Tiny this time around, yeah. So Tiny's considered a pretty good hero against Puck. You lane very well into it, and then you have the damage to just burst Puck. There are not very many heroes that have like a very consistent stun to catch the Puck out where he can't phase shift or anything like that. So right now they're kind of setting up for the kill combo for the Puck. So now they have like Tiny Grim, you know, you do the 2 spells together. It's very simple, easy way to kill him. And then on top of that, you also have
all their supports are very squishy too.
Yeah.
And you also have these 2 wave clear supports on Aster, right? You have this Grim and this Hoodwink who can play side lanes, make sure the waves are out, so you can go for these aggressive plays with Tiny. Because normally for you to want to play on like the Inkswell combination, you at least need to have one lane pushing in so that your rotation isn't so obvious.
Yeah. What would you pick for OG here?
OG? Okay, so what are... When I look at Aster's draft right now, I feel like they have... This Tiny has to kind of run around and make a lot of moves, right? It's going to be a lot based on like Ori's movement in the early game and what he's able to do. So I think you're probably eyeing up safe laners or off laners potentially that are kind of tricky for Tiny to get to. But most of those heroes don't really work that well with SD, I was about to say, but... Yeah, I mean, PA is squishy. This is... Tiny can definitely find kills in this game if he wants to.
After Yuragi saw Monet.
Yeah, he's like, I want to play that.
That looked fun.
But it is a pretty good PA game once he has BKB. Only Soulbind really stops him.
But
problem is there's no follow-up for Soulbind right now, right? Even if you Soulbind him, he's going to sit there, but what are you really going to kill him with if he's BKB'd up?
But before this PA BKB, it seems like a really squishy hero, right? You have a solution to its ulti with the Hoodwink break. It's always been a traditional counter. And you have this Tiny who's going to look towards killing this PA, hunting her down, not giving her space to farm in the game. But if PA does get to this critical mass, like Michael mentioned, these are really squishy supports, right? You can just jump on this Hoodwink and blow her up, jump on this Grimstroke and blow him up. It's just a matter of not giving away too much before you get to that point.
Yeah. And I think it's kind of roles reversed now, actually, from the previous game. This time around, OG has the 2 supports that kind of make sense together. So you want to bring them together, hopefully, into the PA lane and look to really snowball that PA's game and get her to the crucial timing that she needs to hit. So
udah anjing berdua nggak usah gitu-gitu, cok anjing.
What Aster failed to do in the last game. Well, like, can they succeed where Aster didn't?
Well, traditionally, it is also a Mar that is as a tempo setter for OG, and they still need to pick his hero.
Aster cok 10 kill, bro. Real Aster 10 kill.
And maybe set a little bit of tempo with that doesn't require the PA to be involved in the fights. Timber and Slard are already removed out to avoid those fights.
So his advantage here is that he's going to get to see the entire draft.
Udah dong. Emang mandi kelap, emang mandi lap ngapain?
He's going to know the one, and some of the struggles I think OG's had throughout the season is when a lot of ATF's heroes get banned out. And if you look at the bans right now,
a few moments later.
Anjay. Bullshit, skip bullshit.
Di Akyong 2 tahun loh, baru ini ketemu sama Akyong guys. Ini ketemu. Satu lagi nih sama Bambang, karena mereka anak Jakarta kan. Aku sama habis lah.
Later.
Oh di sana. Kak, ini foto juga kak. Kayak apa?
Makan nih.
Oh ya. Foto sama idol, idol lokal guys. Ya, aku juga lah.
Kenapa tidak?
Kacamata renang anjing. Real, Cok. Kacamata renang, Cok.
Gimana Kyong, tidak tertarik mau mencoba? Enggak namanya.
Bohong nih.
Enggak apa-apa pakai nama panggung aja. Nama panggung. Setelah aku mau pakai 2 kali boleh enggak ya?
Ayo kakaknya dulu.
Ya boleh lah. Boleh.
Oh si Aing.
Kacamata tuh tadi bang. Iya.
Wede.
Kau ya juga nak?
Iya dong.
Saya yang bayarkan ikut.
Bang kayak bang.
Oh, 2 kali foto boleh nggak bang?
Hah?
2 kali? Ya 2 kali foto, saya hasilnya 2 gitu.
Oh.
Hasilnya 2.
Boleh.
Boleh kan? Berarti bayarnya 2 kali.
Iya bang. Yang penting senang lah bang.
Ya.
Aduh, jangan ditonton ini mas Pekanbaru foto.
Guys, foto sama Osi dulu guys. Instagramnya kan ups.
Alay.
Yeay, ditandatangani langsung guys. Arga. Dede. Bos Arga.
Jelek banget ya nama samarannya Arga anjing.
Liatin dulu dong.
Udah 6 jam stream, nggak kerasa bos, soalnya kagak mikir, kagak ngegimik, kagak apa-apa, cuma nonton doang.
That's what PA needs in a lot of situations. If PA lives.
Sabar, nontonin dulu tuh, kalau dikit.
Gokil. Apa tuh Arga saya? Full senyum nih kawan nih. Ayana dilupakan. Ayana udah tergantikan nih. Ayana udah grade soalnya. Masih. punya gue yang gitu guys.
Punya gua belum guys.
Ya bentar, lihat CS dulu kalau gitu.
And what do you think sort of jumped out after this game that made them want to run the Tiny in the different capacity? This time having Ori playing the Tiny in the middle.
I think they saw the puck, so it's like it's a clear puck mid matchup that we've seen time and time again. Tiny doing excellent versus it.
Bilang bos kalau udah milih bos.
Better versus the puck now without the side camp because puck utilized it even better. So
OG final, yoi.
Ori to kind of set the pace of this game, and it could be a pretty damn good game for the Tiny.
Let's see how well BZM's able to play on the puck. We saw last game Ori definitely.
Tiny mid tuh ya, gue bingung sekarang main Tiny mid tuh gimana. Dia mau jadi carry udah nggak bisa cok, gara-gara nerfnya. Bisa sih tapi agak susah.
Ton of disable. There's silences from Grimstroke. There's leashes. The puck or the Tiny combo in general because he's gonna get earlier blink dagger. Doesn't look as easy for BZM. That's what I was saying. Like for BZM and for Yoragi, game looks a little tougher. But if anyone can do it, OG has just looked spectacular in this grand finals.
And how would you imagine sort of the safe lane goes for Asta? Would you imagine sort of the built-in sustain that Monet has as a Bloodseeker is going to be enough against the inevitable spam from Chu and Amar?
Yeah, it's an easy lane for a Monet, I would say. He should be able to get some pretty solid free farm. I think they can even pose kill threat much more onto Amar than Amar can pour onto Monet. Just depends on how many stacks and everything and what Chu decides to do. How good he can get disruptions to kind of stop the aggression versus Inkswell.
See sort of the difference in dynamic as well for Asta in terms of what they can expect from PQ right on the support Grim.
Yep.
Sure, you know you've got some buffs to throw out, but not quite on the same level as the sort of the heavier defensive supports that PQ's been playing, like the Dazzles, the Abaddons, the Wyverns.
Yeah, absolutely. Boca does juke out those brambles nicely. Yeah, no, I agree. He still does have at least some defensive thing when you
For sure.
get your shard coming out as Amar. Heavy harassment. They do have the disrupt to at least protect him for a moment, but yeah, you're already starting to see what this lane is going to start to look like quickly.
Absolutely, I was sitting on the regen for Omar. He's got a couple
Low,
of
low, low, low.
left, but Monet might look to dive him under the tower. He's got the blood right, the ink swap buff up to
First
go.
blood.
To get in and get first blood.
Yeah, it's not easy. Every time disrupt is on cooldown, just trying to protect this Underlord is going to be very difficult versus these two. Excellently done from Aster. And yeah, Monet, he'll be able to sustain fight up here.
Bottom lane, Baboka also getting low, but not quite having the ability to jump and chase him down.
These side lanes are super aggressive. So everybody just constantly, also this always happens, right? It's like, especially lately, it's more and more. This is why Bloodseeker's value tends to go up a lot. There's so much spamming in the waves that he always is moving a little bit faster because of that thirst. Especially when it's going to be like a tiny mid, also constantly harassing onto the puck. So far looking at mid matchup, Ori slightly ahead at the moment.
See if we get any sort of early moves towards the mid. Does seem that for now both teams more focused on looking for these kills in these side lanes.
Nice move from BZM though. Shoves the wave in super hard under mid, so he's making sure he's not losing anything, and he's actually going to be able to get a rune out of it because of that. Nice move. Top. We'll get a little better as those levels do get there for Amar. Level 3, so level 2 atrophy to offset some of that damage is pretty nice. And he does have second bracer, so unlikely to die again, but yeah, that first one, pretty painful to set Monet off to a good start.
Oh, for sure, and yeah, if Chu's able to always hold back the disruption and use it to play around the web right threat if someone's in range of it, should be able to save one another.
Just which one?
Attempts.
He has to make a choice, right? He has to, are you going to dodge the Ink Swap, or are you going to dodge the Blood Right? As, ooh, who actually used the glyph there? It looks like Top used the glyph for the Blood Right. Not something you see too often, usually mid laners, so exclusive to have that power.
Mana bus.
As now the mid lane is just getting harder and harder. Ori.
See bottom. Solid angle there from XXS with the spear. Will set up for the kill.
Nah, Cok, giliran nggak sempat ngebet gini ya, Cok. Jelas anjing siapa yang menang.
Oh, okay, that's why. I was like, wow, that did tons of damage. Level 2 Acorn shot. So
that's why when you...
Not usually something you see picked up. Usually you do see like the 2 points in Bushwhack, just one there, so... Cool
Pantengin aja gue.
To make sure that he gets that kill.
Push untrusted, Cok. Hilang, Cok, orangnya.
CS at the moment. Very, very even, really.
And Amar actually now starting to dominate the CS.
He's getting a
with
lot
his
of
two
last.
bracers.
He's top of the board.
Bit surprising, actually. But after he gets like the full reset of HP, I guess it actually maybe helped him more than harmed him, that death.
Inferno and Chen
2 points in that passive. It's got a hefty amount of right click, so very hard to contest unless Monet can sort of set up the creeps to take him out with the blood right. Amar having a very solid chance of getting...
Inferno mapnya Astralis dong.
Phase boots are finished for Monet now.
Quality aja judi nggak judi, ler judi. Semua judi, bro.
Just get this tanky that they can't actually go for him at all. The double. This is just his build, right? He always does this. Double bracer offlaners, always. Even 3.
Astralis pick ancient.
Man, he's gonna have that ring of health on him very shortly after this delivery from the courier, so he's gonna be super tough to harass out of this lane.
They can't push him out. They have to come in for kills pretty much if they want to stop him there. As bottom, the connect. Ooh, it gets cut right away.
Immediate response there from Yuragi with the Quelling Blade.
Gue kayaknya ngambil Astra game 1 winner sama HDC.
Pretty even though in the lane so far. PA getting slowed down a little bit. Same thing for the Bloodseeker. Tiny just having that outstanding game as we mentioned. You know, the matchup just very nice.
We'll see it again there. Very, very quick move that does mean that stun comes to an end, and if it didn't,
kalah, Cok.
Yeah.
Fizz.
But XXS also getting that free farm.
Astra yang ngambil Ancient, iya Astra yang ngambil Ancient, Fizz ngambil Inferno, Cok. Fizz ngambil Inferno, Ancient Astra yang ngambil Nuke yang sisa.
Amar and his Mars XXS is a beast on this hero.
Very hard for OG to get aggressive on him anytime that Baboka's in the area. Huge amounts of burst physical available from these
Iya, Cok, sumpah. Bingung gua kalau kayak gini.
Yeah, Taiga's just really squishy, especially versus these two. He has to be super careful. If he ever uses Shadow Realm aggressively, we'll quickly get turned on.
We'll see. Again, BZM, I believe, just headed back. Continues to grab those bounties.
Oh, bisa ya Astra yang ngambil.
Ooh, nice orb. Max range actually gets that last creep.
Oh, bisa Fizz ngambil Inferno, anjing.
The level 6 online, so potential now for reactions to any side lane play.
And now Aster probably even more unlikely to go for too aggressive of a play up top onto Amar. They haven't been able to anyway because of this insane regen he has, but BZM always will be there to react if they do make an aggressive move.
He's not going to be an easy hero to kill this game, Amar.
Nobody wants to leave their lanes at the moment, though. Literally nobody has left. They're all just sitting stagnant.
Gue juga mikir gitu ya. ADC aja anjing, geser ke Astralis tuh gede, Cok.
Ready to change things up. He'll come in towards the top lane. So we can get the setup on Chu, but Chu very quick with the disruption. So there's no chance for Baboka to catch him.
Or he gets a solo kill.
He did over in the mid lane. Solo kill on the 1v1. We'll see if Asta can also find something out of his top play. They may just do so. The setup's there from Baboka. Acorn shot into the bushwhack.
Ini easy banget, Cok, sumpah 10 kill-nya, Cok.
Very tanky.
He ran into the root.
He runs into the root. Monet gets caught on the way out.
Monet, a big mistake there. He walked into the second one.
And that mid lane play, I'm sure we'll be able to get a replay of it, but looks like just stepping up, catching him in the combo, or having just enough damage to take BZM down.
Man, looks like he just got on top of him. Enough burst. After the first one, he got him to like half HP. The secondary one must have just been enough. As yet, top of Mar, the tankiness proves to be too much. A Hood now finished, also able to counteract them easily. The 3 points in Atrophy are definitely coming into play. They could not commit onto him.
Now, Monet just doesn't have the damage at all to really offer in an attempt to take down this Underlord.
And that was Baboka. Baboka was the one who tried to gank top, and he actually kind of ganked his own safe lane in a way. Monet now.
OG, they're still hanging around for more action. Chu's got the setup. He's going to be able to step out of this.
Here comes Ori.
And with the 4th hero, they could threaten Amar. They'll try and charge him down. They've caught him in the avalanche. And with 4 heroes, surely he can't walk out of this one. And indeed, he can't. Asta finally able to shut down Amar on this top lane.
I believe he TP.
Tuh, bet 365 nggak bisa dibuka, anjing.
Faster for Ori. A quick, easy move. All kind of sequences of what happened when you get that solo kill mid. You guarantee yourself the power rune and an easy move. That could kind of set the tempo for this early game. Ori having this excellent start. His blink is going to be so fast. It's already 600 away.
And BZM's definitely got to keep his sort of sights set on finding that kill opportunity with the Dream Code to really jump him back into the game. Is starting to slip behind in gold.
Yeah, Ori's probably like, yeah, I had a really hard puck game. Now I'm going to make you have a very tough puck game. He is quite addressed this time around. Not into a Nyx Assassin, but a Tiny with a Blink Dagger super early is probably even more threatening.
A lot of continued focus really around that top lane. Doesn't mean that down bottom, Uragi's having a pretty chilled time. Not really too much that's been thrown his way so far.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely they make an aggressive move unless they bring like the Bloodseeker or the Tiny. They still can go for like rupture plays and tossbacks and everything too, which is always going to be a big element to make Uragi's game difficult. That's why they went for this setup.
Now Baboka already preparing some of the stacks here. Same to be said over on OG's side of the map, Chu. Making sure there's a good amount to farm here in the triangle.
Good lane.
So get the setup, Tiger. Got the fairy fire. He's going to be able to step out of that one.
The tree.
Down to about 19 HP there, Tiger.
If Ori actually gets the tree throw off before he gets the disruption, then they would probably get the kill because he doesn't have the bonus armor, but yeah, it doesn't quite get it off. A nice play from Chu. Always seems to, I mean, he's really excellent this game, or this entire series, this whole tournament with his positioning.
Stepping in as he has.
He's always in the right place, like to save people. It's pretty nice. It's pretty remarkable. Now he's gonna take a stack of his own. He wants to get his level 6 at some timing.
See Asta look towards the top lane, but just with the 2 of them, I mean, how much of a chance do they stand of killing Amar? Can they make a rupture play on him, or is it just not going to happen?
Nah, they need a 3rd hero. I think with just the 2 of them, it's never really going to work. He can just TP after rupturing, Swell goes off, or just even stand his ground under his Firestorm. They need to have the Tiny or the Hoodwink with 6. Another stack coming out, Baboka. I actually think he missed that one. Ooh. Huge hard camp stack, though, so Ori, I believe that is the Blink Dagger now done. So pace of the game is going to kick up quickly here for Aster. Yeah. But at the same time, BZM, OG, they're looking to make their own hit.
We'll be able to catch XXS here with the Bramble, the Fear control as well. Of course, the Fear and the Dream Coil combo causing the snap to occur.
Nicely done.
And making that move just to the point which was almost certainly moments before Aster were to look to make a move themselves down there. The Blink Dagger done on Ori. He wants to try and catch out Uragi.
Who are they going to get? The
See if
two
we can
cores
do it
walking
now.
up.
They need to burst through this PA. See Maboka setting up with the ultimate. He'll turn to the side. They'll get the break hit in. It's not quite enough damage straight away to take down
They're
Uragi,
both
though.
okay because they split the damage.
And he's now able to turn. Potentially Tiger comes in from the side. You'll see Amar ready to jump across from the other side of the map. They'll get back in onto Ori.
Ya
They'll take him
elah.
down. 2 hits to 6. Has the demonic purge. They'll be able to set up and look for Maboka as well. The arena's out. Disruption from Chu. He's giving that safety towards Uragi. Uragi may still be able to keep this fight going. He's going to TP out safely. They cannot stop his escape. Uragi gets out. Tiger as well escapes. Only BZM left behind as Monet will manage to swing over, at least find something there for Asta.
What a save, though. Chu again. Every single time. Amar also, he comes bottom, says hello, goes straight back to top, wants to keep getting that farm and pressure
Look how much
going.
money he's got. He's got 2,000
so
gold
rich.
in the bank here.
This is going to be an incredibly early Atos before Bloodseeker's even anywhere near a BKB, so the control from Amar, it's going to be problematic for this Bloodseeker. And yeah, that whole sequence happens because Aster, they kind of split because Uragi, he blurred in, and it kind of like messed with them. Like they both kind of went for these different targets, but Boca getting the snipe on the PA while the combo goes on the puck.
They'll be able to stick around and push for the tier 1, but indeed we'll see again towards the end of that fight. You know, it was a good job that Monet did turn up because without his presence, they wouldn't have been finding anything in this engagement. But again, Chu just absolutely on point here with the spell usage, making sure that Uragi, he's not threatened at all.
I think it's such a heads-up play, though, what Amar does. Like this, you know, TP down, collect the damage, because when you kill the heroes, of course, you know, you get that extra attribute. TP's back top, gets a tower, gets extra farm. He tends to do this. He's super farm heavy, but it usually pays off for him as, yeah, top of the net worth. He actually goes for the pipe instead. So tanking up versus the magic damage that Aster has, and maybe just wanting to show up to every single team fight then, rather than being the catch, he's just going to negate all that damage. Because then maybe, you know, Puck is going to survive the burst in all these situations versus the Tiny if the Underlord is in the area.
See Aster, of course, they'll continue to try and hit OG with these moves. Smoke up on Ori and PQ. Also has the Invis Rune as well if they need to close the gap further. XXS, Arena ready to drop.
Yeah, really cool how he decides to do this, right? Just tries to tank up his whole team rather than going for any catch. Amar just feels like if they just tank the fight, they'll end up winning it, I guess. So pipe into the Wraith Pack next.
And I think for the most part, you know, if you sort of consider what Aster have, it will be Aster having to throw their bodies into the front of the team fight to get that jump.
Oh, bottom. See him. Ori, he knows.
The setup.
Is it enough, though?
They got the follow-up.
Oh,
Ya elah.
He phase shift, jumps out of the side. Chu buys time to protect him with the God's Rebuke. XXS will drop the arena, but BZM still alive. Silence comes into play to try and stop the fear from Tiger, but as it comes to an end, Tiger still gets the fear off. Pushes back XXS. XXS cannot.
Ya elah,
Sometimes
Chinese
you see
execution
that it's
anjing.
so crazy how it happens, but I think actually the toss cut one of the trees that was where the spear is going to connect. I mean, it's super random how that happens sometimes, but either way, OG, they benefited from it massively. XXS now twice getting brought down.
And these saves from Chu. Aster, they've got to have someone dealing with the Shadow Demon.
Oh, Uragi's getting all the space in the world, and now we mentioned those ancient stacks that they've been prepping for him. It's like a 5x ancient
That's
for
massive.
this PA.
Oh my goodness, we saw how much Monet was able to do towards the end whilst he was playing from so far behind. In this game, Uragi, he's going to be playing from the top.
He's already spamming the chat wheel. He's so happy. This is pretty massive, them just being able to keep this farm for Uragi. He's now going to catapult forward past this Bloodseeker. Aster, it feels like they have to start making some more aggressive moves to try to slow down this PA, but
they have to keep going with Ori.
It keeps getting counteracted. Like, OG, they're prepared for it, or somehow they end up surviving it, or bring the numbers. Like Amar, he's looking, I mean, he's like sitting mid, kind of AFK. I think he's just waiting for Rift opportunity. Yep.
Yeah, he's going to look to try and join the fight, because Monet headed out alone, and
He's
with
dead.
nothing to protect himself, he's gone.
Oh, man. Oh, and OG is just finding every single opportunity.
Yeah, and Aster's, they're not finding the catch.
No, and they're drafted. We mentioned the PA, he has a lot of things that he's dealt with, and like there's a lot of counters to him, but he's getting way too much on the map.
He's ahead. See if they can burst through Amar. They
Very
catch him in the
tanky.
river. Set up there, along with the sharpshooter, have to drop pretty much everything to kill him, but it is a success. They take out Amar.
Honestly worth it. He is being so annoying this game. They have to get more out of it, though. I think they have to try to pressure this tower now. 25 seconds without the Underlord.
Yeah, they've got to continue to play fast.
It's a full HP tower, though. It's not going to be easy.
If anyone steps up, Ori,
He's
will be
waiting.
ready with the blink jump.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Does not die fast, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they'll reveal himself now. They'll hit them with the scan. They know that OG's hiding on the other side of the lane.
You get some tower damage here, but not the whole thing whatsoever. As Yuragi just continues to clear some camps up, get this incredible timing. You see his levels, level 13 now, Bloodseeker only 11. He's feeling very good.
3-0 ini anjing, PA jadi cok.
OGs grouped up as the four of them around this mid. It's a very dangerous place for Asta to be anywhere near. Still going to try though, Ori. He's in with the jump combo.
That's
they get him up pretty deep here under the tier 1, but OG, they're close by. They can back him up. And now BZM steps in, Dream Coil onto the two of them. They'll turn to deal with PQ as PQ taken out. Asta, they've got to back off. It feels like they may be running out of options here, Asta. Despite the goal being close, they're going for these plays that seem a little bit desperate.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for a Mar, the 2,000 HP pipe hero. They're committing quite a lot onto him a lot of the times too. Yuragi now, he can join into the fray.
See the jump again from Ori. Meteor Shadow runs the corner, Clash thrown down on him. He's not able to get the catch. The fear out onto the two of them. Ori's gone. Let's see if they can turn with the arena. They're caught on Mar. A big kill to find. Spear wasn't needed to hit, but it still gets the job done. Silence as well catches out BZM. A very well needed couple of kills there for Asta.
Cok, Chinese Dota cok anjing.
This time OG getting caught out.
And Monet has BKB now, and as we said, you know, PA still has to watch out versus all these counters. Aster finally finds something going their way. Huge pickups onto the two cores.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be another a rough move there with Ori sort of dying at the start, but was able to sort of tempt OG into a fight that Asta did have the capabilities to turn there. Having the arena ready to go, XXS, and of course being as tanky as he is, BKB at the ready. They can't quite go on the Mars without considering how much they have to throw down to threaten him. XXS, he's starting to become a bit of a problem.
Yeah, bit of an overextension there from OG, gets quickly punished. It was kind of clutch timing. Like honestly, I really feel like Aster, they did need that for the Bloodseeker to make sure that he's able to keep up with the PA. Yuragi was starting to run away with that farm, but now Monet, BKB's done. He can look to join every single one of these fights.
Nice little find here as well for Monet, the Brigand's Blade.
The dream.
Extra damage to allow him to commit in these fights with the BKB Maelstrom.
Also, they get a couple, with those kills, they do get a couple extra big items too. The Grimstroke now with the Shard. This could be something to offset a lot of that burst damage and control that OG does have.
Yeah, they do have the sort of the tools to enable Monet to pop off in these team fights.
They sure do. And as we said, the core-to-core matchup this time around. Last time it was Yuragi with this huge advantage, Monet versus that PA, and that Rupture is always going to be a big thorn in Yuragi's side.
Kosaber now done for Ori, so extra level to the burst that he'll have when he gets the jump.
Looks like Amar did switch up the build, of course, too. Switching it up constantly. Had the Wraith Pack queued, now BKB because he's scared of the big burst.
See Ori, he's going to go for another jump onto Amar. TPs are coming in. Can they kill him quite quick enough? Chu offering up the disruption. Sharpshooter's going to be there off to the side. Will land over towards Chu. Monet pops the BKB, focusing down Amar. Amar trying to get out there with a teleport. He's got do so back to the fountain. Amar escaped.
And Monet's BKB's done.
Ori's going to try and get the jump off again. He's backing onto Yuragi with the toss combo. Yuragi gets burst there by the magical damage of the Grimstroke and the Bloodseeker. OG, they're still trying to fight. Amar's able to reset Portal back into the action, catching out Ori with the Dream Core BZM. Ori turns with the Avalanche. He tries best to juke this out. He's got Blink up in a second. He'll blink down. See if they still find him. Curse ground hits. OG still able to find the majority of the kills in that, despite this time losing their carry. Yuragi does go down.
Master still probably pretty okay with it. They lose Ori, but Monet able to scurry away. Look a little scary for him for a second too, because his BKB was falling off, but they didn't have anything further to catch. But yeah, Yuragi, I'm surprised he actually showed up to this fight. Like, he was very close, getting closer and closer to BKB, but once they get involved, gets punished.
Can they catch BZM? He'll be down to Baboka.
Let's see, he's sneaking.
See if we can find him in the trees. Deep into the corner. He tries for an attempt. Won't quite be able to find him. Already out with the phase shift in the jump. BZM will be safe. TP just coming back online.
And now he has Blink Dagger of his own, so much more elusive in the fights and will be easier access onto the Hoodwink and this Grimstroke that he's kind of has to go for as this puck in the fights.
Gue kagak ngebet ini bos, nggak sempat tadi.
See how quick Asta is going to be to look to try and take another fight.
Tapi yang CS juga nggak bagus sih, kalah 5-0 anjing.
The pipe could be pretty massive for OG just to offset a lot of that damage, and they don't really have anything that Veil is actually finished for Taiga, so a lot of magic damage that OG does actually have.
I think
that is amped up.
They want to group up and go Asta. Here's the smoke.
I think this is exactly what they have to do, really. Yep. Blink on XXS as well too. They have an easier form of initiation. They're feeling strong right now.
I mean, we saw that last fight. It was very close to being an overwhelming win for Astra if they were able to kill Amar before he portaled out.
They might yet get Yuragi. He has BKB coming on the courier.
Oh, he's already out. Jumps over the creep wave.
That was close.
So whatever happens now, BKB will be ready to pop in for the PA unless they can burst him. They're on the high ground. He might not expect the jump, but no, already. The BKB's there.
He's jumping
Yuragi knows that they're going for the play on him, and he'll turn to make the play on them. Fear out is starting to push Ori back. BTM's onto the back line, catches the two supports with the Dream Core. They take down Ori, take down Momoka, take down PQ. X6 also to fall. OG, they were prepared.
The shadow, it's so crazy how these little things always add up, but the shadow poison, it breaks the blink of the Tiny. They can't get the initial jump
and straight to Roshan.
And it's right into Roche.
3-0 anjing, Aster cok, apa-apaan anjing.
They were in a perfect position to make that jump onto Yuragi. They're up on the high ground, they see the PA, but the next thing they know, he's on top of them.
Such confidence, right? Like, he just BKB jumps, he knows his team is going to be there for the backup. OG, continue to make this match work for the level 17 PA on the way toward the Shard next.
He's definitely becoming quite the problem here, Yuragi. See, once again, this replay, they're up on the high ground, but as you say, just the way that OG, and in particular Chu, was able to mess with their ability to get that jump.
Chu is honestly just, he's pretty much the MVP for me in a lot of these games for OG. The little things that he's able to do, the saves, breaking blinks, just kind of reading the map also to understanding where the movement's coming.
Aster loh, Cok. 3-0 anjing, malu anjing.
And there's a relatively new face in terms of playing here at the tier 1 level. He's crushing it.
Yeah, and I really wanted to highlight him also because he's about to have Aghanims done, Owen. And this unlocks a whole new potential of the hero. The break, 3 different break charges. Also, when you get Shard as well, you get 3 of your defensive purge things that can just totally kind of protect the PA in a lot of situations. Yeah, OG somehow just doing it over and over again.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Getting ready to push on here with the Aegis in their hands. Tier 2 tower. We'll see what sort of a defense Asta can
Lu
pull
ngebet
together.
emang bus 3-0.
Yuragi.
Ooh, they're smoking just the 2 back heroes. Shadow didn't get the puck.
He's just able to walk up and get the opening onto XXS. XXS will be able to put the BKB, turns over towards Yuragi, catches him with the Inkswell into the spear, but the pipe buff's there, keeping Yuragi protected, and they don't want to overcommit for a PA with an Aegis. They'll turn with a Rupture. Yuragi jumps to the side, trying to force Asta to go a little deeper if they want to take the Aegis out of his hands, and Asta, they can't. They'll be able to protect the Aegis here on Yuragi, OG.
Look how Amar plays. Like, he's just literally standing on top of his PA to just block any spells, any toss combos, anything. He's trying to ensure that there's no toss back funny plays anymore. If they're going to toss back anybody, it's going to be Amar. Really good coverage again and again by OG. Playing aggressive here now, finding their footing with this Aegis.
Jujur gak ada nyangka anjing bisa 3-0 anjing. Cancok kali 8 beneran anjing.
Kind of halts the aggression and gives OG the time to get this PA fatter and fatter.
I've got the halberd now, Monet, so good opportunity to shut down some of the moments of Yuragi's physical damage output in the fights if you can be quick with the disarm.
Does mean that his damage is going to be quite a bit weaker though. I'm sure he does have Brigand's Blade at least, and he has purchased up the Shard, which at least will help, but it's a very defensive item that he's gone for.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Probably feels necessary though, because PA's damage is starting to get quite insane. Level 18 is about to be picked up. Deso on the horizon. Yeah, you see Aster, I think they are definitely feeling quite reluctant to make any type of aggressive move into this Aegis.
Yeah, they may just have to wait this 2 minutes or so out.
Yeah. Or somehow like split push side lanes and just try to catch people with the toss plays. But OG, they're just not giving that window, and it's also scary playing into the Underlord. It's similar to the concept of like this Dawnbreaker. You go for an aggressive move on one side of the map, Amar is gonna come in and bring a pipe to kind of counteract all that aggression. Still gathered up.
Ori is alone on the bottom. Setup's going to be there from BZM. Amar ready to follow it up. As indeed, as you say, Asta, Ori trying to go for a bit of split push, but of course OG, they've got all the tools to punish it.
They always just bring the numbers.
Oh, see, Asta trying to prepare for the return. As they're here by the portal, Amar, he'll nope his way back out of there.
But his
back
team's
towards
coming.
the bottom because he's tanked the Rupture.
Okay.
Demonic Purge thrown down onto Monet, kiting him out. Yuragi's going to look to try and come in. Has been held back by the disarm for now. We'll see to be able to bring down Tiger, but Yuragi's still a problem. He's at full HP. Asta, they don't want to get anywhere near this PA.
Tried to set up for the rift, but everybody jumps in from OG to join.
Jelek banget anjing fight-nya, Cok.
Yeah, we saw as soon as he gets the rupture on him, Amar's just straight back out of there.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, I'll pop back.
And then I think he TP'd back afterwards, right? He TP'd onto the outputs that they have, so they still could just bring the number advantage versus Aster.
I mean, that, you know, conceptually, that is a huge thing to do, right? If anyone does get ruptured, Amar just drops down the Dark Rift, you just head into the Rift.
Yep, and then you come back afterwards. Stays up for 20 seconds, rupture's only that 12. Ori shows his face for a second, gets hit, and now, I mean, Chu, Aghanims is done. So, we said, unlocks a whole different potential of the hero.
I mean, he hasn't died this game.
He has not.
1-0-11. They've never been able to punish the Shadow Demon.
No, it's phenomenal play, really, from him.
Halo Reyes.
And we haven't even gotten to really talk about like what Disseminate has gotten to do, because it's a kind of a new spell, but you can definitely feel the power of it. It makes kind of the concept of it is it makes tankier heroes squishier. Let's make it the easy way. Sure, it makes all this cleave and stuff like that.
Ragi.
Definitely feeling the
He
effect.
wants to charge in with these final moments of the Aegis. He's going to get the jump in over towards Baboka.
Oh man, and they're starting to run away with the game again. 30 seconds on this Aegis.
GG dah,
so
3-0
much
kasih
out of
tonton
this
anjing.
Aegis. The map control.
Ligar full senyum anjing.
Monet is still, of course, incredibly farmed, but the question is if he's going to be able to provide such an explosive fight from behind as he was able to do on the PA.
It's him versus the world, and he's not a PA.
See Aster setting up.
Ori
But already
again.
the jump's there onto Ori. Ori's going to get caught out by OG before Aster could even make a play. This time they'll catch Chu in the arena into the silence. They will take him out. See what more they can find though. He's on top of PQ. Uragi turns towards Monet, ready to stand his ground against the Bloodseeker. He's ready to chase them down as well. They're trying to hold the back with the soul by Monet. Will manage to get the TP off in time, but XXS caught out beyond the tower by BZM and Tiger. Is 3 dead yet again on Aster. And OG, they finally lose Chu, but that's all they lose.
Oh, and they just keep finding Ori. He's having one of the rougher games I've seen in such a long time. 2-6-2. BKB still not done. He actually held the Echo Saber rather than doing the disassemble play that we do see a lot of the times. He's gone for just picking up all the extra components, and he's paying for it. They keep just controlling him and bursting him down with all this magic damage.
And understandably, Chu has definitely been the threat. They really commit in for him there, but it cost them.
And it's his deep ward also that was not taken out. We didn't really talk about it, but north of this fight,
At least
that
mandi
ward is
lu,
on its
kata gue nggak
full
mandi,
duration.
anjing.
So giving them that sight to get on top of
Kurang,
Ori and
Cok.
just always initiate on him. 7K lead now for OG with a PA.
Astralis
with
nge-throw,
that
anjing,
first
bus.
picked up Dessa, level
Bangsat.
20 picked up too, and the Titan Sliver. Everything's coming together.
I
The
mean,
game's
look
getting
at
harder
this
and
setup.
harder. Monet.
Tiger just starts the fight onto Monet. He pretty much takes him down to a 3rd HP on his own. He will die. For his
Gue kira
attempt
disuruh
there,
kill
Tiger.
support anjing.
But very much seeing the potential when he gets that setup and no BKB ready to protect him. Monet taking huge amounts of damage from the Dark Willow alone. I mean, Uragi's still hanging around the area.
He's blurred up.
Maybe seeing if he finds a pick-off on his own.
They're trying to save I think they're trying to protect their ward as long as
Could be
possible.
a bit risky. Has to have the numbers here this time.
Aghanim
Open do
anjing,
try and
saya
push into
demonnya.
the fight, and Amal is teasing some of the action. They won't head into the triangle. They know that they're outnumbered here. They may have to lead OG, but not to a point where they can take a fight 3 versus 5.
No, definitely not. They thought about it though. Chu, because he has the break. I think he was probably maybe saying like, we might just be able to annihilate, like just delete this Mars before the fight starts. But OG playing still disciplined.
Mereka nggak ada black hole gitu anjing. Arena mau 5 orang, kalau BKB juga rugi, Cok.
Remarkable fights this series. This one definitely feeling harder, but see what they can do. XXS.
Gonna miss the spear. Curse Crown kicks in. Monet will try and keep him covered with the blood right, causing OG to be careful with how they jump in. Ori over to the side's got to be careful. He'll jump in himself, actually voluntarily over towards Amal, toss him back, but they've lost Baboka.
Double rupture.
Soul-minded to the double rupture. XXS commits in, but the BKB's off in time here from Uragi. Uragi attempts to stand his ground.
They're porting out.
Uragi's getting low, but they're rifting out. They're away. They head into the rift. They get out of there. Tiger will stick around. He wants to keep fighting. He's in on top of Ori. As Ori will run, but Uragi resets, he's back in, jumps forward, takes down Ori. Again, Amar just providing these perfect capabilities for OG to reset and choose how they want to take the fight or get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, they're on some kind of like genius level stuff, right? Like from the draft now, they probably had this concept maybe in their back pocket, and it's working out perfectly.
You get ruptured, you get out of there.
Yep, and then come back and you say, oh, okay, no more ruptures, no more soulbind. 10K lead, Uragi now having freedom in the fights.
Harus ditonton lah ya, Cok.
I mean,
Sedih,
this is
Cok,
like
hidup
one of
dia,
the more
Cok.
ideals for Aster. The BKBs did get off though. If XXS gets the spear pre-BKBs, which is, I mean, pretty impossible, then the fight probably goes their
Oji
favor.
Osa kali 8. Ini kalau 3-0 kali 8.
Uragi pretty much having a full bash done.
Kalau 3-0.
It's going to be even harder for
Dan
Monet
kelihatannya
to be able to
3-0.
stand toe-to-toe with him in a team fight.
Now he might not even be able to walk away. A lot of these times, the only reason that Monet's actually surviving is because he's able to actually distance himself away
Minus
from
2,5 kali 8.
Now 1 or 2 bashes,
Bangsat.
Monet might just die.
Tiger, very far out on his
Siapa yang expect 3-0, Bos? Aster masalah mainnya kemarin bagus banget.
Now Ori he reveals himself there, and Ori very quick to get the jump.
Being a little too cocky again, Tiger. He has the blink dagger, so like kind of playing like he can blink away, but yeah, Ori slaps that down. And now Ori, like we said, does have BKB, so a little bit safer. But yeah, 3-7 and 3. They're gonna have to stay in the area around the Roche pit.
Lu bet kayak yang Aster yang ini. Enggak ngebet gua.
If they're able to win a fight around it.
Enggak sempat tadi.
It's so difficult for them to take a team fight.
It really is.
Now when it comes down to these two carries at even net worth, we're very much feeling how much more explosive the PA can be.
Yeah, like if they don't, it's always like kind of finding supports, right? But if they don't find Chu, and Chu's able to just like get all 3 of his demonic purge off, one onto Mars, one onto Bloodseeker, and maybe just another one onto Bloodseeker afterwards, or onto Tiny, fight is not easy.
Gimana cara nge-burstnya coba? Nggak bisa,
Of being able to try and start this fight around the potential Roche respawn.
Ori has to get the initiation off. He has to just try to delete some hero. If they get initiated on the side of Aster, I think it's just going to go disastrously.
Does have DD Rune in the ball.
Can one-shot most of the supports if he does find them.
Chu would be the big catch. Bursting through BZM's a little bit more difficult. He has got the components of the Aeon Disc ready to assemble.
CMR also picking up a Lincoln, so trying to prevent versus that Rupture. Just throwing it onto Uragi probably inside of those fights, because then if Uragi does not get Ruptured, he is going to rip the fight apart.
Dire are scanning.
Roche is back up.
OG smokes up, but Aster do have the high ground.
They also just got a full AC on Monet, so quite a bit stronger.
See how they can start the fight. Ready though.
3-man room.
OG's able to lead in on towards them. Aster's getting forced back. XXS has to put the BKB early.
It's a BKB to run though.
See if they can chase on after this. Blink from XXS will break him a far enough distance away. You'll see BZM drop the coil in. Trying to tease out a BKB reaction from Monet. It won't come into play. He can step out.
Great play there with the Inkswell. Knowing they can hold the BKB, but now no BKB on the Mars. Does OG perhaps just start focusing onto the Roche? I think they probably can with the PA. And Aster, the pressure's on them. They have to kind of just keep poking their face and scouting out that Roche area soon. Even though they don't have BKB on XXS, this is a very difficult fight now for them.
I know, do you know that? They want to take this fight.
Uragi sneaking in.
I mean, Monet showing in the river.
Uragi's in.
He's in first in bash straight away, but both are eliminated. Bash as well from the dagger over towards Monet. Upon the BKB. Soulbind trying to hold back both Amar and Monet, but there's their control. As Monet has to run, they've caught Uragi in the arena. That's Uragi jumping forward, picks up a double kill. As he's incredibly low, but he's backing off away from the fight. He's still alive. In fact, he jumps back in, but it's into an avalanche. It's 3 dead on OG. Ori still alive here for now, alongside both Monet and PQ. Finally, Astabath even able to find more. Ori, he's in with the jump. To Amar, see if they've got the damage. He has got BZM here to help him out. Amar's going to charge straight over towards PQ. Ori getting incredibly low. BZM, he's able to take him out at the end of it. Amar trying to get up with the rift. He'll manage to reset back to base. Aster, they'll get a few kills themselves, but again, not without their own casualties.
A pretty damn good fight though. Monet's actually able to get the Rupture off, and then they see the TP out, and then they get the leash from the Soulbind to stop the TP onto Uragi.
And yeah, an incredibly split fight there.
Yep.
Monet surviving, and well on the way now towards the Mione.
Yeah, this AC actually, you know, him going for this kind of defensive pickups of items, the Halper and the AC, he's very tanky, and it provides a pretty good tankiness for his teammates too to survive a little longer.
I'll see it again here.
Right when it ends.
Ori, fair few fights now where he struggled to sort of have the impact that he'd want to with the way that OG been able to get the catch on him. This time round, a fair few spells causing issues for OG. But still, the tankiness and the ability to relocate out of the action with the Rift, favouring Amar's moves. Right back in the action. I see both teams look to kick it off again.
He's broken.
Now Buat's got the BKB charge, holding onto it for now.
Yuragi's
Still have
just
outpost
TPing in.
control, OG, so indeed Yuragi's going to be able to join them for this fight.
And that ward's still on the high ground. It's seeing Aster back away.
Tiger's trying to see if he can get the catch with BZM, and BZM's in against the Dream Coil onto the two of them. PQ in trouble, Monet has to put the BKB, Ori's going to commit in, jumps over towards Yuragi, but hasn't got nearly enough damage to burst through this PA. As he'll put the BKB, Ori tries to grab the arena's there.
Nggak dapat
Getting
spear
very,
dia.
very low. The
He's
Phoenix,
alive.
it catches the three of the Tiger. Controls Aster and makes sure that Yuragi can live, stand his ground and heal back up.
I think they even used the Lincolns. I didn't know if I think he used the Lincolns onto Yuragi too, right before the Rupture comes out, so no Rupture either. OG again taking the fight. Taiga with his, with his Dark Will this whole tournament also.
Perfectly placed
every
there.
time. Always controlling everybody.
His team, the one to be caught in the arena of XXS, but bang on target there with a three-man fear.
Uh-oh, PQ. Merged up.
He's going to get slowed down. They do
Kalah.
have available on Aster, but they're going to be
Juara
hesitant to
anjing
want to
OG
use
3-0
them.
bangsat.
As Tiger gets in, cleans up the action.
And Amar gets that bonus damage, the Atrophy Aura. See how much he's doing to the
And
tower
they're taking
here.
Roche as well, of course. Yuragi able to easily solo this. So not only severe base damage being done.
Lihat enak banget anjing naruh portal sebelah anjing.
He comes with the ultimate, immediately ready to continue this push from OG.
This is just, again, amazing team play, amazing team fights over and over again from OG, kind of covering each other perfectly.
Ya Gar, masalahnya lu nggak ada ini anjing, nggak ada berdasarkan analisis apa OG 3-0 nggak ada anjing. Lu mah gara-gara fans OG aja makanya ngomong 3-0 anjing.
How can Monet do this by himself?
It's a lot of weight on his shoulders.
Especially into like so much damage mitigation. Amar now he's finally going to start bringing Brace back down as well soon.
Trying to start things off, or he's looking for the toss back, but he's not able to find it. Defensive disruption comes out for Chu. Yuragi still tanks the sharpshooter shot, but that's the BKB from Ori. And he's having to use it to back off under the tier 4 tower. So Yuragi teasing with the jump.
Waalaikumsalam Val. Lu nggak ikut itu Val, acara Wibu Val.
Yuragi now just continues to getting healed by Chu. That demonic cleanse, of course.
Buffing him up with the Lincolns as well, making it incredibly hard for Aster to get any sort of jump on him. They've got to do it twice. Has that Aegis here for the push.
They have opportunities where they can do the tossback spears into tier 4s, but it's not easy.
Ya Allah. Marcel lawak, cok.
Has to put the BKB. They do manage to get the push back out onto the two of the Monet. Moving in, but the bashes are there. Yuragi turns towards Monet. Monet has to split away from them back to the fountain.
He's in no man's land.
And the bashes caught him out. As Ori out of the game for 70. No buyback on him. No buyback on PQ. As OG, they'll look
GG OG cok, respect.
Kicks in, but a new wave of creeps will be joining soon. So OG, they're not going anywhere. They'll take this tier 3.
They're still healthy and fresh.
Tipnya habis Gar, tipnya habis. Udah dipakai 3 kali kan, habis. Minggu ini habis belum reset. Lalu anu.
Oh, and they're actually going to leave as a unit, go to bottom, take out the tower.
Continue this pressure. The tier 1s and tier 2s still standing on the bottom lane, but not for long. As OG will charge down this lane.
Lions. Mana Lions?
Last fights.
Mana anjing Lions?
Gak
ada Lions.
They can try to put up some type of defense because OG, they're
Inal,
going to
yoi.
them on this last Rax. BCM
Gak ada ini mah. Mega creep udahan anjing, gak bisa di def mega
How do
creepnya.
you even kill Yuragi once?
I don't know. I don't think you can. We saw the potential of PA when it was behind last game. This time it's completely ahead. Jump towards the base, they take out Baboka.
GG Grats. Keluarkan itu GG Grats.
They'll definitely have one final fight in them.
I mean, BCM's just jumping into the base.
We'll lose the on disc proc here. They're trying to tease out the BKB and Monet.
It's on cooldown.
It is for 5 seconds. He's got to be careful. Ori jumps in. We'll get the toss back onto Yuragi. See if they can deal with him once. But one crit there. Yuragi's just back up at full HP. Monet tries to run, but they'll take him out. Buyback to come in from Monet. They'll turn with the sharpshooter shot over towards Yuragi, but Yuragi's still good to go. He's surrounded by his teammates. He cannot
GG Grats, ayo mana keluarin aja udah GG Grats anjing.
They'll be back towards the
Yuragi.
Monet. He gets off with the match with the BKB up with the physical damage. He's tearing through him. He's running back to the base. He's ticking down low.
Selamat
He'll
anjing,
get back to the fountain. Monet will live for now, but Ori feared back by Tiger. BZM jumping up to the fountain. Ori's out, no buyback. As Yuragi's ready to play with them here. Right up in the fountain, OG. They've been known to dive before here. They might try to get Amar. He'll get speared back into the fountain. He's dead.
But the Raxes, the Megas.
So the Megas are out.
Yuragi actually hitting tier 4s instead of going for Megas, and that will be it.
See if they can do anything 4 versus 4.
I mean, BCM just has no fear.
I mean,
he's
just hit with the 3-man dream call. Monet's in trouble. They're trying to push back.
The two of them, and XXS with the spear and the rebuke will buy something,
He's
but
gonna
it's not
pop.
enough. Jump in there, Chu has the burst to finish off.
Bro, just call the fucking game. GG Grats OG bro. Emang teori gue bener anjing, tim Cina nggak bisa menang final yuk. Tim Cina nggak bisa menang final, nggak ada.
But OG, they turned up today, and they gave us arguably the best that we've seen it.
GG Deddy Kobusir bangsat.
These 3 games, a masterclass from OG.
Real coy.
Asta's best attempts.
Respect.
The best attempts to even try to counter a PA, but the PA counters, they didn't work. OG, they have an idea, it works perfect. This Underlord last
GG.
genius, really.
Kayaknya Aster ngalah nih Cok sama OG Cok. Kasihan gitu kan, Yuragi udah kena kanker, butuh duit buat perobatan kanker, makanya dikasih win anjing.
And even before this lap, people knew that he was part of OG, helping out as the coach. But he turns up, and his performance here on the main stage,
Real Cok.
phenomenal.
I'd let him lift the trophy if I were them, honestly. He would have been so spectacular. Defensive plays, aggressive plays, calling shots. As far as
OG
we know,
full
happening
senyum,
in
iya,
game,
Cok.
it's been a lot of times that they've said from Chu, so wow, spectacular stuff. OG have to be so happy with themselves.
Absolutely, and the Dota that they provide consistently.
Ini siapa Cok? Kenapa ada Kratos anjing?
Like to watch. And in this third game as well, the change up in the draft, they let Asta have their mark.
Ada ini anjing apa namanya?
PA for themselves. You know, you're right. He wants to show them how it's done. As we'll see them here, and of course for Asta, a great run through the upper bracket, but when it came to the grand
Real
final
coy.
stage, when they had to step
Nah,
up to
facecam
another
lu
level,
ngeblur.
when
Iya,
you're winning
ngeblur.
OG in a grand finals, it always feels like OG has that edge.
Apa
They
iya
got
ngeblur?
that little bit of something that nobody
Enggak.
else seems to have.
Mata lu
They just
sepi
have
kali.
so many concepts of Dota that they play so well with.
And there we go, of course, the crowd here. You have been phenomenal, Malaysia. Can we give it up here one more time for your champions of ESL 1 Malaysia, OG?
Udah bukan ATM lagi. Apakah ATM kembali menjadi ATF? Ini kebanyakan percak-percik. Oh, ngeblur. Apa sih? Bitrate-nya kan rendah, Cok. Nih gue tinggiin cobain ya. Oh, baru gak begitu ngeblur gitu. Jadinya ATM real cuy.
This will be the last time that we see you before you're back to coach. Any words out there for all those new Choo-Choo Train fans? Anything to say to the audience? What would you like to say to all your new fans?
I guess thanks for the support. I'm in the ground. Love it.
All right, give it up for Joe.
What?
Yuragi, if you've ever been in a seed pub, you
What?
know that carry is all that matters. Nothing else
Gacor
matters.
hari ini enggak
Everyone in this
kalah
arena
satu.
is a carry player. Anything to say out there to your people?
Thanks everyone. I had a great time.
Cepat sembuh ya GWS.
BEZM, you have been absolutely on point all day. Are you happy that it was a hard 3-0, or could you have gone all 5 games?
I don't know. I'm just doing following steps, like my granddad's steps, you know.
Wow, those are some mighty steps. Well done, well done. Tiger, you can position 5. You can position 4. Hell, in some games it looks
Begitu
like
ya,
you're in
tim
the
Mamatsu
position 2.
baru turnirnya tapi langsung 2 menit.
you
Udah 2
can
kali.
do?
Yang pertama kali pertama kali OG baru ini sama yang ini. Rungkad 47 real malam, kayaknya malam Rungkad dah.
And finally, Amar, my friend, a lot of people out here are loving you. They ban your heroes, they pick your heroes, but you're unstoppable. Is this Amar the final form, or are you gonna get even better before TI?
KTM already OP, so who knows what's next?
All right, well, fantastic. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up one more time.
ATF Amar the final GG. Lu bet lol agak bet tadi ya. Udah enggak.
And we'll shoot it off. Back to the
Ya,
battle.
merah 1.
Congratulations, guys. Thank you so much.
2 sih yang main CS anjing, CS merah juga, Cok.
Your champions, it's OG here on the stage in Malaysia. Oh, Arena Stars, you
secret.
You are something else indeed, and OG
Secret,
as well, something else here. Doing
Nggak tahu juga Amar orang mana.
Kerrigan getting hyped up and saying, "That's how we play. That's how my two teammates that I'm watching." Those headshots from those two guys, that's how I play.
Lu kayak nggak senang. Iya, soalnya Digar full senyum anjing.
You can do it. You can get away with it, I feel like. No one's going to be able to complain, you know? Great stuff.
Ayo, 13, apa maksudnya 13 anjing?
I just forgot about it, I guess. 2 on 5. Great.
Now we're in the second
half
of
on the T side, FaZe are on the CT side. We're still in the opening map on
Gak ada budgetin Aster. Iya, nggak ada easy gitu ya, atau apa gitu ya.
Map to finish on. Let's get there. I really want to. Config trying to see if he could find the kill, and he nearly does on Rain. He's down to 7 health, so that's uncomfortable. They have some flashes inside, so a similar setup. Trying to see if they could get the timing down right. Even if they do, it's just Config here. It's not the whole team that's going to be flashed, but still, nice way to get a kill. There's the flash, and there's the kill.
Chat Chinese dog aja. Itu lu nyari masalah anjing, kagak respect anjing itu mah ngentot.
On their T side. Yeah, Twist pushing up as well. Ooh, be careful, blame F. Gonna turn the corner, firing away. Brokey, I don't think he realizes he got too close up. He does now. Off angle for him. That's the bomb. One close up in Halls as well. Rops under a lot of pressure. Kerrigan's shifting over, but this will all fall to Rops.
Itu kode-kode perang dunia. Iya anjing.
Maybe Kerrigan could interrupt some of this over at the arch position. What a dangerous move for Rops to be walking out there. He's up close. Flashbang does nothing, but he cannot land the headshot. Now it's on Kerrigan, and he's going to get overwhelmed as well. Double kill for Glaive and leaving Rain on his own. They already know that he's low. Config will have called that in, saying, yeah, he's already been tagged up. So, smiles all across. All right. Did he fail the bomb plant?
Yeah, he got off it a little bit early. You can see him shaking his head. It's okay. There's more time. But that would be a way to lose a round.
That would be a little...
Bukannya harusnya kalah ya?
Hilarious for us.
Emang Face lagi jelek anjing Face.
Looks like Rain is communicating with the chicken. Every time it says something, you can see his little avatar. He's like,
bos, gua nggak peduli bos kalau dikatain Chinese dog, gua nggak merasa Chinese dog.
I'm just.
You're having a day today.
Kagak ada face rak. Bangsat.
Maybe he is.
True. That'd be a cool superpower. Pissed around to Astralis.
Like Norwegian Dr. Doodle.
Someone call Eddie Murphy. Well, at least they have the pistol. We can see what they can get started with the economic advantage on this T side. We know it can sometimes be a sticky issue.
Lu tau nggak kenapa player CS banyak kacamataan deh, player Dota jarang. Player Dota mainnya normal jaraknya anjing, player CS harus gini.
FaZe rattle off a 5-0 start.
Matanya rusak semua anjing.
Would love to have that in their pocket.
Bang Pon Cindo, enggak kok.
This suddenly looks quite doable, doesn't it?
Don't say it out loud.
I know, but.
Lu lihat aja bangsat. Ini face clamp 3 orang kacamataan anjing.
We've got Deagles. That one's CSAT 75. That still feels like a more of a rarity.
It's like an archaic weapon.
I know.
It's like an old world style. Well, Rain's gonna get the Deagle kill. Kerrigan provides the space and takes the attention away for Rain to get a clean shot.
Valorant juga gitu ya kan?
Has a strong
Jawa Tulen kan? Iya, Jawa Tulen gua full. Gak ada Cina-Cinanya gua.
Pretty good game so far. Nice to see them make it work. Rops, there's... Oh,
whoa!
It's so beautiful! He lined it up, you could see it coming. They missed,
Nama baptis ada
that
Nicolas.
synchronous peak by maybe, you know,
Ya Allah, kalama Iko anjing. Ya Allah, kalama Iko anjing, tim goblok anjing.
But what a craftsman he is.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, just miss popping up at the same exact time, just one before the other. This is disgusting. One Deagle to rule them all. And it's Rops. That's how you imagine it working in your head. It doesn't usually work that well.
Yeah, I know that feeling. You're like, I'm gonna stand here and, you know, the camera, like I have the little movie playing in my brain. I know what's gonna happen.
I'm only gonna see their head. It's definitely gonna hit him in the head, and then it hits him in the leg.
Yeah. 9-8. And what a shot for Astralis, because this was going to be, like, we just went through the whole Rolodex of problems that maybe FaZe were going to run into, like a grenade, not having the economy, you know, all the rest of it. Good start for Astralis second half. Can take all that away now. Rain so not even under any pressure here, even though they are running for him. It's a whole team coming at him, and he's already got 4 kills. 3 kills, sorry. Blame F going to be alone out here. I was reading the future too, Jason.
Yeah,
4 kills.
You definitely were. Well, I mean, these are also like the rounds mentioned a couple times. FaZe just able to I don't like if you're going to cause an upset, right? Like you have to win that 5-on-2. You have to win that round where you have an advantage against mostly deagles. And Rops takes this previous round away. They lose the 5-on-2. So those are the rounds that you just have to have if you're the underdog in a game like this. 8-10. FaZe in the driving seat.
Yeah, I guess that's maybe this is
Itu
overall
headset apaan?
kind of like an
Headsetnya
interesting
sananya
sign
nggak
for
tahu.
Charlotte. Not that it's good that they lose
Itu biasanya headset
this last
apa ya?
round, all the 2v versus 5.
Gak tau juga gue. Biasanya sama semua, tapi di logonya ditutup diganti logonya Blast. Biar nggak bermasalah dengan sponsor tim.
At least in this map so far, right? Like like today at this moment, they're certainly contending and challenging. It's
just sometimes when you watch a team lose, you think, man, I don't have to go through like a whole exercise of figuring out just how much. There are a lot of things wrong. Like they're not getting any map control. They're winning none of the duels. Like there could be a million things wrong that make them be put in a bad position. But right now for Charlotte, it feels like but. If they could do some of these things, actually, they'd have a they probably would be up 11-8 in their favor.
Jadi ya, player CS itu ya, headset yang ini tuh buat komunikasi sama step. Headset yang dalam nih komunikasi sama step. Yang luar ini buat peredam sama step, sama mic, sama ngomong. Yang kecil, yang earbuds itu buat ngomong-ngomong.
Maybe 3 in a row before you get any kind of a reprieve. Deep nade, not gonna. Does tag down Glaive down to 72. Nice nade.
It all helps. Phoenix taking a fair bit of damage. Some of them are clearing out the apartments over at the A bomb site. Sip. A little bit of an adventure. He's got a teammate with him. That's just like absolute nightmare fuel here for Rain.
Yeah, that was very close to disaster. That Molotov from Kerrigan came out a little bit late behind him.
Mau nggak ada nonton, belum main event, ini masih kayak qualifier gitu.
Imagine Astralis is just going to pause and wait for a moment to retake Banana. They're going to start running low on you.
Anjing.
Oh, jadi ini upgrade-annya.
Iya.
Patch baru ini.
Dari tadi loh itu, Bon. Anjing. Capek gue anjing.
Jing, Pawes 200% cok di gue cok gara-gara ngorok anjing GG cok.
Mix.
Tadi baru 3 sholat maghrib dulu kawan. Gue balik-balik udah ngorok.
GG cok. Capek dia habis jualan barang di RP ya kan, habis jualan makanan.
Iya anjir.
Capek.
Habis kerja capek.
Habis kerja. Dah anjing. Iya, udah ya match.
Iya.
Nah, sip. Ngetot. Nggak bakal bangun. Gue mau teriak apapun nggak bakal bangun dia. Nggak sering nyoba. Nggak work aja.
The line of fire by going through for the apps, because that's obviously that would have been maybe the primary way that they could have lost the round is just by losing the bomb. Then you're in pit, but you have to go back out and get it. Just a bit of a nightmare. Second timeout being used now on the Astralis side.
Yang gue bingung kenapa dia bisa tidur pakai headset anjing tuh aneh, cok.
Absolutely gut-wrenching rounds here from Astralis' point of view at least.
Yep. Stuck a couple daggers in. Maybe one final to deliver for the finishing blow on Inferno.
Make it a tough game all of a sudden.
Yeah, extremely
tough. Pick by FaZe though. The map. So
bukan gak gatal telinganya. Lu tidur samping gini emang bisa ya kan, nggak bisa noleh anjing, kayak deket gitu cok, gak enak ada ganjil cok.
But they're living up to that right now. 4-round gap, 1 AK, some Tech 9s, a Deagle, a Glock. We got a little bit of everything right now.
Oh,
just need the kills.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, my friend. Oh, you do get one, and you do massive damage to Rain as well. He's down to 3 HP. That could have been way worse. Nicely done from Config. Unconfirmed damage on Rain.
True. Sometimes waiting that extra second in the Molotov counterintuitive as it seems, is actually a great move.
I think also just the, this is going to be dark, but the acceptance that he was definitely going to die as well. He's just like, all right, well, I'm going to try and take one down with me.
Gave him some real mental clarity. He was like, I'm not gonna make it out this round. Ooh, twist, overpowered at the end. Rops up here, mechanically unbelievably gifted. 2 quick headshots. Blame on his own.
Rain's low though. If, I mean, this is a
Dia
win.
lurus sekali sambil tidur apa gitu kayak Chinese waterfall bangsat.
Reposition. Brokey and Rain
Aneh banget ini tidur
really
begitu
slowing it
bangsat.
down, making sure they know exactly where the bomb's going to be planted, and BlameF has a decision to make. Tucks himself into pit.
They do have a Molotov though. That's very, very risky. If they throw it in the right position, a lot of places to check, but smoke's already been put up, so they know he's not going to be up there. Flash around the corner. Molotov comes out, and it goes even deeper towards quad. So far, so good for BlameF. At least he hasn't lost to the nades. Flash around the corner. They have a little bit of time still with the kit there, and he's going to be sneaking in, executing Rain, and now it's just Brokey left with all the health in the world, but no time at all to take this fight. He's going to get the fight eventually. He'll spin around, go pick up the kit, and go straight for it, and I think he has the time as well. Wow, that is really close, but great job on Brokey.
Yeah, well done as well, just sending, splitting up as well so you can't get doubled up with that low HP. That was essentially Rain saying, I got 7 health. I'm just going to jump into the bomb site. I'm going to reveal the position. I'm going to let you know exactly where he is, and it's your 1v1 to play how you'd like, and Rain does exactly that.
And also, if he really was up in the A-apps and they'd smoked it off and he goes straight for the defuse immediately, then Brokey's there covering the smoke. He knows he has to run out of it, so like there's a lot of different layers, I guess, to the way they play that 2v1. And I mean, if a solid attempt from BlameF, he was pretty close to winning it.
Yeah, at a certain point, you just got to grab that. You got to take that fight. Off in the hands of Brokey now. Not a whole lot of runway left for Astralis on Inferno. 5-round lead, 13-8. 5 rounds in a row as well for FaZe. Remember, they lost the pistol, won the ensuing second round, and they haven't looked back.
They're getting really close at the moment. But finally some more decent weapons on the side of Astralis, which is nice.
Liatin gameplay apa ngawasin judi dua-duanya.
Deep. Hiding in this little corner by the tree. That could be interesting. See if they could leave him here and draw Rain back, or they could just use it as a classic 1-2.
Ya, bubar wes.
What a mission that he's on. Picking off one, taking down Sip, and blowing wide open this T side.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do right now if you're Astralis? Good kill from Glaive. Oh, another follow-up from Glaive. That's huge. Brings it into a 3-on-3, but you still have to contend with Rops. You still have to deal with this chaos, and BlameF has him. He's found him. They think this is open, though. Oh, Rain, this is a perfect reposition. They'll have no idea of this off angle, or will they? Ready and waiting for the peak. Farlig's got that. What a round for Glaive to recover.
Kerrigan on his own walks right into the shot. Glaive with the ending kill. 17 overall on him, triple in this round, and recovering what looked like a 100% a lost round at the start.
Yeah, a 3v5, and you have, a CT just really destroying your back line, moving all across the map. This could have been really painful. Some maybe over-aggressive peeks down middle from Brokey and Twist to give Glaive the opportunity, but he certainly had to seize it.
Oh, santai bos, santai bos. Aku ngamuk anjing.
Yeah, surprising. Wonder if he's upset at Glaive or upset at Brokey for taking the peek.
Yeah, for maybe himself, just for, felt like I should have won that fight.
Oh yeah, could have very easily been upset with himself.
Brokey up close with the AWP in Boiler Room. BlameF down here. Molotov close, will spill down behind the half wall, so a nice little trick there. Nade will soften him up, but they're just playing. One anti-flash, Kerrigan holding up close. BlameF does not have a flashbang, but surely someone behind him does. See if they're going to set it up to turn the corner. I think Glaive just waiting for the timing. Going to be Molotov as well. Still over a minute. Ooh, doing the boost as well. Kerrigan, is he ready for it? He wasn't, but he still gets the kill. Rain on his own, trying to follow it up. Taking a little bit of damage, trying to slow them down, but he is so flash. Smoke just to stay alive, and that is not going to work.
Could have been an interesting flashbang.
Yeah.
Astralis had to battle to get to this position. Zipic still lurking on the other side of the map.
Rungkad kah? Belum sih.
Over. Scope doesn't allow him to see, but Rops is pushed up as well. Should be a freebie. And now Astralis knows no matter where they choose to actually attack, it's a 2v1. Twist hiding at the back of the bomb site. There's 30 seconds. There's time to clear this out, but will they? That's the question, and the answer is no. They will not. All down to BlameF.
You have to assume as well, because of who they met out in Banana, they don't think Twist is going to be back here. BlameF on his own takes.
Elah, udah kalah.
Really taking out Robs, but even if he had, he would have been shot in the back by Twist almost certainly. So
yeah,
wow, nice recovery.
Would have definitely been traded. Good movement, good mobility from the CT side. Yeah, especially because these battles are, I mean, this takes a little bit of time for them to clear out top Banana.
I actually thought Rain underhanded a smoke to try and keep himself, but I guess it was Flash.
He threw the smoke towards half wall.
All right,
and then
enough.
realized that they were going to beat it no matter what.
There we go.
Yeah, even if BlameF gets this kill, he's traded immediately from Twist, who's swinging off.
Pro player mana yang nggak ngecek side dulu anjing. Mereka doang anjing.
Rain and Karrigan, you defeat them in a battle out for Banana. It makes sense you wouldn't look for Twist back there, right? You like probably you think those are the two B anchors. We're all good.
Yeah, you'd probably assume that there wasn't time for someone to get to the back of the bomb site on a rotation. You're probably thinking, as you saw, like they're smoking off, you know, coffins. That you think he's going to be stuck in ruins.
And if they would have been there in time, why weren't they there helping Rain? You know, so yeah, he just hit the perfect timing to get back there, and they just weren't checking for it.
17 kills on Twist, 22 kills on Rops, 19 on Rain. Powerful trio for the moment. Banana control, and Karrigan gets behind it, looking over the flames. Stepping in front of the follow-up Molotov, and he's got complete banana control, and he's done it quietly. There's a little gap in that smoke.
Quietly and with limited utility, which is great because they don't have that much to begin with on the face side, so pretty good for them to get down there. Rain will pick up BlameF, one of the really heavy hitters here on the Astralis side. Huge loss early on.
Bomb still dropped way far in the back, and actually it probably doesn't even matter considering the kills that are coming out. Twist is going to be able to find Farlig as well. It's just even if they had all the success in the world, they would have had to
minus
traverse the entire
13
map and deal with Karrigan's flank. Nice shot from Twist at the end.
Yeah, minus 13.
15. 6 chances
Berarti
to close out.
30.
That's a triple in that round for Twist. He's maybe, I think.
Lar, gue tidur dulu, Lar. Anjing ngantuk, ngentot. Bye. Hari ini plus 10.